especially on a team that has so much experience, his kind of flashiness and under some amazing leadership as well, he's going to be a really key player. And so in this head-to-head, we're looking at, can Clear punch up to level and play as consistent? Is this a guy that can compete against no matter what? He did it relatively well last week against the guard. Now we want to see, how does that form maintain? What changes have been made to get him?
All right. Let's get down to it, baby.
That's always popping off.
One of the things we want to talk about too with this team.
Why is the audio like so scratchy?
Speaking, one of the things that steals is refines talent. One of the things that Ocean historically does is finds it. Ocean was never necessarily known for being the person that caused the talent to shine. He was more like, I found this young diamond in the rough. And then Steel's the one that's like been known for sort of polishing that diamond and cleaning it up. So you have potential in this young player to take him from being quote unquote a no one, because it really, like, he's not a player that comes in with much of a reputation if you don't really pay attention to the
bada bing, bada boom, get that there,
and become a big name in Valorant esports. And you can see it with this quote right here. So me and Ocean were cut from the same cloth. We approach the game the same way. I agree. Like it seems
he
like
sounds
on paper,
so robotic,
this should
bro.
create
If I refresh this, does it make it better?
Specifically,
probably not.
Very similar, on the same page. There was an article, an interview that .esports did, and one thing that he said is, I love this team because we're all so open and we all understand what we want to do.
Nope.
And when there's a mistake, we all come in together. We all talk about it. So I feel like the ideology.
Can I grab my water? I was rushing around so much I forgot to grab that.
A lot of people are going to be on the same page. And for someone like Clear, obviously he's going to have to adapt to this kind of style. We don't exactly know how he likes to play the game, what he's done. But I do think that for this team, it's kind of hard to see that between coach and IGL, there's not going to be strong chemistry. Between the coach and the core three from that X-Knights roster, there's not going to be strong chemistry.
No, and listen, Steel, he knew the type of challenge that he was facing with this team. Again, it's a fresher roster to even begin with. Steel last week, he just wasn't impressed with how they did. I mean, he talked a lot about his disappointment on a podcast. He said that it was a, quote, breakdown of game plan. A lot of moments of hesitation from DSG and moments where they just needed a fast decision and to commit to it. Steel, at this point, he needs to enact that ideology that you're talking about, Sully. He just tried to grind these players down, to really put them on the leash that they want to, I mean, essentially not make the mistakes that we were seeing last week. Individually, it looked like Steel was the one getting picked off, but in reality, Steel was making calls and the rest of the team weren't going behind him.
All right, I'm gonna give a little baking analogy because I got really into baking and cooking. Making stromboli. Stromboli is like one of my favorite things to make. If you cut into it, the second it comes out of the oven, it's gonna fall apart and it's gonna be a mess. Sometimes it takes time for the ingredients to gel together so that you can actually eat it. And why I'm saying that is this team could be good, but it needs time gelled together. The stuff you're talking about, small decisions, mistakes that are made in the moment, little miscommunications, all of that takes time for you to get accustomed to how players play and how just players communicate. That's even more important because sometimes teams, you know, you have these great players and they come together, but everyone has a different approach to how they talk in game, how they play in game. And just like you learn how your opponents approach the game and you learn patterns and behaviors, you start to learn that with your own teammates. And that's one of the things that the guard is basically saying makes them so good. It's like, hey, we know how everyone plays. We're very familiar with each other. So there are times when we just do our job. Like it becomes muscle memory to that extent. I also think that this team could be that good. Just it's going to take a bit.
No, I also think given that statement, like, as much as you want to say the chemistry there, like, this should be a team that I have to say you expected a lot more from last week, right? They played good, but let's be honest, the map scores weren't as close as they could be, right? You say that, yeah, give it time, Stromboli, whatever. I forget the analogy. I already forgot it. But this is a team
Clearly
that has three core members, right? 3 core members from an old roster. Not only that, but they're also led by Ocean, their ex-coach. So there should, in my opinion, be a lot of chemistry already formulated. Maybe it doesn't instantly click with the likes of Steel, but the way that Steel talks about this team, it feels like the chemistry should already be there. And so that's where my concern is, that maybe it's not the chemistry, maybe it's the fact that they played against one of the best teams last week. I don't know what's going on with this team, but I also do think that given what we know from this team, these players, how Steel works, the fact that he said that, oh man, Ocean is a great coach, we think the exact same way, the chemistry should, in my opinion, already be there. Not maybe at the level of the guard, but definitely a lot more above maybe a team like Dark Ratio, who as well have a very similar stature with 4 players in this really strong core.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the maps, see where the series is going to be heading. I think if you're smart, yeah, Disguised should ban Icebox. Again, reminder, that was the 13-2 victory map they took over TSM last week. So in fashion, Disguised comes out and decides to ban Icebox. Getting that off the table, definitely not going to hurt them at all. And they did float it last week, so it's not like this is their perma. This is a map they feel comfortable playing. Whereas Mad Lions comes in and bans Haven, which is to be expected. That's the map they banned last week as well, Gus.
Hey, my bad, chat. I mean, it's I'm messing in the kitchen. Give me a second, and I'll be. I just gotta get that.
I mean, it's the fact that we didn't see Pearl last week is actually a bit of a travesty because coming in from the open qualifiers, we saw 3 games of Pearl from this team, and they only dropped 9 combined rounds on this map. So already DSG, they've already established themselves a little bit on this map, on both sides of the map, by the way, on both attack and defense. So there's not too many going on there. If anything, of course, we're looking over to Ascent. What happened last week? What were the breakdowns in communication that ended up leaving that as a wash from the guard over Disguise? Because from what I know from Mad Lions, Ascent is it's a map. It's not exactly that consistent, especially against like the tier 2 teams, but it's at least one that they're competent on.
What's interesting is this is actually a pretty decent map for both teams. Should it go all 3 maps? I actually do look at that last map as potentially one that could be close. I'm not necessarily liking the Fracture pick for Disguise. I think that is going to be potentially product, but I guess you could say the same for Dark Ratio with Pearl. I think a lot of this is like, hey, you know, what can we expect from these teams? We haven't seen a whole lot of them play. The sample size, again, is definitely significantly smaller than it is for some of the other teams like the Guard, for instance, or even M80 where you can draw comparisons, Shopify Rebellion. But what we did see was promising from both teams. So it's like, okay, I have hopes for both teams. I do feel like this is a 3-mapper. I feel like we're going the distance. I don't feel like it's going to be blowout maps either. I feel like it's going to be close. We might even get multiple overtimes in this series, Sully.
Oh, I'm hoping for it, man. I expect a lot from both of these 2 teams, especially when a match of this caliber and has this much weight. Again, I'm going to reiterate, both teams, one is going 0-2, and that is just an extremely tough prospect to face. Like, to have to go 0-2, have a 2-week break, by the way. After this week, there's a 2-week break until we have matches again. You need to buckle down from that 0-2 situation, really grind out all the issues you have, and come back and win your next 3 games. Even have a chance at playoffs, by the way. You don't want things to come down where you're in a 2-3 situation and you're just praying 2 other teams are in a 2-3 situation. There's a lot on the line for these 2 teams. So I'm expecting from a team like Disguise, from a team like Mad Lions, when they have, again, for Mad Lions, that 4-player chemistry, you just bring in Will, brings in a plethora of ideas. For Disguise, you've got 3 core players from the X-Knights roster. Coach and Steel, or Coach and Ocean, and the chemistry with Steel, both these teams should really have worked out all the issues. And I think, Gus, like you were saying with that Ascent issue, hopefully we don't see those, because Disguise and Mad Lions, there's so much to play for here. So much. Again, you mentioned the tough schedule, but it's the bulk of it. In the next 2 weeks is M80 followed by the Guard, and essentially with this group, unless you're getting a win over M80 or the Guard, you're essentially looking at what is a best of 3 between 3 other teams, or excuse me, a best of 2 between the other teams in your group. So it's just a little difficult to even say, if you can't beat one of the unsigned teams in your group, if you can't beat Disguise or you can't beat OR Esports, then there is just no way by the end of the season or by the end of the split that you're going to get in that 4th spot.
There is definitely significant pressure on Mad Lions here because, again, they're going into it like the thickest part of the schedule is Guard M80. We've been talking about that since the season started, and we'll be talking about that all group stage. The fact that these 2 teams ended up in the same group is somewhat tragic for everybody else. But the Guard and M80 being back-to-back for so many teams is brutal. Disguised already played Guard. So, like, in a world where Disguised finds a win here, you can see they're in a really good position, whereas Mad Lions is now down 0-2, going into back-to-back brutal matches against M80 and Guard. I mean, that's an 0-4 record potentially right off the rip. That's brutal. Now, it's not to say they're definitely going to lose those games, because even though we'll see them later today, I was not super impressed with M80. I thought that there was some inconsistencies there, pretty much similar to what we've seen from some of the other teams. Like I was saying before, like teams take time to mesh.
Is it just me or they
have
seem
all these
quiet
players
today,
that come together and they're great, but you know, it's certainly a pressure situation for Mad Lions, but I'm told that the agent select is ready, so we are just about ready to jump into our first map in the series. I'll give it to the Youngbloods. Take it away, and I will see you guys on the other side of this first map.
Well, y'all heard it there from Mark. A lot at stake for both of these teams, specifically if you have to go against that MAB guard back-to-back. We already saw OR Esports and what they had to do when they went against M80 first, and then the guard just yesterday. They got wiped against the guard. We were expecting a lot more from them. We're expecting a lot here today, and I think here on Fracture, it's a good middle ground. It's not a map that Disguise have ever won. Granted, they've only played it twice. I think this is maybe a map that hopefully they've had time to really refine. Remember, there was at least 2 weeks in between that first open qualifier to now. So hopefully this Disguise lineup, they've made the necessary changes, and they're ready to come into this map.
Yeah, but listen, they almost never played Fracture, and they were banning it last week. They are now going back to banning Icebox instead, and now they have to play Fracture for only their 3rd time as a team. They won't, I mean, Sully, they weren't even able to get more than 12 combined rounds in their 2 games of Fracture that they lost, and they lost to Squirtle Squad 13-4. I mean, it just isn't a lot of hope to even begin with here for Disguise, but again, neither one of these teams have a comprehensive history on this map. So, like Bach said, I mean, we might as well see it, even considering how.
By the way, it's not Turtle Squad anymore.
I do think it's the much deeper history when it comes to this map. I think one of the most notable things is they took out the Nation on Fracture, and for a lot of people watching, the Nation was the Stewie 2K roster, and they were formidable on Fracture. They hadn't dropped a single Fracture game. Not many teams had gotten above.
Looks like they turned them up a little bit. So
before the matchup against Mad Lions, or as they were during that time, Dark Ratio. So
let me know if volume needs to go up or down at all. It might need to actually go down a little bit. Looks like maybe
starting in the attack, knowing the calling structure of Steel, this one is going to be exciting.
I think we were around like 79, right?
It's going to get heavy. It's going to get weird. And here we are in the pistol round.
Already starts.
I think this is where we were yesterday.
A bit of a hold.
I want to say. I could be wrong on that.
Put quite the dent in this attack for Disguise. You see 2 players playing the lurk right now.
Fascinate in.
Wow, they really just gave them
a lot of space here. They're going to try for an A lobby crunch already.
I love this crunch. It's going to work out perfectly. Will is all the way out in the open. Same thing with Drone, but the 2 players, they're just taking their sweet time, waiting for the 3 players from site to push out instead. Zip, Gangsta, both getting fragged, but it's only Ainge! Ainge with a crossfire!
Wow.
He gets 2 headshots! Might he get a 3rd kill? I mean, he's just waiting for the cross, but he has
Spike's down, though.
This is beautiful from Ainge.
Just has to wait on the second over, and they're good.
Gangsta on just 10 HP. He will have a fault line in at least 10 seconds. So a realm of possibility where he could maybe stun both these players. I mean, they're both kind of in line in front of this spike. He does have the opportunity to grab it as well, but I think a periodic checking here from Ainge is going to make things extremely difficult. Gangsta.
He's hoping that after the peak that they aren't going to expect him there.
5 seconds left. So there is time for him to rotate it if he did want to.
Oh, he did pick up the spike.
Sound cue was picked up there, but I imagine they're just going to play together here, Mad Lions.
Yeah, it's just a contact here from the KJ. They have a turret here too. Again, 10 HP. You could play this as slow as you want, Mad Lions.
Yeah, this is so tough.
One bullet to the body. Just need the contact, but Gangsta, he's doing his best to isolate. That's all he wants right now. He wants a couple headshots. He wants the lucky pixel. It almost finds Ainge, but Ainge instead finds him instead through the wall with a headshot. 4 huge kills from Ainge to give Mad Lions the first.
And it's a great start for Mad Lions. I mean, this is your map pick. Get the ball rolling, kind of feel out this map, because again, both these teams most likely have made changes coming into this week. Not maybe compositionally as we're seeing, but definitely probably when it comes to refining the really small issues. We're going to see a lot of things, I'd imagine, get kind of fixed up. Specifically speaking of that Disguise lineup where you were talking about it earlier, a lot of minuscule mistakes on that map of Ascent against the guard. What are we going to see any of those here? Because, again, emphasis on this series is that you lose, you're 0-2. We're going to keep reiterating that statement. So there's a lot to play for not just these players and this week, but just for the whole split in general. And we're talking as well further into 2023, where you're looking at circuit points at 1. So a lot at stake for these teams. And between 2 teams, Gus, that I think are some of the best right now in terms of the open qualifier lineup.
Absolutely. Here we go, actually, in the middle of A.
Hey, I think Disguise is probably... they might... Well, hard to say because Oxygen
coming up from behind, but you had
technically qualified, right?
That's going to be the stuff that we were actually quite anticipating.
No, Oxygen was invited
last week. But we
Ox
didn't
qualified,
exactly see
right?
Clear get let off that leash. If anything, Disguised, they were all playing up quite up as a team. If anything, it was Steel being the entry, which was quite the difference. But Clear, he's been let go a bit. You see the double satchel at the beginning of the round.
Nice swing.
Now Mad Lions, of course, they're facing up against Stingers. They have Spectres. They're looking for the retake. Gangsta does get the trade back. Lots of space here for DSG, but they do not have the middle of sight. Finally, Exile getting a frag. So much utility. These two players in the middle can't do anything. It's rifles. It's Spectres for Mad Lions. And then a single one of them can get anything. DSG pull it back.
We're in such a heavy
Nice play by DSG.
second round full buy meta, especially for these attacking teams. And Disguise play this one extremely well. It's not the slow tempo that we're used to when it comes to Steel's calling structure, but that round, that post lane in particular, Steel sets himself up for that Brim Molly, denies the spike defusal, and that gives time for two players to wrap out towards Sands. And when you're already at a man disadvantage, things just become so difficult because you have to split the attention, who's watching what. And that communication, I mean, we talk about chemistry between teams. I don't think it was there in that instance for Mad Lions to instantly split up their attention.
There.
All right, I gotta go turn on the oven here soon, Chad. Don't let me forget.
DSG did it best last week. Playing up as a team, it's that slow scale up. On Fracture, you could easily get some early map control, but they opt to stay on their spawn. But this is good for Mad Lions. Completely mitigating any sort of instant pressure that they could get. They're just playing for contact, and they're just playing for rotation.
Everyone's
They
back.
have almost gotten the stack right here, but this guy's kind of, I mean, they're going to very confidently walk into this site, and so Clear already tagged down to 29
Great
HP.
nade.
Again, we're looking at that head-to-head between Clear and Will.
Whoa.
Clear being one of the big players in the last round. And it does actually kick off here with a single kill. That is a Phantom in the hands
they're gonna be
now
able
of
to-
Will, who is at full HP, has a decent bit of util, but Clear
Maybe
is
catch it.
going to have to deal with 4 of these players. Again, a guy that we talked about. You got to
So
watch out.
smart.
Man, we'll see what he can do.
Oh!
29 HP! And Clear could have
Still
gotten
got
so
one.
much more.
Man, if he would have gotten a
Again,
couple there, that would have
PSG
gone nuts.
Just shipping down the defense as they
30
rotate.
seconds
4
left.
players down in the
Seconds
spawn,
left.
1 player isolated in spawn.
Planted.
That's also 2 rifles picked up here now by Mad Lions. And Will still has a double blast pack and a boom bot to get in. Drone not yet with the stun.
Oh,
A very well timed molly though here. And
They're gonna
as
wait
well
for
the
that
follow up
molly.
is going to be
That's
that
a really
front
good
line.
molly.
okay.
Hard to
Sun
enter in
coming
off that.
Gangsta can't make it out.
Boom
Against
bot.
Press, but Steel around the corner. He might get found out by the boom bot. They got to clear that out.
Double clear.
Steel.
Ooh!
The off angle works out perfectly for him. He lets Gangsta do all the work, taking
It's
all the
so
peaks.
easy,
But he gets the
really.
cheeky second frag. The crossfire on site was also pretty good too, but 2-1 DSG.
Now we're going to have these rifles out here between Mad Lions and Disguised. A reach ult available here for Gangsta. Steel's going to have the Brim ultimate as well. Same thing here with Ainge on the other side. It just takes 1 orb for Steel to get onto the orbital strike. So some major ultimates coming to the forefront of this round.
Already.
And this round is a lot more heavy on Mad Lions, especially economically, because the loss here is going to give Disguise a lot of momentum. And it looks like already Disguise playing a little bit more heavy. Tower control might be established. Gangsta can go under tunnel with the Rolling Thunder. A lot of possibilities here towards this B approach, especially with the ultimates they have online.
Yeah, Mad Lions delaying too. They have double nano swarms on stairs. They're really just going to hold on for time for their teammates to be able to rotate. But there's a trip in their spawn too. Mad Lions, they're not finding anything back over towards Dish. They're not even pushing back towards that tripwire. DSG are waiting for anything tricky.
They are playing a pretty heavy retake here, Mad Lions. Having only just Zexro be the guy sitting on the B side. Oh, that's a risky peek from Exalted. That gives up a lot of information there towards Mad Lions. In
Push back
Disguise,
immediately, too.
they haven't done too much in terms of space taking. They're going to have Clear and Steel work up to get a lurk pick, but it goes back and forth, and now Mad Lions have regrouped in a 4-on-3.
Questions are they expect?
I mean,
Get
yeah,
me
you saw
here!
that 2
Ooh.
players dry peek out of spawn right into
Really
B.
well done by Clear.
Clear getting yet another frag in the Rolling Thunders to confirm
That gives them
sight.
B pretty well.
I
Yeah.
mean, that was literally just 2 people dry swinging out of B.
Trying to bait out this orbital strike.
30
I mean,
seconds left.
They're holding
It's
it
still
for a
3v3, but-
retake. Not even to the night the spike lands, and Gangsta is just going to barely get out of it. We're playing with 2 orbital strikes. Steel's got his for the post plan, and he is in a good position to use it
I
as
just
well.
don't know if I like all three of them
find that
right
position,
there.
they might be able to isolate. They actually utilize
Oh,
the strike to clear out tower. Amazing
Oh.
spray from Gangsta. How does Gangsta stay alive?
Oh,
there
good.
at all? Will now in a 1v2 behind Orbital Strike. Has
shells.
Clear in a 1v1. Has the Showstopper in front of him too if Clear wants to use it. Will also has one if he kills him, but Clear
Nice,
kills
Clear.
instead.
With the
Again,
quad.
disguised. I mean, you can't really explain it other than, I mean, disguised. They had the battles they wanted.
Forcing them all the way back into spawn. I don't know if that was the initial plan, but using that ultimate, that rolling thunder straight in towards the vendor spawn will give them so much time and so much space, and Clear just abusing the gaps and capitalizing on space, right? I mean, this round was a really big trade between Clear and Steel, right? Steel goes down, Clear's there to trade. He then capitalizes on space, giving up, recognizing the threat towards north side. Nico here, and it is going to be Will who tries to get aggressive. The knife.
I like the quick push up by Will.
His ultimate. It actually might have been broken here, but Clear up top anyways. It's going to be good to find Zexro.
And they're waiting a second one too.
Oh, with a little extra
Good
spray.
smart hold.
Oh, he was spraying the
Mad
smoke. I thought he
Lions,
was spraying the
again,
body.
down
I'm
to
not gonna lie.
pistols, down to stingers.
Thought he was being cheeky.
Just gonna see disguised. Again, just try to work on the long term. Try to build up their economy.
They're taking it very cautiously.
Dude, Matt is so the Lions are so spread out right now after those first two picks.
Drone is guaranteed to have that rolling thunder, so we're in the middle ground where ultimates do end up becoming an important factor in a half like this. And Disguise, a team that
I love that anime bat, by the way.
Fracture, they come into this
I don't know
with
what it's
a really
actually
strong
called,
game
but
plan. And that slow style really working in their favor. They're able to manipulate rotations like we saw in that last run. Like, as I was talking, Clear kind of just
see, at least got one.
capitalizing on a lot of space that Mad Lions had given up.
How you
So
doing, Moon?
this next round for Mad Lions is going to be with those rifles.
Ooh, just line them up there for
They
Gangsta.
don't get the trick ultimate online. They don't have the
Queasy.
null command, but they will have that rolling thunder. It's how do they implement those ultimates moving forward? And the economy built up for Disguise. Similar stature for Mad Lions. They're gonna, except for it's vice versa, they're gonna need to win this round because their economy is just not prevalent whatsoever. And yeah, Trick actually does get the ultimate.
Yeah, so they should
Placing sentry.
be going for
All right,
one
so we
big
missed
take
one of our
here.
picks yesterday. Our picks for today were Disguised
But the
and
fact that they do
M80.
see the ultis in front of them. I mean, they can easily bait out. They can easily bait out these ultis.
Fast. Hold on. It looks really fast here towards the top side.
Yo, Moon, are you still watching quite a bit of
position? Will's up top with a showstopper. He can play that if he wants.
CDL
Yeah,
or no?
They're looking to establish this really early control, and it's just gonna be Ziff.
Yep, Ziff is gone. It's just going to be the one kill, though. They see that now. Drone has gotten the information. You have Nanoswarm alongside the alarm bot in sight. The delay could happen here for Zexro. Everyone's coming back over towards Arcade, back over towards Tower.
Yeah, I don't remember who the second
has
frag
time.
was, but I don't know why
Zexro's
they
playing
pushed
with
forward
space.
after losing the
Here
first.
we go. Could be a crossfire. The Tower player's here, but doesn't pull out the
man.
showstopper and steal instead with a double frag. Mad Lions, they still have guns. They still have position back over towards Arcade.
It's like they
but
still have
PSG
guns.
very cleanly into sight.
And Clear has gotten into spawn as well. That null command popped at the exact moment they hear the showstopper get pulled. And that's a free pick. Because Will is going to get caught in midair. Maybe, I think Will made a mystery there to pop that ultimate in this instance. And from that 4v5, Disguise have done a really good job of recovering this round. And here is where they specialize. They slow things down. And they're just going to cause fear in Mad Lions.
I think you
for
see
the
the
rest of this
intention,
round.
though. Drone's so close. He wants to use that Rolling Thunder to be able to take out that Spike Planner. And that's what they're doing. They're faking for the Rolling Thunder. They're faking for any turns of util, but they're still going to be able to plant. Drone distracted, and they use the Rolling Thunder to retake Tower instead. Exalt is the only one that gets hit. You have a crossfire in the middle of sight. Gangsta has the angle. Exalt is now back. 2 players remaining now. One of them is finally rotating from spawn. Trick comes in on time. Has Exalt in a 1v1 right around the corner. No! Steel comes out of the smoke. What a peek from Steel. 1v2 from Age, and he's gone. Saved from Steel.
Yeah, like once
And I
they're
think
both in
Disguise in this
session.
round had just
So like next
the
split
better
for
knowledge of
Apex
how to
and like
play around
once
these
season actually
ultimates.
starts for VCT.
Right, like you said, trying to
I don't
bait
know
out
what
that
I'm gonna do to
Rolling
balance
Thunder,
between the two, like watch parties
using
wise.
that null command to cancel out Will's showstopper, and even when in that 4v5 disadvantage, they still understand the game plan. It's okay, we gotta watch out for these ultimates, we have to be prepared for this kind of play, and they had players in position. Right, you look at the way they had that B postman, players
I guess
were
at least the
really
good
far
news is
spread
we
out
can get a
to
decent
avoid that
amount
Null
of
Thunder. And that
ALGS
resets
stuff
Mad
in
Lions
still
here.
with, or sorry,
And they're gonna
BCT
try
stuff
very
in watching
similarly
like
what we saw, where they're gonna have a stun over towards
EMEA
the
and
main,
stuff during
fast
the
play here
days.
towards me to get this control. But there is no one here. Will with the hero rifle and Disguise. They've gone towards the north side to play their default instead.
Might only catch one. It didn't catch anything.
No,
Steel
nothing
didn't
at
get
all.
caught. And with that, you get the rotation back over towards A. I mean, again, DSG. You're awaiting this slower playstyle. It didn't exactly know if on Fracture they were going to maybe change things up, take clear off the raise, maybe onto maybe an agent that they could take more space with. But
oh, dude,
so
Trick
far, they're just
with
letting
that
Mad
so
Lions
bad.
pretty much waltz into them. They let time go by. They let Mad
Dude,
Lions
DSG's
get
just
into their
walking
own
all
heads,
over Mad
get
right
into
now.
Different positions. Now, by the end of this round, it could just
Yeah,
be
I'll be
2-1
honest, I
again.
just can't get into COD. I've never been a huge COD guy.
Zexro.
And the only time I was really a COD guy was when Halo died.
Round number 8. But this
Back in
is
the
Disguise
Xbox
over
days, you
in
know what I
this
mean?
Map, to be honest. At least in this first half, things are starting to peel away for a team that, going into this was their map pick for Mad Lions, and it's a map that they very infrequently.
All right, chat, hold on a second. I need to go turn on
when they were Dark
the
Ratio,
oven since we have a
and
timeout.
now when they're Mad Lions. So we knew this map was a confident one. We knew this one was going to be a strong map for them, but it has not been that way so far. I think the way Disguise are playing, it is an extremely difficult style to play against, especially on a map like Fracture, where 4 different choke points, and with the kind of slowness of Disguise, it becomes unpredictable where they're going to go. And you saw in that last round,
Yep.
Mad Lions tried to pinch that south side of the map instead of north. Because of the fact they had already done the north side pinch, Disguise, with their slow style, you group up, you play the 5-man, especially in eco rounds like that, where they're infamous for doing that. You can't dismantle that kind of play because you're always going to walk into 2 or 3 players.
I mean, Dark Ratio, the success that they found on Fracture was just through that attack. Literally, I think the exact same way that we saw DSG play attack last week on Ascent, we saw Mad Lions play attack on this map. They let Zexro just go wild. They let Zexro go wild on attack.
Yeah.
Everyone else just stayed structure, and they relied on that a lot. They can't do that this time. No one can go out on their own.
It's a really different setup here for Mad Lions. They put Ainge up in heaven tower on the B site with a shotgun and just KG util to play with. And they're going to put Zexro in a spot by himself. They're playing a retake here towards this A side. But they have a Rolling Thunder as well to work with. A lot of ultimates coming into this round. DSG are actually putting some acceleration into this hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the one person on site, though, taking on the Rolling Thunder. The smokes are off. The orbital strike is good. Clears away clear. Nobody else can get into the middle of sight. It ends up taking away one. Here we go again. Exalt coming out of main. There's still one more player coming out of there. It's incredible to me that Clear is still alive. 30 HP left, and finally he goes away. This retake is fully in there for Mad Lions.
Oh,
they have
neural
to cover up
theft
this
too?
lockdown, though. Gangsta trying to get a spray down. 3 seconds left. Couldn't get the kills, but Ziff is in on sight. A 2v1.
Oh my gosh.
Headshot. What a shot from Ziff.
Orbital
Has
strike.
an orbital strike to deal with. 40 seconds left. Ainge is in spawn, waiting for a contact. Ziff, there's no way he's getting closer. Ziff walking into the mouth of the beast. It's the Mad Lions instead that take it away.
And in a much faster round from Disguise. A much faster round. Trick goes huge with a double from tower, by the way. His positioning to catch the players on dish to find those 2 players as well, that gives Mad Lions kind of a resurgence in that round. They can play the retake with their ults, they can play the retake, and they can play the post plan as well with Ainge's orbital strike. Mad Lions able to knock on a second round, at least keeping their economy afloat, but unfortunately, with only 1 player walking away from that round, they are still economically struggling. And Disguise, once more, are doing a very similar approach, this time on the B side. Another fast look in towards B.
And they see the economy too. This is another opportunity to actually reset Mad Lions. TSG needs this round. 2 players currently holding up on site, but this is way slower from DSG.
He walks forward. Ainge gets forward instead, but Clear, they had that read. You tell the clear out just in case.
I mean, this has to be the push in now. Nobody flanking. They're going to have that Brim up soon. Ziff is just trying to clear up for Zexro, but again, no smokes up just yet.
This is so crazy. Yeah, no smokes, and they're not even committed to sight. Steel was hoping that someone would push down A, but no one does. Now the smokes are coming out. And Ziff just catching Trick out in the open.
Look at the amount of control they have right up until the point they get the smokes up. Finally, they take sight with full tower control, full stairs control. It's only 2 players remaining here, but this is the disguise that we wanted to see. This is the play calling that we wanted to see. An investor flawless for Disguised.
It's start fast and then slow things down, which is what Disguise are always good at. And we're not seeing those very apparent mistakes where there's no trade, no one's swinging together. This seems to be a well-oiled machine. Everyone's positioning makes sense. All the util they're throwing makes sense. And Mad Lions are having an incredibly hard time combating that kind of play style.
I was gonna say, I think the thing that I've seen from Disguise is they just seem to have a pretty
gonna try and set Will up for another
stout roster, top to bottom.
This time he's gonna come from Dish. And similar to how Disguise countered the last crunch, they're just gonna play towards the bottom part of the map where nobody is.
It's this, for the last 3 hard anti-ecos, or at least ones where Mad Lions had pistols, Disguise have just stayed towards one side of the map. Just wait. Just wait. And it's working out now where Mad Lions have 4 players crunching up the top side. They hear the TP, or the tripwire, excuse me.
Yeah, and they will know that that's going to be there at least was an attempt
at a
stimmy towards the north side, so they're going to accelerate, take the
I love watching
control.
people with the Rays using
I don't think there's
blast
much
packs
right
for like
Lions.
pushes into clear, like that one there.
Yep, should just be trying to farm ult points or just trying to die at the very end. I mean, both have the exact same objective. DSG almost doing the exact same thing. That's why some of these players are hunting Ziff. He had 3 ult points left, and he gets all 3 of them in one fell swoop. Ultimate going into the next round, an investor flawless.
Back to back.
Okay, Disguise. This map could be over, but just this next round.
That's really scary to think. Again, Mad Lions, this is your map pick, and this is probably one of your last full buys. Next round is, well, you're obviously going to force up next round, but this is the last
going to be Spectres, right?
Full rifle round you're going to have here. Spectres and probably Stingers. So a loss here puts probably Disguise in a position to go 10-2. They're going fast here into the B site. No question about that. Maybe they ramp things up, get a pick, slow things down like they usually do, but they will send Clear very far out. He has been so instrumental in these rounds.
Why you always gotta burst my bubble?
Every single
I was just talking about the one I just saw,
They have switched up the setup here for Mad Lions. It's Zextro instead of Tower, and Trick to try and deal with that pressure from Clear.
And Zextro, excuse me, Trick. He has 1 ult point left. He gets a kill here. He could use that ulti to try to hold this down. And indeed, he gets the frag. He is suppressed. He has to wait a little bit until he can actually utilize this ultimate. This is very, very good for Disguise still. They're in on sight. And Ziff, the lurker, does get the kill onto Zextro.
Dude, Mad do not look very good right now. You are not lying. What's up, Boxy?
Trying to battle all this util. First comes the aftershock. And Trick, still good for a second, has his null command as well. This gets tricky here for Disguise.
And the knife still going out. Trick, no, not. He actually utilized the ultimate right before he goes down. Good timing. But Ziff, good spot. They're actually pushing that smoke even more. 3 players from Mad Lions, and they're just stuck in their spawn. Again, no plant though. They have time. They're chilling for now. 35 seconds left. And they do not check their. They do not check their flank. Huge kills coming in. Mad Lions go down to 1. 1v3 now. Low HP. Drone has a little bit of a chance, but he has the wide swing out of the orbital strike.
Yeah, like it's hard to say that it's because of how good DSG is here. Like I think some of that is in play.
Again, these
but yeah, Mad Lions
adaptations, I think are where this guy's truly shine. Is the way they're able to
stay calm and composed. Just chilling.
And losing 2 players, by the way, to Trick.
I'm not gonna lie, I had a pretty chill day today.
They still decide, okay, we're not able to be out this orbital strike.
Trim some shorts to go up while we're live. That we had some clips from yesterday to see if we can bring some people in.
To get close.
But
and Mad Lions not able to deal with it. Last round of this half, and all they've really
tomorrow we got that RLCS casting, and then maybe doing a watch party. I'm not gonna promise anything for tomorrow.
This has been Disguised.
Then we got some DBD casting this weekend too.
Yeah, and I mean, you see the setup on A. They're trying really anything to give themselves a boost in this round. If Will gets any sort of contact, I wanted to instantly use that showstopper.
Try and pop watch parties for the Knights thing this weekend, but it's my birthday weekend, so I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to take the weekend off because we're back grinding heavy for Sao Paulo Monday.
Slow once again. The lack of information always
leads that's what I did during the timeout. I appreciate you.
It's methodical.
Mad Lions are scared. Alarmbot's going to reveal that this is a focus towards Arcade. 2 players still are going to work that part of Tree, but Clear's going to go in first. A showstopper does get the... Oh, no, it's not that. It gets the kill. It's instead the nade. Good trades coming through. And Will's going to have to try and act quick.
Like, can't get the itch.
With 2 players right in front of him. And that's Ziff comes out of the smoke to take him down. Good peek from Ziff. It's pretty much over now, right? 1v4?
This has just been a ridiculous first
Yeah,
half.
I mean, this is over here.
Like, I can call and say Clear has probably been...
What's tough, too, is this is Mad's map.
In this first half.
And they're getting whooped this bad.
Systematic from Disguised. They are taking Mad Lions to another level of fracture, and it's not one that Mad Lions have ever experienced.
What up, big dog?
10-2 in the first half is a devastating scoreline. Regardless if you want to look at the minute map statistics of what side is better for Mad Lions, it doesn't matter. 10-2 is still devastating, and they go 50-50 most of the time in their first and second half.
King, I have to tell you. Oh, hold on. I have to tell you a story in between games.
Go down for DSG, but when your defense is this good,
remind me.
When your shift around the attack is that good, always leaving the attack just enough space for you, or excuse me, leaving the defense enough space to then be able to capitalize.
I don't think I've ever told you this story.
It's just good stuff from Disguised. Mad Lions now though on the attack
Fracture
side,
Pearl
need
Ascent
to win 11 rounds in a row or 10. Take it to overtime.
One suppressed.
Master play here from Disguised towards A main. And a slow from Mad Lions over towards
appreciate the sobby.
This attacking side holds a lot of promise.
Welcome to community.
10-2 is a difficult scoreline to come back from. And so Mad
hopefully you have yourself a fantastic Thursday.
Towards the B site. The tripwire might actually not kill, and it does. 2 big frags already from Disguised.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 people on site and no coverage from the spawn clear. Exalt coming out, 3 players coming out, and it's Steel with a double. I mean,
yo, DSG just looks so slick right now,
Mad
man.
Lions for a chance in the second half, and DSG have just swept the rug away.
Yeah, there was hope. I mean, they're much better on their attacking side against the Nation. They won 9 rounds out of the 11 played on their attacking side. That was in the second half.
Well, I mean,
so Mad Lions
to be fair, this is
pretty good at making attacking halves
Bad's
work.
pick, so I would agree.
But I think given that scoreline and given what we have now, it's almost impossible to see them coming back through this. 5 Stingers is what they're going to be working with. And there are
DSG and Oxygen are probably the 2 best qualifying teams.
Because there's a stun, there's a nade, there's a molly, there's a smoke ready for this guy to contest A main.
Dude, how are there 4 people on this side of the map completely calling them out? Here we go, though. Knife alongside.
But yeah, man, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome on in.
Try to clear out this corner. It might just work. Nobody else is clearing. The trades could.
Hopefully you're enjoying the Valorant.
Again, keyword could.
But instead, if you're a chatter, if not, no worries. Feel free to vibe.
4 players, excuse me, in the middle of main. No chance. Zexro. I could try it. Whatever. DSG. Already thinking about that next map again, Fracture. A rare map for these 2 teams, but...
Oh, man, hitting them with the Neils to assert dominance. Not like this.
I mean, this is a decent change.
And we're again seeing your critique of, or Steel's critique of, it just felt like we weren't together. We didn't have the right, we weren't trading properly.
It was Steel's critique.
Felt a little uncoordinated.
I doubt the oven's going to be heated up by the time this game's over.
This
but I'm going to check real quick, and I'm going to tell you that story, King.
Right now against Mad Lions. One last full buy and another attempt at an A hit where there's once again, I feel like I'm watching the same round as what we just watched. Like, it's deja vu. Same knife goes out, the same contest, the same slow start. This time it's
all over
again. Same fault line, the same knife, and this time the same satchel doesn't actually miss its mark. There goes Will taking down Steel. Zexro coming out of Dish. Again, the exact same position. Exalt does get the trade,
time,
but this
though,
is way better.
Mad's at
2
the
players
advantage.
Going down. And now a big chance in a 3v4. Potentially Mad Lions might have sight.
Ooh, the spray from Exalt. I don't know if it was his spray that caught Will, but it did damage. No flash. I mean, you're up 12-2. I would have the confidence to take this kind of swing.
Oh, yeah, Will is there. What a spray down from Gangsta.
Yeah, agreed,
Right
Oxy.
through the wall, but again, low HP for Will. 2 players remaining. Ange has a molly to work with, but it's his teammates are currently in main. No molly under Trick either. Ange really just has to hold on to his sight.
Nope.
It's all in his lonesome. He does have a crossfire. He's waiting up for that cross. Ziff. Okay, that's a perfect cage. Isolates the battle against Ange. The 2v2 now as Ange goes down. The crossfire is down. Okay, Cage goes down.
Oh!
Still waiting for the 1v2. Can just defuse down to half. Oh!
Oh my goodness, Gangsta disgusting.
Off the map with a bang.
And in 2v1 fashion,
Holy
Gangsta
cow.
is gonna pull out map number 1 there for Disguise. I mean, I think even if, and that's a big if, they had won that map there, or that, apologies, not that map, that round, I don't know how the rest of this year's gonna go. Would we have seen a comeback? I seriously doubt it. Disguise from top to bottom in this first map played exceptionally well, and there were no questions about, or there were
That's
questions,
tough,
I have
man.
to say, but there were none after this one. Okay, are there mistakes going to be made?
Why
No,
is my
no
hot
mistakes
not
here on
working
Fracture. If they can
for-
keep this up, I think Disguise here, we were hoping this was going to be a gigabanger, but the way
My
it's shaping up,
verticals
it looks
add-on.
like it's only going one way.
Rough.
For now, absolutely. I mean, Pearl coming up next. It's
right, let me check the oven real
Disguise's
quick.
pick, and after that, we have Ascent, where they have a 90% win rate. The future is looking not so bad for Disguised, but again, Mad Lions, they faced this sort of adversity last week. The maps where they ended up losing, they ended up putting up double digits, and we just didn't see that in this map. We need to see that form come back, and Mad Lions, again, for the future of this tournament, they need this win because they face the 2 best teams in their group for the next 2 weeks. So let's see what happens after the break again with map number 2.
The funniest on the team. I don't know. We have a lot of characters. You know, we have a lot of funny people. I think it's pretty close. I think for my personal taste, I think I'd go with Baby Bay. I think Baby Bay probably. Yeah. Superman very underrated. Superman he's a sleeper pick. That is a sleeper funny guy that I don't think many people knew, but I didn't know about. Like I didn't have that perception like from talking around from other pro players. So I would say Superman's my sleeper pick. He's a close number 2.
I mean, the funniest person on my team has to be his new name. I mean, his old name is Dapper. New name, the Guru. I'm telling you right now. He's the best gaslighter in the world.
Oh, no thought needed. The funniest member of my team is 100% Adam Mata. 100%. Not even close. Yep. He's a comedian. He's killing it. He's killing it in the streaming. He's a comedian on Twitch.
Honestly, I gotta give it to John. Like, John is just like naturally funny. Like, the way he reacts sometimes in our scrims, and then just like gives like these weird like replies to like stuff that we like mess up on. Like, it's too funny. I gotta give it to him.
I don't know. Maybe Verno with his dry humor and sarcasm. It'll just get it.
Who's the funniest on my team? Yeah, this is deadly. It has to be this kid. It has to be Trent. He's like unintentionally just like very stupid. So like he just does funny stuff all the time, like on accident. So it has to be him.
Funniest. I think we're all like actually really funny. Like that's not even like a bias, like you know, like on their teammate kind of thing. It's just like actually true. Like it's a bunch of funny guys. But I'd say like I have my hardest laughs with B-Dog probably.
The funniest on my team, I'd probably say, dude, everyone is so funny. I'm not gonna lie. Probably like Tex or, yeah, I'd probably say Tex is pretty funny. Yeah, he's dry humor, and like our personalities like match a lot. So whenever he thinks of something, I think the same thing. It's just so funny.
Should I probably I should probably set an alarm just in case she's a little late, huh? Probably. Chat. All right, so King, here. King, you here? Present. You know how like forever, like since forever, when you've been coming in, I always go King like that, right? So there's a story behind that. Back home at Cardinal Stadium, back whenever my dad and I used to always go to games, there was this one beer vendor that worked down in the 100 section down on the first baseline. And we used to hear him because we sat up above there in like the Hardy's deck, so we'd be able to hear him underneath. But he'd always go around and be like, "Who wants a drink with the king? Who wants a drink with the big dog?" So whenever I see her name, that's why I guess first thing I was like, "What's up, king?" It's just the first thing I think of. I don't know why. Fun story. There you go. And now you know. The more you know.
An absolutely brutal first map as it's a 13-2 finish.
So yeah, we
Ouch.
might be
Welcome
back
to
tomorrow.
the night 3 of Valorant
No
Challengers
promises.
North America desk. I am
If we are, it'll be our last watch party. If not, today's our last watch party until Monday.
This should be a close series. This should be pretty good. But no, Disguise just comes out swinging. 13-2, they crushed Mad Lions. It wasn't even close.
No, they got the exact same treatment that they dished out to TSM
Exactly.
in that first map. So you know, let me think about this. Let me like put my tinfoil hat on. It's actually going to be a 2-1 in favor of Mad Lions based on what happened last week. No, the thing is that,
like that
TSM
Moon?
had spoken. They said that was our warm up map. We didn't warm up before. That's why we got destroyed. No,
That hurts.
Mad Lions just got ganked. Like there was no opportunity for them at all in this map. Like. It was so it was
right,
it was
hold
not
on.
painful to watch, but it was rotch.
We need to clarify that you were talking about that specific word before the game, before we came to the desk, and you were asking for definition, and I'm still not convinced you used it correctly, but go for it.
Well, okay. The context that we said was they got flanked, and that was probably one of the key things. I'm gonna work it back into this definition. Ganked
Monday
to me means they
noon.
got flanked, got stabbed in the back. That's kind of what happened, right? I felt multiple times.
We have 3
in this
games
in this map. There were a lot of gaps for Mad Lions, and I am gonna say Fracture I feel is a hard map to defend. I think especially with a style like Disguise, it was very apparent though that
Yo,
the way
Moon, do you see what I put in
the
commission?
way Steel was. There were multiple times where they would slip
can't I
through
just show
gaps
you
and
this?
get
The
1 or
fuck?
2 kills on the flank. I think most recognizably was during that res situation where I can't remember who slipped through, but they were trying to res. I think it was Trick who was down on the K ultimate, and out of nowhere, 2 players go down from one person that just slipped through spawn.
I mean, one of the things that I think is incredibly interesting when
What
you
page?
look at the stats. Normally, I'm not like Mr.
This page?
everyone had a
Oh.
game. That's no one pushing it. But no one from Mad Lions was double digits.
Whatever.
Not a single player. They struggled to break that number. ACS sub 200.
This puts
for
it in an easy
everybody.
format for me.
I would love to see
I'm
like
making
what
fun
the
of me.
ADR was even for the top rated player because it was also probably pretty low. Drone, who at one point in time was a promising young player, you might remember him from the OG TSM roster. I've known Drone for years.
TSM,
and, like to see him put up a 3-15 score is disappointing. But at the same point in time, you have to look at the map score to be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. They were just getting bodied collectively. It's not one player struggling. Yeah. It was everybody. The game plan they brought to the table was objectively bad. This is just brutal, Upmind.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, we had players
Why
who,
are you so mean to
you
me?
had
I
multiple
thought we were
moments for
friends.
multi-frags, right? Especially players like Zexer, who were playing
Bro, the
Anger,
audio's
who had
kind of
utility in
bugging
front
me.
of them to play as a
Not
trap,
gonna lie.
and they could never get a solid opportunity at a frag.
I know
if
you can only do
anything,
so much,
Zexer
but
is getting pushed back into
I'm like an
tower,
audio
pushed
freak.
back into his spawn before they even have an opportunity to use their util, before anyone is even in the stairs. I mean, again, it just looked like everything that did to get on site was proactive in just keeping Mad Lions away or never even giving them a chance at that contact.
You know, I think it was more so that there was just a really big disconnect between those players on B side. If you want to talk about Zexra, I'm also going to talk about Trick and Ainge at times when they were.
Hey, can I
playing.
connect this
It was
here?
just a heavy disconnect. There was one guy in spawn and one guy completely isolated tower. I don't even think that they were put in positions to frag. And if you want them to frag, it's 1v3 on the entry. And that was something Disguise abused multiple times on that B site. So I just felt for Mad Lions on their side, it was a really big disconnect between these players. It didn't look like any of the mistakes that were made between that second and third map were fixed up. And one thing you have to note is Will was just not apparent at all. And we had that
Yes,
graphic
sir.
of Will when he wins, Will when he loses. Well, that map was when Will loses.
One of the things we do need to take into consideration is it's not over. It's a best of 3, so there's still another map. There's still an opportunity here, and we'll take a look at the map pool again just so you guys get a refresher. It is important to note, though, this was Mad Lions' pick. It's one thing to lose your pick. That actually has happened a lot already throughout Challengers. We've seen a lot of pick swapping. But to lose it 13-2 is a completely different storyline.
Ayo.
And further, bouncing back into your opponent's map pick after a team 2 loss.
Check this out.
That is super, super hard, Sully. I'm a little bit discouraged right now. You still said 3 maps because you want to follow the storyline.
Why isn't it
they
showing?
had the big upset win in the first map. Now we're going to see the 2-1. I'm just not convinced that a comeback is going to happen here because it looks like whatever problems Disguise last week have been rectified.
No, I really think that any whatever Steel was saying.
Oh!
This President's Day, we're throwing a 5-star celebration at Bob's Discount
Hold on.
Furniture, making it super
Laugh at that for a
easy to
second.
shop my top-rated products. I've got on-trend
manipulate rotations, and I think Pearl is a map that Disguise play really well because they put a lot of emphasis on that mid position at times, and that mid position helps manipulate that map so much. I mean, mid on Pearl is very, very crucial. In Disguise, they put a lot of emphasis on that. They will have a player lurking out towards B. So I just feel that this second map of Pearl, a map they have never lost so far for Disguise, it's rough to see a world where Mad Lions, based on the performance, and I think honestly just individually, where they can come back and compete at that level against a team like Disguise, who are on fire.
I need y'all to yell at me in 7 minutes.
Mine, let's be fair though, storyline-wise, we've talked about it since week 1. Teams coming out, upset loss in map 1, or maybe a map pick goes your opponent's way. We've seen that a lot.
They picked up KD.
So there is still a chance that this could be their map. Like, we don't want to paint it so grimly, but it does seem difficult. I'm trying to find
still
hope
have
here
Aiden,
for
still
Mad
have
Lions, 'cause
CP3.
It does feel like the
still have
chips are kinda
Booker
stacked against them.
Yeah, a little bit. I'll just give some broad statistical hope against Shopify, of course, a team that we saw is kind of mortal to this type of team. Just yesterday, they actually ended up taking them. The distance still was a loss, but it was 13-11 on Pearl. But also, we haven't seen Pearl be played from this team in almost 3 months. So legitimately, I just have no expectations.
Yeah, no cap.
I mean, if there's ever a map that Mad Lions can just surprise us and just be good on, it's going to be a map that they've kept in their back pocket. But
yeah, they got rid of Bridges, Crowder, and a couple picks.
Purely because they themselves have been very dominant on this map.
It's also important to note, Disguised put up a good amount of rounds in their first match against the Guard. Now, I know that you're going to look at it and be like, well, they still lost. It was like 13-9, 13-5, if I'm not mistaken. They lost 2-0, sure. There is potentially a world where that is one of the best performances against the Guard all season long outside of M80. Because when you look at the groups, the way it stacks up, that team should just stomp the group stages. And they did yesterday. We saw what that team is capable of when matched against one of the qualifier teams. So I think, Sully, we do have to say, to be certainly fair to Disguise, their performance in week 1 may have been a loss, but it may have been better than it appeared just based on how strong the Guard is. But I am told that Agent Select is ready. It is time to jump into map 2. Mad Lions desperately looking for a rebound, but it's Disguise who's coming in for the alley-oop. Take it away.
You know, I love the way that Mark put it there. It's like they looked bad because they were playing against someone that was just so
They were just good.
Right, that's how I feel when I play my ranked games. It's like some days I'll be really good, but that's probably because I'm playing against people that are a lot worse than me. Maybe that's the situation for Disguise. They just looked bad because they were playing against probably the best team. And so that last map,
so what do you think?
Whatever
Does
mistakes, maybe
this look any better?
Fundamentally, maybe they actually did take that week off with Ocean and Steel to kind of fix things up. And from the interviews that we know, from the way that Steel likes to call from his past teams, they always come back the next week strong. You learn more from a loss. And now here on Pearl, the second map, again, stakes are high here. One team goes 0-2, the other goes 1-1, and when you're 0-2, it is going to be a rough time to try and regroup and make a run for playoffs, Gus.
Yeah, I mean, let's try to break this down real quick because, again, Mad Lions are making their Pearl debut in quite a bit of time, and it looks like they've changed up their composition quite a bit. Playing up with a Fade on this map, I feel like is a lot more efficient than the Sky that they were playing. You still get the Prowlers, but I feel like just the information hold, replacing that with the Silva instead is better. Zextro playing back on the KJ, also a better pick on this map. I think the last time we even saw them on this map, I think it was the Chamber meta, so whatever. You see Mad Lions, most of their players on very comfortable positions, except for Ainge, who's playing Astra for the first time in a long time. But again, Fracture, it can get chaotic.
He was just trying to play.
And it will be Disguised starting here on the pistol round. early knife comes out to try and catch that B play, but it doesn't actually catch anyone. And I think having this double controller adds just another layer to this attacking side of Disguise, because you can set up fakes towards A, you can then revert back towards B and still have enough starts to make that play. And it is going to be a slow walk up. You still have Ziff watching the flank as per usual, and he's been good in a lot of these one-on-one duels, but it's Disguise who have made no noise and are starting to ramp it up and have gotten right onto the B site.
I mean, trying to get the plant down, but Exalt doesn't care. Exalt still goes for the wide swing, and there goes Trick instantly getting traded. 4v3 now. Mad Lions needs to make a big rotation.
They're going to fight for this mid-link area. They had Ziff as well working. They wanted to make sure they couldn't get flanked, wanted to win that mid-link fight.
Good point.
And in a 3-on-4, Wall is down, and Will has been good to find one. We needed him to light up, and here's a start.
Again, they fought for that link. They know that there could just be control there, and here comes Ziff. Ziff with the first contact, but you still have Steel. Steel has the first contact, but doesn't get the kill. Still has Drone, gets the frag, but the frenzy around the corner to overwhelm. Good instant reaction from Will. If Will gives Steel a little bit more time there, he takes on a 1v2 instead. Mad Lions, much better start than last map.
Yo, what a haunt from Drone as well to give the cue for Ancient to take the swing and win that fight. Very well played retake here. But a lot of credit to the Zagzag. I think Disguise did a lot of good things here, but gave themselves up to these Will 1-on-1s where he finds a 3K to make that retake happen. He was someone that went 5-15 in that first map. You know you need Will to heat up, and you know that, again, when Will wins or when Mad Lions wins, it's always a key player like Will. When he doesn't perform, they will lose the map. So watch out for this guy and what he can do.
Yeah,
This type of map where he just has to do more. He's going to be very much mobile. His util get some decent early information, but again, it's an explosive agent. Doesn't get the first contact. Doesn't call any sort of shift back over from A either. Instead, it's just that full control of mid with not a single piece of information from Mad Lions. Finally, the alarm bot goes down and hauls, but you see the slow style from Disguise once again. You usually see this from their full buys, on their anti-ecos, excuse me, but this time on their own eco, they're just taking things corner by corner, trying to overwhelm instead.
Oh, unfortunate shots missed there by Trick. He needed that.
Trick, who has been
you
playing
don't need that, but
pretty well, especially last week. I think it went like plus 12, I want to say, throughout that series. I don't remember what exactly it was, but looked good against TSM. And
no stingers here, says DSG.
Good as well. Now last map was one of the direct counters to when Clear was trying to take those big entries, and now Clear moved on to the Viper, which isn't something that we highlighted too much on. It's that kind of a really big role swap for a double controller
good
setup.
Nebula to cut off one of the two angles.
So it has worked very well in the past for Disguise. This round, I don't think much is going to come to fruition, as you can see already. Trick picking up that Vandal, but for now, Mad Lions coasting for the time being.
Hold on.
I was going to say 4 players alive, but at least 2 of these rifles moving forward, hopefully, and that will put them in a pretty good economic position going into round number 3, where Disguise get their full buy on the board as well.
Maybe some more. They're playing Crossfire again with no contact in sight. They have no chance to actually take away the spike. So actually, they take away 3 guns.
Well, they got a couple guns. Yeah, true.
They're going to be able to pick up one of the Bulldogs back, but okay, moving on. It's going to be Mad Lions.
Rivals here now for you if you're DSG.
Structure up their defense. They're playing up.
Question is, can you
with the duelist? How
pick it up from here?
Are we going to see Will?
It's interesting to see Mad Lions off to a hot start on DSG's map too, right? Like very strange.
Oh, maybe you are. You actually are forcing all the way back into this. A very interesting buy here for Mad Lions. And I wonder if it's a mentality of let's keep the momentum. If we lose with the lesser guns, yes, it's going to hurt because we lose a round, but it's also going to hurt our morale. So I wonder if maybe that's the call here, as they're putting a little bit more pressure towards B off of that pistol round. You can see there's a peek, there's a knife, and they're instead playing a lot more passive here towards B lane. So we're going to see Disguise manipulate this mid position, break that turret, and then we'll see what they do afterwards.
Yeah, and that knife is so deep. They're going to get all of this control.
Clear comes here anyway,
right up for free. It's going to be that 1v1 battle with Will. Exalt wins it out. Everyone else from Mad Lions back up into their sights. Oh no, Clear, like you said, alongside the spike. But it was Trick all the way on the open. I thought it was going to be the free frag.
A lot of mid space open up here. by Disguise. Both these Mad Lions players have grouped up back in towards a main. Trick wanted another.
It's gonna be tough here because Zexro needs to back down.
That concedes the B site almost entirely. Zexro
was that was actually good.
Very good in the open qualifiers. We need him to come alive again. Exif there for one. In Disguise, they thought that he was going to have a double there, but he only gets one, so a 2-1-3 in this retake, and it's entirely doable here for Mad Lions.
Absolutely, Zexro still waiting though. Whoa, they faked the plan instead. Steel's trying to find a gap. Kill does go on to Zexro though. Ainge trying to stop this. 1v3, 22 seconds left. Gangsta's low!
Nice.
And Ainge doesn't get the frag. Disguised.
And you got Spike down too?
It's that type of round that we were questioning last week. I mean, the inability to commit.
It's not really the inability to commit. I think it's just they expected a little bit more from Ziff here, right? You can already see, oh, he gets one? Yeah, he should have gotten two, but he doesn't actually.
I think they faked plant like 3 or 4 times, though.
It's not even that. I think it's more so that the way Disguise
now
play,
Matt's
I think maybe
have
read this a little bit differently
in the
for
bank,
me, is that
man.
Disguise, when they tap that spike, and it's not in an uncommitment. I mean, you're already on the site. You know you're committing to the site. It's that spike tap is to draw out util and draw out players, which we've seen it do multiple times on Fracture. They drew out ultimates, they drew out peaks, they allowed as well for them to get aggressive in towards spawn. We haven't seen that just yet on Pearl, and I think the way Disguise have played, it makes it incredibly hard for Mad Lions to get a good read.
I don't know if I would have shot the door yet. If I was Trick, I would have just popped down and waited.
Time. You have to play split up, and stacks don't really work against this team.
Yeah, fighting for mid
They'd have been just looking for the
purely for information
turret, right?
So risky. You have to use so much utility to do that, and it's the same thing with A and B. Mad Lions.
Nightfall is going to get used here, it looks like. And the Cosmic Divide to guarantee this round.
Wow, they're
There's
really
not a lot
investing in
this round for Mad Lions, yet still Disguise give that respect.
Doesn't look like they even expected the half buy. Looks like the cash was fine for Mad Lions, but they just stick to around that 3K. Excuse me, 2K instead. 45 seconds. Plant will finally go down. No one's going to push out of that Cosmic.
Not yet anyways. Getting a couple tags down the crazy to the
gonna
wall.
It's such a weird waiting game. They're just waiting out this utility.
It's the backside activity mainly. And they're hoping for that flank from Zexro, which actually gets nothing from it. So that should dismantle this retake here for Mad Lions.
And the stars are gone too. They have to push out onto site. They have to watch this 1v3 essentially. Ziff going to be able to get the crossfire. Clear is now here.
Yeah,
it was a 1v3 for Gangsta, but now it's a 4v1 instead.
Second round cleanup there from Disguise.
Now we're all tied up.
Off of his lockdown, that will be Mad Lions.
Kind of what you didn't want when you
null command in play
reinvested in round 3.
And I'm curious to see if there's.
Because you drop that round, it's just tied right back up.
Bit heavier. Last couple rounds have just been a turret towards B Link and then a very passive hold towards Art. So they are fighting a little bit heavier here. An alarm bot here dropped towards Link. A bigger fight as well between both Will and Trick to look for this mid control.
Bring them down.
Ganks is going to try and counter back here with a single Prowler. Does force one player back, but yeah, you can see Mad Lions trying to adjust, taking a lot of mid control this time around.
Yeah, all Ziff is going to do here is play contact and just keep these players here. Try to fight these 3 players. Might peek on.
There's
Allow time for DSG.
There's no one peeking on B for Mad Lions, so they don't know that this walk-up has happened, and it's gonna happen again. Exalt has got the ult as well to counter out Will's showstopper, and Zexo just has no idea they stuck all the way into B halls already.
It's just unfortunate, but again, they were more or less playing for that retake. It was only Zexro here.
Blocking vision.
Here we go now. It's going to be a full 5v5. We're looking at guns here. They're clearing out mid so slowly now. We've seen already so many
They
lurks from
backed out
DSG.
so fast. There's no knife here from Exalt to cancel out this showstopper, but time is being bought here from Disguise. Exalt, the only man in sight, contesting with the flash.
Exalt just goes right on through, and he's cutting down the defense. But Mad Lions instead, they do take one back with a showstopper. Clear still at the top. 3 players, 2 players at the top of mid, top of long, excuse me. Clear does have the angle, but Drone gets him instead.
Are you kidding me?
That's the ultimate frag. Steel was waiting the entire time to take out the player on Spike. Let everyone else contact instead. And Drone just can't get it done.
And it was again extremely similar to what I was talking about on the map of Fracture. It feels like Disguise have got an incredibly good view for how these ultimates are coming into these rounds. And this one was really well played. Again, you have at least one player contesting the site, being a nuisance even when that showstopper comes out. And I think Exalt's goal there is, you know, he gets a kill, which is nice, but also to distract and draw the showstopper, that ultimate, into a different position. Well played from Disguise in that post play. Now they're stacking 5 or 4 players, apologies,
turn my
the
camera
safe
off
side. And Mad Lions, they're trying to adjust, but they're just they're not with the times right now. There's no one towards mid for the 2nd time in a row.
Yeah, and instead, for their troubles, they get a lockdown in their face.
Yeah. I got the pizza out. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Take back A control, but it's just not going to happen. They have to back out towards their spawn. DSG, again, looking for another clean round. It's not like their economy is fully out of the way.
Bring them down.
But it's yet another round where 5 players stay alive here for Mad Lions, trying to make this retake happen.
They are fighting so heavily here, Disguise. This is something that they did on Fracture, something they did in the last round, something they're doing here again. And I can think you can almost guaranteedly see the control that Disguise and the kind of the flow of the game right now that's going through them. This is a Disguise that is beating out any mistakes they had against the guard. Again, I think Bart posed the question better. Was it that they played poorly? Was it just a team that played way, way above their level? And I think it could go either way, but what we're seeing here is a Disguise that we didn't see against the guard.
Here's the timeout you were asking for, Oxy.
2 rounds picked up to the 4 of Disguise. Remember, this is an 0-2 game here, an 0-2 map for Mad Lions if they don't win. And to battle from 0-2 to have to go against still M80 and the guard, it is tough for Mad Lions.
Dude, Mad Lions, yeah, try and forgot about that.
Recover for playoffs.
I mean, Steel
like Mad's looking down the barrel of going 0-4 to start off.
Growing pains. I mean, it was a culmination. It was a compounding effect of course, the team being new, but of course, them facing for the first time a team of the level of the guard.
They don't do that too often.
Mad Lions. They faced this tier just a few weeks ago.
It was a big test for them as well because Steel hasn't been in the VCT. It wasn't in the VCT circuit.
It's been a minute,
right? It was Gangsta, Exalt, and Zip that had that experience. Clear was completely new to that kind of level of Valorant and that level of a team. So, yeah, I'm not gonna chalk it up to growing pains, as I said earlier. I think the chemistry should have been there from the get-go, but not this time around. Another approach here and 4 ultimates for Mad Lions. The lockdown from Zexro, and you can see an emphasis to lockdown art here as well. Mad Lions are playing a little bit more aggressive this time. They tried to switch it up. They went mid 2 rounds in a row, didn't get anything. This time they pushed B long, and now they've got a firm grasp on this round, it looks like.
Right there.
At least have a decent idea of what they're doing. There's nobody over towards B, but the rotation back to A is just not happening. They shock. However, the offer in terms of Steel, Gangsta does get the trade back. It's going to be Trick now in a 1v2, almost a 1v4. He does have a teammate crossfiring back over towards short, but now Trick has to stay alive. 10 HP left.
Crazy how timeouts really can't just work in your favor.
The rotation is coming in. Great time delay here for Mad Lions.
I guess I could be
really
saying that
watch
too
out
early,
for that art lurk. A popped ult in here from Trick to try and slow down the exec even further to give time for Drone to build up and Gangsta.
There you go.
A big shot, and that is an unresable position. Ziff, I don't know if he's in the range. He's not. He's not in the range, so Drone has been able to slip on through.
Oh, in the lock. You're kidding me? The alarm bell goes up right behind him, right as he walks by. The timing is insane.
30 seconds left.
Unfortunate for DSG.
Wait,
now they're stuck on A. They do have Spike, though. They need to clear out Will. They've cleared short. They've made their way past short.
You just don't know where Drone is at this time. And it's up to Clear with the fight. He does. Oh my goodness, he wins that fight in spectacular fashion. And now they know where that hunt came from. They should know where both these players are. 4 seconds left, and they can play the post, but that lockdown doesn't actually reach the depths of dugout.
Not at all. They can look directly at Spike. They're on the edge of the lockdown. It wasn't enough. Look at this jump. Zexro does find Gangsta. It was almost so cheeky for him. But now Clear, 1v2. Playing in the back line, gonna be able to find the first. The swing from Drone. It needed to be a bullet to the head to make it work, but instead, Drone takes it back.
A really nice pickup there from Mad Lions and a nice change of pace. I think the B aggression really does work there. It gives you a lot of space and a lot of time to think on. Timeout does net them a singular round, but can they replicate it here in the next? Still a lot of questions as to how all these players are performing individually off of that first map. Still early days here on Pearl, but that was a big change-up, and I think one that definitely worked out a lot better. Now what's the switch up here again? You lose 4 players. They actually have nothing. This is an eco round technically for Mad Lions.
Yeah,
Yo,
absolutely.
that pizza hit
It's an
spot,
eco.
chat. I ain't gonna lie.
You could call it a half because they're just down to the same amount of money, but DSG, again, it might be the same situation that we saw a few rounds ago. They face a loss, but they just don't know if their opponents have guns or not. So they're just going to put every piece of util possible. Just a regular exec. 2 players are going to be here on B. But Ziff is going to face 2 of his own back over on A.
Yeah, this is what that smoke kind of does on B long that these guys are throwing. It's drawing out aggression. Granted, they lose the aggression. Ult's going to get popped here as well. 2 ultimates getting popped out here as well.
Slices.
They know rifle's been picked up.
I'm a badass.
Exalt runs right towards him, and it's going to be the free frag.
Go, Shawty.
Clear's trying to
It's
find a
your
shot
birthday.
with a shotgun, too, and he's going to keep the Viper's orb, Viper's pit open.
Oh my, Zexro!
Zexro gets right in the face of Clear. Still gonna
you
be
already
kill
know
back
I
for
still
Exalt,
beat.
but you have one in heaven. Hasn't showed himself
Sorry, turn the
yet,
cam off. I need to eat
but
real quick.
does go down. Ainge has been slowly rotating this entire time through mid and is finally going to make his appearance. Still has a Cosmic Divide. Still could cover up the spike if he wants to with some utility, but still, Gravwell on top. Steel does pull. There goes the haunt. The defuse has to go in now. It has to be a full ninja defuse. They have to miss their bullets, but it's not going to happen.
DSG starting to
Respect from the skies to
get
pop
back
2
into
ultimates. But what a contestful round for Mad Lions. It's trick
Mad
that goes
Lions
down,
look a
and
lot better
Zexro
on this
with a
map than they did in
nasty
Fracture,
flick onto
which is
Clear.
weird because Fracture was their map.
Yeah, you'll see it here on this replay in a second. The way that Zexro was able to remove this one player, even with lesser
Like, you
guns,
would
I
think
think
that
this
would
is
be
a
the
very well played
case.
round coming out from the side of Mad Lions. But still, the skies, they walk away with it in the end. I wonder what their economy is going to look like here as well, because both teams are kind of in a very hot spot economically. Yeah, both teams definitely are. The team that loses is going to get reset, and it's going to be Disguise and a 5-man approach towards the A site.
Instantly, a lot of util on the front line. Gravwell to try to clear out anyone trying to make that first contact, anyone trying to push up A main. This is just everyone from DSG here. Gravwell is going to be utilized. Here comes finally the push. Exalt's going to be able to get the first. No one else from Mad Lions is here.
Empty site, but they do get 1 pick as they go into the site. And Clear was watching earlier for the B long push. They're reading into these kind of flanks that Mad Lions are going for. A big trade and a 4-on-4, but this is what these guys do all the time. They could be an A main. They could be already in Flowers. They could be in Spawn. So
they're
many
denying the
angles
info
to Clear.
Cosmic Divide is going to go up in main, but that position doesn't even matter. Everyone's in the back. Steel in the front line with a double, and he pulls out the shotgun and make it a third. Steel going to go for 4, but it doesn't matter. The rest of DSG is still up good.
Yeah, that's a great play again from this guy.
Speaking of another piece,
I
chat,
don't know if it's a direct
I'm still
read,
here.
maybe it's a call from Steel to say,
You're
hey,
just
they
not
have
gonna
a
see my
Cosmic
face.
Divide.
I don't
Let's
like
push
eating
into
on
spawns
cam.
if you know where that ult's going to go. Another well-played round from Disguise, avoiding that Cosmic Divide. Playing very close corners where you kind of have an advantage if you're the player holding the angle. That's what Steel had on those 3 kills. Mad Lions get reset once more, and Disguise continue to pull away. Similar to what we saw in the first round, they're pulling away here again in the second.
It's so much work now. So much second guessing that Mad Lions has to do. And in these rounds, no progress can be made. It's just pistols, it's just random pushes that your team can do, unless you stack all 4 or 5 on a single site.
Oh, you know what I want to look at?
Last week, DSG did not have a very good grasp of map control, map flow, rotations. This time, however, they're directly playing against it.
Another really slow walk-up. And that first pick is kind of scaring Ziff into holding this position. He lost it as well before, so you have to be cautious of these Mad Lions that are now starting to put pressure on these flanks. Even with these lesser guns, it's still a threat. Spike goes down, a little bit of damage on the Gangsta. Ziff has worked his way up and towards B-Link. Here's a player coming in through connector spawn. But there's kills going the back way of Mad Lions. This has come down to a 2v3. Oh my god!
Wow.
What a flick! Has a third eye! Flicks right behind him! There's no chance that Trick has this 1v2! Exalt, you legend!
That was
nasty.
Unreal from Exalt. And when things started to get scary, a crazy flick comes out from Exalt. One, he heard the Sheriff shot, and Zexro's just out in the open mid-reload. A misplay from Zexro for sure, but what a swing from Exalt after he hears the Sheriff shot. Rifles are back in the hands of Mad Lions. They have a lockdown to play with here, and they're putting pressure towards B-Link to play that lockdown. No one towards A main.
You would really like to be able to
big mid
win these last two if you're mad,
it's
but I
gonna
don't
be 3
know.
players trying to go into mid, and DSG for the first time has a lot of players here too. There goes the util, there goes the nade, but Exalt's not being found by any of it. Again, Halls has 2 players there though. This hold is so strong for Mad Lions.
They surely saw Will's head as well, and they should know, and they're trying to fight it, but it's not winning. They're not winning any of these duels towards mid. And for the first time, Mad Lions have got a massive man advantage.
That's what you needed.
Yeah, through early contacts at that.
I kind of wish Zexro would have sprayed through that.
We've seen retakes from Mad Lions. We've seen late round wins, but finally, finding the gap, predicting what your opponents are going to do, has given them a round.
Heps.
Here comes the rifles trying to come out of Halls, but it's going to be a 3-man
or do that. I mean, that works too.
It's done.
That was beautiful for Mad Lions.
Wow.
Doesn't swing, pulls the grab well, and then the rest of it, his team comes to the rescue. One towards that link. Spawn, one from the B link. The Mad Lions have made this a much more competitive half. A much more competitive half. Granted, it does feel, you know, the way this game has gone, Disguise are still in control. It's still a very close first half, and there's a lot more to be played here, but Mad Lions, they've made this one competitive. And for the last round, it's not the full buy Disguise one, and they're even going to sit on attack timeout, Gus.
Okay. Finally, the first timeout for Disguised. I mean, neither one of the 2 teams needed a timeout in the first map purely because Mad Lions, they were already well gone by the time they even thought about it. But this might just be uncharted territory very soon for DSG. Again, not dropping more than 4 rounds on any one map of Fracture. Again, quite the impressive stat. But DSG going on to their defensive side. The defensive side where they haven't faced any top tier 2 team fully. They haven't tested this defense.
And a team that, you know, Gus, has thrived on the attack as well. 9-3 half against
See, this is why I love you coming in here and hanging with me, because that's the stuff that I wouldn't even thought about.
Taco.
Looking into it.
So it's not the worst of halves here.
You're talking about
for Mad Lions and
Will's showstopper, obviously, right? Shutting down
kind of shows that the adaptations are working here. And this is Disguise. For the first time, taking that time out, it's okay. Look at the ultimates. How they've been very good.
Shut down the lockdown. Sorry,
playing around the concept of them. How do they do it here? You have the null command that we've seen Exalt use to shut down Will. As Will takes an aggressive peek out towards A main, it's a focus back in towards mid.
Oh, Exalt immediately pulls out his ultimate. Grab Will right in front of him. But again, with the nade up, neither one of these 3 players trying to rotate are going to be able to do anything. A beast play coming in, only 1 person in the back line. The lockdown being used too. This is going to be a full retake from Mad Lions.
And I like this. They're leaving Zip here towards B-Link so that lockdown doesn't get popped in towards B-Link. And they can play this post with the way they want to. You get this spike down. This is very similar to what we saw when, in that 3rd round, where they're playing towards long and they're just playing the post play.
They have a nade and a showstopper to stop this too, but here comes Will. Excuse me, Will. Oh my goodness. Will not going to be able to find anything because of the knife. There goes Zexro. Does take the frag back. Ainge needs to get this done. Zip finally comes out of mid, but it's just too late. How does Clear get into that position? Clear had it in B.
We have plenty of
wow, such a heavy duel between both those sides. Mad Lions getting aggressive this time in post plant, ensuring Disguise can't play the long post plants. This half is a lot closer than a lot of people might have imagined given that first map scoreline. Mad Lions are still in this series and they're not out of it just yet. It might not be their map pick, but that doesn't mean they can't win it. We've seen a lot of maps being traded back and forth between teams, so it wouldn't be a surprise here. But for now, Disguise, I don't think they've dropped off in form whatsoever. It's just Mad Lions have finally stepped up, and in this second half, they have to do it again. They haven't played Pearl too many times.
That's interesting. Regiments.
But when you're in a 2-0-2 situation off of this map loss in this Challenger split league, that's when you really got to come and put your A game forward.
Again, we don't know how this attack side of Mad Lions plays, but again, with the Raze, you can expect it to be a little bit more entertaining, a little bit more explosive. But Disguised, they get all of that A main control. 3 players push up, and they have the info.
And Madlands are going to try and retake this space as well. I think working towards an A split by the looks of things. This guy's have a pretty good read here as well. You know, now for
All right, pistol round could be big here for Mad.
Link.
Whoa.
Granted, there's a contest. The spike isn't going that way, and a big fight out towards mid. As Steel gets one, Ziff will fall. But that will open up the A site, and now Disguise are kind of chasing these players to try and make the retake happen.
And they were looking for a lot more too. Very,
They're
very
all the way
cheeky
over to A.
from Drone and Trick to be pretty much back in their spawn. DSG. They're going to be coming from 3 different angles. How do they even opt to play this? I think they're waiting a little bit for that util to come up.
You don't have much time.
Every player on Mad Lions is watching a major choke point. Trick.
Oh,
Smoke gets pulled off of him. He does get the contest, but this is Disguise working in a lot of one-on-ones.
There you go. 2 contacts had. Gangsta's going to come out.
Oh, wow.
3
No
positions,
way.
3 frags. Ainge is now the last one remaining in 1v3. Has the grapple, takes down the first, needs a headshot onto Steel, but Steel takes it away instead. Defuse, however,
time
is going to go down.
Oh, he gets it.
Oh my goodness.
0.24 seconds.
Bro, if that
Just
doesn't turn your
barely
stinkter into a
Disguise are
sinker,
gonna
I don't
get
know
that
what
round,
will.
Cuss.
What a retake. I mean, it was expected to go down to the wire. They came from so far away.
One-on-one duels, and they win every single one of them, Disguise.
Sheesh.
Back to back to back. They go
What
with
a
those
round.
one-on-one duels. And Mad Lions. I'm
That's
not
gotta be
gonna
so
say that was a
deflating for
round
Mad,
you have
man.
to win to stay in this map, but it was a big one. They're going to force back into this off of their full buy to try and make this round competitive. We're in a
It was
Stinger
looking
meta.
so good.
We haven't hit the new patch with the nerf just yet. So they're going to try and put this into full swing. It's 4 Stingers and a Marshall. But there's no fast approach. It's a contested set from Disguise towards mid, but it's only in the form of a single C's. You're playing with a turret and an alarm bot off of just Ziff.
If Disguise play the same way they did last round, they should peek onto Ainge back in their spawn, but the 3 players who would push up A main, they've already left. They're already making full rotations pretty much. There goes the contact, however, back over in short.
And the turret pulls Ziff over to
They're gonna try and get them to
instead.
rotate more towards B, maybe.
Alarm bot. A really nice knife, though. I think that catches at least 3 players there. And that's
No, they're just gonna back this up towards A long, huh?
Towards this A side. Ainge has been holding here
Right there.
for the entire round. They don't know what the positioning is, because last round it was 3 players got into Art. This time, Steel is playing with a
The
solo
timing.
rifle. He has a star to work
Did they
with.
see him? And now they saw him.
Oh,
Still got
Steel.
two.
There you go.
Down
Still got
A.
Lines
2.
up the headshots. 2 is pretty much the best that he could hope for. But
big
no,
trade.
Ziff had such an important position, and he goes down to Zextra. Now it's Gangsta. A 1v3. Unless, of course, the KO can help with a flash, and indeed he does. What a flash! Trick is on site. Gangsta has isolated him, but now Will has finally made his way out. Haunt doesn't pick out anyone, but this is a very strong push from DSG. Both players remaining. Push out immediately.
I said A. Did I say A main?
For Zextra,
Oh, I said
and
A
they're
long.
really not in
Yeah,
positions
A
to
main.
fight
Sorry.
together
Oh, they
here.
need. He's just
Exalt
over
can at
defuse
least
with it,
get.
surely.
I think Exalt could Loki just take this. He could Loki just take this the whole way. It's
No,
got to
he's
be an early
not.
swing. Zextro.
Oh!
Damage has been done.
Shut
He
up.
wins the first. Exalt with another. Zextro
Push
in a
him.
one-on-one. And 20 bullets left. You see the HP. You
Get
see
back
the
to
player.
it.
And Exalt again in a one-on-two. Is going to pick up the round there for Disguise.
Too easy.
Sully, Mad Lions needed the pistol, sure. But the second round, they realize the pressure. They buy the Stingers.
Yeah, you force into that round. You have no money left over, and you're gonna give Disguise, I would say, a guaranteed 10. With definitely quotes around that. But this is risky business now here for Mad Lions, and they're forcing into it again. A second Stinger
Again?
buyback, which this buy does allow them with the loss bonus to get a buy moving forward, but it is again heavy risk after heavy risk between Mad Lions.
Never having a full rifle round. Mad Lions, they don't want it easy.
Another-
3 players popping into A main.
Aggressive look here from Disguise, yeah. A flash, Haunt, and the gravel is going to give them that control just for the orb, and then they back away.
Covering it.
Steel taking on a lot of pressure, but again, so much utility is here. The controllers are here. You still have Zextra covering up short too. They have the alarm bot set for anyone that's lurking. Indeed, there's one person trying to do that. Trick might have spotted The alarm bot. The alarm bot didn't spot him. 1 minute and 5.
These guys are so quick to realize what's happened here. And they've left the anchor of Clear over towards that B side, who that kid has been playing extremely well.
Oh, this position is so crazy. The first contact is going to come from the KO. And from the corner, will come Zextro. Exalt's going to get the first frag. 2 kills from Ziff. And that should already give DSG a strong chance of the rest of this round. 28 HP left for Will.
There it is.
Will
DSG
needs
at 10
headshots going for it, but it just won't happen. Like you said, free round back for DSG, but Adline still tried to put up a fight. It was the Stingers.
It was a nice read, though, from this guy to recognize that and not kind of get sucked into the idea that Stingers equal a fast play. They didn't overcommit on rotations. They didn't leave this mid position completely weak, and they still have that alarm bot towards B-Link, which I'm wondering if there's going to be an attempt from Mad Lions to put pressure on that B-Link and break that alarm bot, because there hasn't been anyone playing there for the past couple of rounds. Maybe they haven't realized that just yet, but it's been a weak spot here. A lot of ultimates starting to come forward. Will one up the showstopper. Zextro, same thing as well. Clear! He just catches one through the smoke with a spam.
We take those. It's now just going to be the 1v1 and B.
Oh,
and again, 3-man push in A
Art.
main. Exactly, it's going to be the turret and potentially an instant swing from that, but Exalt's out in the open. The timing is crazy. Still 2 players here on A to hold.
And they're coming back to fight here as well. Steel was already holding towards A main, so he's going to come assist the fight as well now.
Yo, have you guys been seeing this stuff floating around Twitter with soft giving?
Oh, again, Clear popping
This kid
off.
is crazy.
It's crazy. We almost did a
If you thought he was good on Jet, on Viper,
demo
he's a
on
living
Twitch.
turret.
last year.
Mad Lions have been completely isolated now. They're going to try to break back into spawn. This might be smart. Zip has the headshot angle, though. With the Sheriff, that could be very dangerous. But they instead, they clear out the contact. Now they're trying to go into A.
Look at the way the Disguise have adjusted
all
to this. They
bunched
realize
up,
they've got
though.
art, so they take A main back in Gangsta. Not a lot of safe spots you can plan, because you know Zip was still in towards spawn, and you know there's still a contest. DSG Disguised are disgusting on this map.
Do the smoke. Collateral.
My goodness. I mean, Mad Lions, for sure, the most impressive side to face Disguised on Pearl. If
And
that
that is
doesn't
another
say anything
timeout.
for you, I don't know what does. Mad Lions
understand
have
why?
gotten 5 rounds. It's
Question
the
is,
most
is it
impressive
too
team on
late,
Pearl
though?
against DSG so far, and DSG just continue to win out these rounds methodically.
Thoughts? Is it too late?
And this timeout is a massive one for Mad Lions. It's your last timeout and your last opportunity in this game to get a footing, and you have to win this round. Otherwise, you're playing 7 rounds straight, Gus, of just 0 mistakes, 0 flaws, and trying to push to OT. And this map, these next 2 rounds from Disguise, if they win it, decide your fate if you're 1-1, or if we're at least going to a third map. Not even at 1-1 just yet, or you're going 0-2 here in the group stages in the first 2 weeks.
Listen,
And
at
then-
least Disguised got the guard game out of the way.
Yeah, you still have M80 in the guard
Yeah,
after this for Mad
probably,
Lions.
Moon. I should probably
So
start
there
picking
is
it up
still
more.
a lot of worries for this team.
Said
And
Vandal.
Mark said it. You could possibly be going 0-4 if you don't make the necessary adjustments after this game to compete and then beat M80 in the guard.
Yeah, retroactively, we're going to say that the first 2 weeks were pivotal for the end of the season.
No, that's very fair to say. A lot rests on this next round. In Disguise, on Pearl, it hasn't been sunny for Mad Lions, and it's been a coast here for Disguise. Clear again with this guarded out towards long, and this time Mad Lions are playing a lot slower. Same thing with Disguise, not a major contest towards A main this time around.
With that information not taken, DSG, they've also shifted up. A double peek back over towards short instead. You already had Ziff playing deeper just in terms of a rotation, but this time they're going to play it more of an instant crossfire style, of an instant trade style.
There's a fade ult here from Gangsta to contest this A main area, or apologies, A art area.
Ooh.
And even then, they're still going to go just for a big
And
fight.
now there's
They're
gonna
try and
big
split
push
back
on
in
B.
towards B-Link Mad Lions.
They have the ulti, Exalt. Could just have the null command ready if they actually go out.
Ridiculous from Clear.
And he has it. Null command shuts them down. They just run away.
I know
In
you aren't
fact,
referring
over
to
towards where that
yourself as a
Nightfall
big
still
boy, sir.
is in play. They're not out of this just yet, Mad Lions. You wanted to avoid the Nightfall. You wanted to
Sir.
avoid the KO ultimate. Well, now you're going to tire the one of them.
Oh no!
Oh man, DSG
Two
is
players
just
remaining.
rolling,
Angel
bro.
will have no other option other than to bum rush it down B. Here's the ulti. The showstopper doesn't catch.
Will
Exalted
totally
completely
whipped.
and clear. Does have the position onto Ainge. Ainge down to 95 HP. Is gonna go down to 0 soon. 12 to 15. One more round for Disguised to take what is the most dominant win of this season so far.
And what a big win for this guys as well.
Cool.
They've already, like you said, they've gotten the guard game out of the way. This is a team that have very clearly buckled down from last week and made major refinements. So, you know, I would say
yes, sir.
this guys,
All right,
going against Mad Lions, or apologies, going against M80 is probably one of the final major signed teams in their group. You put them on kind of a very similar level. Now, this last round is going to be a full buy from both these sides. Granted, a lot weaker from Mad Lions and a lot more aggressive from Disguise.
Oh my. Ooh. Zaxxor is going to get a big one, but again, it's only one person here on B to try to hold this down. Clear has to do a lot more, but with the Cosmic Divide, it has to be
I think it's maintain this control. This B-Link control is going to be critical. Ziv has his ultimate, right? Exactly.
This lockdown position is insane.
And Zextro lost his with him going down. They trade the Nightfalls, and they will pop this lockdown here as well. That's going to
they gonna be able to hold
everyone all the way. It covers both B holes and the top below.
Yep. This raise. Whoa, there's two
Why are
people
you
here
still
on
there?
site. They're gonna try to fight it. Ziff and Steel, however, take him down. 2v4.
Why were they still
Grapple
there?
is used against, again, Cosmic Divide is still up. They have no chance, Mad Lions. Disguised in dominant fashion. Take up the best win in BTT yet.
It has been an incredible two-map series from Disguise.
That was
From
a really good
start
series.
to finish, it was clean. It looked good. Disguise. Whatever mistakes that Steel was talking about against Guard, simply not apparent here. Everything has been cleaned up.
We're 2 for 3
And I
so
think
far
for
this
Mad
week,
Lions,
chat.
There's not a lot you can take away from this game, unfortunately, besides the 0-2 start to Challengers. There's a lot to play here, and Mark, I want to get your thoughts on this one because this series, it was really quick.
I mean, let's be real. We said it coming into this game. Maybe that performance against the Guard was actually good.
Where
I
was
know that there
Zexro
were things
playing
that they could
before
have done differently. They obviously could have found the win. But based on what we saw from the Guard this week, they are very clearly the best team currently playing in Challengers, just based on current results. So was it possible that Disguise was actually better than we anticipated, and they just played against one of the best teams currently playing in Challengers? I think you could make that argument, Gus, based on what we just saw. They looked really good there.
I mean, what's the scale? Mad Lions, they took quite the close game to TSM, right? What's the scale now with this group? What's going to happen when this team faces TSM, when this team faces M80? Yes, things are getting really spicy in this group as we wanted. But again, there's still other unsigned teams that have made their dents. Again, the one map from OR Esports, we're just going to keep mentioning that throughout the rest of the season. But if there's ever a way to really establish yourself in this group, it's with this sort of win.
You can take a look at the cell. I mean, that's two back-to-back strong maps.
No, that's not right.
13-2, 13-5. That's
He was on a
certainly
team
one
before
way,
this, for
Sully,
sure,
to
right?
boost your round differential. Really strong performance coming in from Disguised.
No, there are certainly a lot of implications to this matchup, and I think round differential is a really big one. But going back to what Gut was saying is, what is the scale? Who's better? Because is Disguise technically better than TSM? You could argue that, but the map was completely different. This matchup not only gave Disguise a 1-1 start and Mad Lions 0-2, it also set the stakes kind of for the rest of this season. Because I'm looking at Disguise, I'm thinking, well, the only top team they really have to play against now are M80
Dark
and TSM.
Ratio.
TSM got pushed to 3 maps. Both the last 2 maps were 10-13. DSG dismantled Mad Lions in the way that they played. And Mark, you were as well concerned, and you weren't fully convinced that M80 played them to the best of their ability. I'm looking at this guy saying, hey, they could be king killers here in this group.
I mean, they could be the kings.
Dark Zero, then Dark
Ratio.
Ratio,
That becomes your responsibility. I am looking at Disguised with maybe a different viewpoint this week. When I came into the season, I thought, okay, this team on paper could be pretty good. Give them time, and they'll probably bring things together across the season. So I didn't expect them to start with wins, but I expected them to finish with them. I did have them pegged as a playoff team.
Dark Ratio was last,
But again, it was going to take time to get to that point. based on what we just saw, it's not just the result. So don't just look at the scoreline and go,
Yeah.
oh, they're basing it off the result. It's how they won the rounds and what we saw them doing throughout those rounds that made it
Zextro's
so
been in
interesting. The way they were trading
Valorant
off of
for a
one
hot
another,
minute.
the way they were communicating some of the clutch situations. It's not just individual play, it's team play. Team play was the highlight here for us. We can take a look at the group standings as well, so you can see now how things are shaking up in their group, because again,
I think more people
I
came
wouldn't
from
say this was an
CSGO to
upset,
Val than anything,
but
right?
it definitely changes the way that maybe some people saw this group going, as Mad Lions has been dropped down to an 0-2 record, currently sitting at a -10 round differential. Skies now sits in a pretty favorable position, as they are now in the 4 seed spot, at least for the moment, but I could see this team easily trumping the other teams in the bracket, Gus, and taking the number 3.
Well, I mean, you just compare it with any other team that could be out their record at the end of the season, and they're going to have a higher round win.
Yeah, you feel like
this
Disguise is probably
surely,
going to
right?
at least be 3
And
or
that's
4, right?
all
by
that
the
we're
end of the
going to
season?
focus on for the rest of the season. What is going to be that bottom 4 looking like? Because M80, the guard, it is the expectation that those two move ahead, right? But again, TSM. Is it going to be TSM? Is it going to be Mad Lions? Who is going to be those last 2 teams?
Yeah, Liquipedia is
And
showing
this
like
battle just
year and a half, almost 2, I
This
think.
entire scene just keeps getting on more blurred because again, we
Year
just
and a
don't
half,
know
yeah.
if TSM can even beat this team now.
Now, I gotta say, there were some incredible plays throughout that individually, and some of them were crazy flicks. You might be asking yourself at your home, why can't I do that? Maybe you're using a wireless ball mouse. I mean, I'm not going to say that I did that at one point in time, but maybe you are.
Well, you did.
Maybe you need to upgrade your gaming tech. You can do that currently with one of our broadcast partners. Head on over to eBay. They've got
Beautiful
deals on
lead
gaming
into the
parts
ad
that are
read.
completely unmatched. Head on over to pks.gg/eBay. I recommend you check them out. I personally have bought some gear on eBay. Actually, these headphones, this headset came from eBay because it's not really available in the United States as easily. So you can do yourself the same. Maybe you'll get a crisp mic and all of a sudden things will turn around. I doubt this is going to be the game changer. It's more likely to be this and obviously lots of practice. We're going to go ahead and throw things to our investor post-series highlights. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the post-match interview. Stay tuned.
Look. Well, not like this. All right, so that means up next, we got TSM, yeah, TSM, yeah, and M80, right? Yeah, TSM M80. The sound machine. TSM, yeah, right? Ugh. All right, so TSM M80, what are we thinking, chat? Two map, 3 map? I don't think TSM takes a map, right? Like, they might be 2 close maps, but I don't see them dropping a map to TSM, right? More than likely? You think it's gonna be 3? I don't know if I've got that much faith in TSM, to be honest with you.
to the Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. Again, it's still split one. We're in week 2. It's in day 2 this time, and we've seen our first match. Lots of numbers being thrown out there, and there was a lot of numbers in favor of one team in particular in that last series as they
I would like
had
to see 3
massive
maps.
wins over Mad Lions.
Don't get me
Speaking
wrong, I
specifically
don't
of
know if we
Disguise, and we've
see
got our
it.
post-match interview ready, so we might as well bring the man in himself. We're talking of
All right,
Steel,
chat.
the
While y'all
legendary
got the
player
interview
who's
going on, I'm
playing
gonna use
for
restroom.
Disguise. First of all, the shirt is incredible, and I want to know when I get one, if possible. Is there like one that falls off a truck or something?
I'm not sure if one falls off a truck. I think these are special hand-delivered, couriered almost.
That's unfortunate, because I was really hoping to rep the squad, but it's okay. Regardless,
We'll see what happens. I'll put a good word.
I appreciate that. I mean, I have the mustache, and I feel like that would play in nicely with the whole disguise thing, maybe, but I don't know. It's certainly possible. You came into the season with likely your hardest match in week 1 against the Guard. Obviously, we've already said you were disappointed with the results, but what were you happy with in that first match? Because honestly, you put up good numbers against a team that's likely going to do a very good job in the group stages. So what did you like that you guys did, and how did you build on that to prepare for this week?
I mean, we were at the beginning of the Guard game, obviously losing Pistol and going down 0-2 and then crawling back to those when we were 6-2 up. That was us kind of like playing our game, which was like our game plan, like how we practice all this stuff. We were playing with energy and enthusiasm. But then slowly things started happening where people were like mentally taken out of the game. And then we started straying from our game plan. We weren't like, you know, hitting our stride. We weren't making sure that we were doing stuff together. We weren't like following the same plan, and things just started crumbling. And even though like we still brought it like pretty close in the second half, there were still things that kind of like, it was like a domino effect where the first domino fell, and then that caused this, which caused that, which caused that, which caused that, and then it was just bad. So by the time we got to the second map for the Guard, it was just like all wrong. Everything was just, anything that could go wrong was going wrong internally. And for this game, we were just talking about, you know, what had happened during the Guard in terms of ourselves, what happened to someone made a plan, we follow through with it. If this is our game plan on the map, this is how we want to play this map in our comp, this is how we follow through with this. So it was a lot of that, as opposed to, okay, we're specifically preparing for the Guard, we're specifically preparing for Mad Lions.
Do you feel like because you guys outplayed them at such a high level, that was really tested? Or do you feel like, yes, it was tested, the reason we won by such a large amount
conversation
is
video. I think probably you, me, and Oogie could do it.
I think
it
was
sit down over the
a
weekend.
lot to do with, like, obviously the game plan helps a lot, but we were also winning a lot of the clutches here too. I think like first Pistol and Fracture, they won. They got their like miracle, and then we like counter miracled them back. And then I think we won like a bunch of clutches against them. So like we got into a lot of close situations where it was like 2v2s, 3v3s type of thing, where it could go like either way at that point. But we did have a huge lead on economy, Ulti economy. I feel like we were just like one step ahead with a lot of things, which was due to game plan and just like making sure we were together and we knew like what our goals were. But then closing up the rounds, which is super important in like, especially like with two good teams, the difference between like you could lose a game like 13-3, but like every round could be like a super close round where the enemy is winning clutches. We were winning all of our clutches, and we were in good positions as well.
Coming into this, though, you get Fracture as your first map. Obviously, Icebox goes off the table, and whether that was because you watched last week or you just didn't feel comfortable, I think that it was a good call. But Fracture's not a map you guys necessarily had great success with coming into this. Again, the sample size is really small. Did you feel like you were going to put up that kind of performance on map 1?
No, we played like about 7 or 8 or 9 or something Fracture practice games this past like week preparing for this, because we assumed like, okay, like Icebox is their best map. We knocked that out. What do they have? They're probably going to pick Fracture. So Ocean just booked like as many Fracture games as possible, and we were all over the place with results. Some teams we'd smash, and then other times we'd get completely done in where we're like, okay, are we going to ban Fracture and play Icebox on them, or what's going on? And I mean, we kind of like we're on the cusp of like pulling things together in Fracture, but Fracture is one of those maps where it's like, even if you have the right idea and the right game plan, like anything can happen for a variety of reasons. There's a lot of forced retakes. So there's going to be a lot of clutch situations, a lot of like weird mid-round situations, and it comes down really to like who's hitting their shots and who's hitting their strides. And it's also like some like coin flip gamble thing, like, oh, let's set up this trap for them here, and if they don't go there, it's like, okay, well, that sucked. But if they go there, you just slam them and you look like geniuses, and you know, gain momentum. So Fracture is one of those like coin flippy maps where it's like you don't know what you're really going to get. And yeah, it's just like that's what happened. We ended up being like the better version of ourselves on it, which is good. We were the lions and they were the gazelles.
Oh, I see what you're doing there. You know, you mentioned your coach in Ocean. There's actually a quote we ran at the top of the show. You had said Ocean and you were cut from the same cloth. What exactly did you mean by that? And how does that change the dynamic between you and him when it comes to match prep, matches, everything like that?
It just meant like we're both from like the early days of Counter-Strike, from like, oh, I don't even know. I started competing in 2008, and like some of these kids that we're competing against were born like 2005. So that's how far back I go. I'm sure he's been competing just as long, if not longer. So we were in the days where like a team that wanted to compete, you didn't have sponsors, you didn't have salaries, you didn't have anything. You had to just like get on because you wanted to be there and you wanted to improve and all that stuff. So you talked to each other a certain way, like you held each other accountable a certain way, you push each other's forwards like a certain way, and that's also came down to like how, you know, practices run and what you're focusing on. So like there's a lot of similarities with like, I guess the styles of how we would like run practice or something. And then yeah, I mean, he just said, here, you deal with like the strat stuff and calling in game, and I'll deal with player development and like doing more of like the bigger picture stuff, and let's just like get to work. So that's what we've been doing.
I mean, as an OG old gamer myself, I remember a day when competing on a LAN tournament meant I had to figure out how I was going to fly with a PC and a CRT monitor, potentially. You know, if it was a LAN far enough away. Usually it was like, let's load up in the biggest minivan we can find, and we'll just suffer for the next 18 hours until we get to our final destination. Last question, and this one comes actually from the fan zone. You faced a very experienced guard team last week as your first match of the Challenger Split. Did you feel like that having that punch in the mouth helped your team's play heading into this week? That question comes from Ricky J.
I'm still not sure yet. I'm still not sure if it's helped us or not. I think something where we talked about not being in a situation, and we talked about how we don't want to be in that situation and how to prevent ourselves from being in that situation. But talk is one thing and doing it is a different thing. So it might have helped us. It depends on like, I think we have to see how the rest of this sell off, because how we came prepared today and how we were like mentally in it and how we were focused and high energy and all that stuff. If we do that every time, and if that was because we can reference back to remember against the guard and we're all like sad and emo, well, we can't be like that. We can't come out like that. We have to come out strong, and we have to just punch him in the face. And if we get punched in the face, we just have to go and headbutt them or something, you know?
So Steel's been keep going for a minute,
going.
They said, huh? 2008?
Well, this was actually a huge win for you guys, too, because it really disrupts where the groups are going to end up. And also, you guys have now a little bit more time to get prepped for your next matchup, which is not against a team like the Guards. So you also have a little bit more there going for you. Congratulations. It's a big win and potentially put you guys in playoff contention.
Nice. Thank you. Yeah, thanks to all the fans. I told you we'll be back stronger.
Hats
I really
off
do
to
think
all I don't know, what would you call fans for this? The disguisers?
Are people underrating them though? I guess would be the only thing.
I don't know what you call them.
I think they're better than some people give
fans
them
of
credit
Disguise
for,
are
though.
certainly happy. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break when we come back. We have another team that's been touted as one of the best in Challengers this season. Speaking specifically of M80, who had a bit of an interesting first match, as they did find the win, but they dropped a map to a team they did not expect to lose one to, and they're facing off against a TSM team
You talking
that's
about this
looking to
guy?
continue the successes they found in week one.
It's kind of hot.
We'll
I'm
be
not
back
gonna lie.
in just a bit.
Or the shirt that DSG was wearing. I heard them mention something about DSG. He's good for that call time on Sunday. Well, then let's look at it here real quick. How come none of my saved stuff is for Valorant? Flashbang, by the way, chat, my bad. So let's look at it. So obviously guard number 1 in the league. I think that's pretty easy to say. Probably M80 number 2. Yeah. My bad, child eater. I should have said that beforehand. My fault. So the guard sitting probably number 1, M80 number 2. I know we had talked yesterday. Oxygen looks decent. I feel like 3 is probably between these two, right? Shopify and Oxygen. Like that's probably 3, 4. We aren't putting disguised over teams like TSM or G2 yet, right? TSM didn't look that great against. They played in week 1? I don't even remember who they played in week 1. No. So guard M80. You think G2's 3rd in the league? I don't know. I wasn't that impressed with G2 personally. I felt like they kind of limped past like a very like unprepared FaZe Clan. That's why I was thinking having them more after them, and that's why I wasn't sure. Do you go G2, TSM disguise, maybe? Although, I mean, I'm also not throwing in... Oxygen is pretty nutty. TSM top 5, dog. They had a negative round differential in their win. What do you... Against not that great of a team, right? Who TSM play week 1? Yeah, bro. Mad beat them 13-2, dog. I don't know about that. I don't know. Also, they're probably back, huh? Nope. You think TSM's top 5? Interesting. I was thinking next week for like the weekly roundup heading into, or not next week, but before the next week of NA Challengers, like how I did the wrap up of week 1 and then predictions for week 2 this week on the video. I was thinking about doing the same thing next week, but then doing a quick power ranking. But I don't know if I want to do like top 5 or if I should just do all 12. Or maybe I could do top 5 and then just list the next, like the rest of them, like have them just pop up. I don't know. I've been kind of going back and forth on it. I think I go 1, 2. I do. I don't. Shopify over the guard. Troll, right? All lines are tiers. Big line is top 8. Okay. Oh, so you're saying... Yeah, see, because I was contemplating Breakthrough being above TSM 2. You think Disguise is below... OR Esports, huh? Bottom 3? Or am I not understanding how to read this? No, yeah, I think I'm reading that right. Yeah, I think I would have to definitely put guard as like my top in the league currently. That's why I think Shopify is good. I really do think it's like, maybe I rate M80 higher than a lot of people, but I was thinking guard, M80, Shopify, Oxygen, Breakthrough, TSM, G2. Who was Oxygen's game last week against? Or this? Who did they play yesterday? They beat Shopify. That's right. I'll be interested to see if anyone catches the guard off guard. Like currently, I think that's probably fair. I also would say don't be surprised if OR East, their back half of their schedule is decent, right? They play, I think, TSM next. No, they play Disguise next. I think that game will tell us a lot about the bracket. The OR Esports Disguise. And that's in the first. But I think this is probably pretty fair here. What's interesting is round differential ahead of the head-to-head and tiebreaker. Like if Shopify, Rebellion, and Oxygen end up with the same record in the end, is it 4-point differential first over the fact that Oxygen won the head-to-head? I don't want to overhype Huh? No, I wasn't saying that. And the spots at the end of season, right? End of split 2. So there's the invitational, then there's split 2. And then there's the chance to earn a slot at franchise. Playoffs? Playoffs? Ascension, yes. Correct, yes. And it's a 2-year guaranteed spot for franchise, right? I do believe. Yeah, flashbang champ. Yeah, it's... So they split up Pacific, right? It's Americas, EMEA, APAC, North and South, I think, right? Oh, for Americas, these ones here. I'm an idiot. Chat, it's been a long day. I told y'all my brain's toast. I'm stupid. It's right there, literally in front of my face. That's twice. Whatever. Gotta embrace it, chat. Own it, you know? I was saying, I thought I read somewhere that it was already a 2-year spot. Yo, chat. I know we're watching Valorant, and some of y'all might not give a fuck about Rocket League, but I'm really excited for my Rocket League cast tomorrow. The team who I'm casting their group stages, I think has a real good chance to take top 4 at the Winter Cup out of the SSA region. I think they got a good chance at a clean sweep tomorrow through group stages, which would give me a nice short day. Do we want to do a watch party for Zephyr's EMEA Apex tournament he's got going on? It's over a couple sessions, I think, for the next like 6 weeks or something. One of them's tomorrow during the afternoon. Zephyr wanted me to kick it off with them next or tomorrow, but I was already booked for RLCS. Hopefully you can get me on another day though. It looks like it's gonna be lit. I'm excited for that. Yeah. Hoping this Rocket League cast will be enough to get me my Rocket League page on Wikipedia. Still hoping to get on the main broadcast in the region. That'd be really cool. Why do I feel like I'm missing something today? Ever get that feeling, chat? I think I'm forgetting something. You're missing your sanity? I mean, to be fair, I feel that. Yo, Moon, I'm so pumped for lock-in. That's like 3 weeks of 9-hour days of watch parties. I hope you guys are ready for it. Only like 3 days off. Oh, I'll be doing predictions, but I'm doing them on a video. Don't you worry. Mostly because I probably want to sit down and do a little digging before I actually sit down and do it. You got NRG at Sao Paulo? Oh, you're just talking about for these. Yeah, I mean, you probably got NRG. This is the second game, right? Probably Detonation. No. I don't know either of these teams, actually. I'm leaning Detonation. Loud. Now, this isn't the same FPX from Champs, right? This is a whole new FPX team. I still think I like the new FPX roster. I think it's gonna be pretty nutty though too. The new FPX roster, I think, is going to turn some heads. And I think it'd be really good if they do well. I would like to see the new FPX roster at least win because they're going to lose to Loud. Probably DRX. Probably Paper X as well over Cloud9, as much as I would like to root for Cloud9. NRG over Loud? Nah. Dude, yeah, that Cloud9 PRX is going to be nutty. I think it's going to be Paper XO. I don't think I really know any of these teams down here, so I probably need help on that. Probably Heretics over Evil Geniuses. Yeah, that's true. Which Evil Geniuses are we gonna see? That's a good assessment. But I think that's the thing, though, right? Is like if it's the right Evil Geniuses, it could be them. Won't matter. Whoever's coming out of here loses to whoever comes out on top here. What are we thinking in DRX over Paper X? 10-man roster? That sounds like too much, in my opinion.
And mustachioed man myself, I'm actually quite impressed at your
We'll get back
ability
to
to
it.
force hair out of the follicles on your face. Obviously, that's not Sully. We are welcoming Keg into the show, and they will be the duo moving forward. It will be Keg and Upmind. Sully was fired for farting too much on broadcast. Really unprofessional and immature, classic college student move. What can you expect from a young gamer, right, Upmind?
Yeah, no, absolutely expected.
Disappointing. But we do have something serious to talk about.
All right, we can
and
actually
it is
listen to this while
TSM
we're over here.
versus M80, and they are coming up here with our
Flashbang.
second match on the day for Valorant Challengers North America. It's a TSM team that, yeah, they found the win in week 1, but it wasn't perfect. And it's an M80 team that also found the win in week 1, but also wasn't perfect. When I'm looking at this setup here, these two teams,
Oh, for ML,
I do feel like TSM has a bit of
MIBR?
an uphill battle.
Yeah, absolutely. TSM, they still have a team that was quite talented last year. This year, from M80,
I think it's probably
it is
Paper
actually
X, right?
a more stacked roster, at least arguably. This team is one of the impressive teams coming into the entirety of Ascension in terms of M80. But last week, like you said,
That's
they
probably pretty
looked
fair for the
a
top
little
bracket, right?
mortal. It wasn't exactly the clean win that we were expecting from them. Maybe you could attribute that to the fact that they were playing a fresh map. The last time that they had played officials was all the way back in August. So it had been so long that they had played anything. Of course, a new map would give them a bit of a curveball, but in the maps that we had seen them before, they dominated. From TSM, though, it was a little bit more of an actual competition from Mad Lions. I'm glad that TSM were able to bring it back. It was 13 to 10s, but we really did see that fight from a team that we didn't really expect too much from this regular season in terms of Mad Lions.
I know you
team,
think that,
you
but I
said,
don't.
They found the win, and for those that didn't see the game, it was a 3-map series against Mad Lions. It went 13 to 2, if I'm not mistaken, to kick things off on Icebox.
Right,
and
so
here
I
was
think
what Corey had to
Liquid-
say. We won the day with me underperforming. Not very common for me. I'm a big portion in a lot of our rounds. Well, that wasn't necessarily the case in the series, as Corey actually went 42 and 47.
Yeah.
So negative performance from the duelist.
Is it not the
He
same
was
Loud Squad?
196 ACS and 127 ADR. It was not ideal for Corey.
Well, fuck, there goes my
Then
bracket.
on the flip side of that coin, you've got
Is it really not the
Koala
same
Noob,
Loud bracket? Of
who
course.
actually played quite well last week. Koala
Or
Noob
Loud Team?
didn't have a super consistent performance across all 3 maps, but definitely good at times. But you can really
bullshit
see
me, right?
here, the numbers definitely tell the story. I mean, you can see on the left, Koala, not amazing statistics, definitely good, but not amazing. But on the left, Corey's just disappointing.
Yeah, Corey, like they said, had a bit of an underperforming week last week, but this time around we're looking to see a lot more of a higher performance coming out from, well, pretty much everybody across the board. It's those first week jitters, but again, this week we're looking at a lot of fixes, a lot of small micro-adaptations, and how both these teams can just clean things up across the board. So I definitely want to see Corey kind of step it up a little bit more, but if Koala, even with not the greatest stats in the world, Bach, can still continue to kind of measure themselves a little bit more forwards going up, I
still think they probably beat
FPX
FPX though, right?
Now, we will the highlights from M80 as well, so you can kind of get an appreciation for how things went down last week. Again, Koala did have a very good map 1, and map 2 was kind of so-so. That was the map they ended up losing. They allowed the comeback to happen. Finished at 18 and 19, and then map 3 actually swapped roles. So when you're looking at those statistics, it's important to take that into consideration.
Oh, this is good. I'm doing this with you guys then.
Even that was the Koala we would expect to see every given Sunday.
No, I didn't know that it was the old. I thought it was the old Loud roster. I did not know about that move. So I'm gonna leave it as is, and you're gonna deal with it. Yeah. So Navi, Zeta. Although I think that's gonna be a banger. I'll be honest. I have no idea about global esports. Is that a team I should know? Sentinels Fanatics gonna be a banger as well. Gotcha. What do we think then? Sentinels over Fnatic? Probably, yeah? Ain't no way Furia loses at home in round 1. Ain't no fucking way. You think so? I'm sticking with my gut. NA is in the bottom here. Shit. What? Flashbang. You don't think so? I'm confused by what you're saying. Yeah, no, way too. Bam. Final answer, I think. Thoughts? Oh, okay. Do you think Furia beats Sentinels? I don't think so. I think it's Sentinels 100 Thieves there, and I do think 100 Thieves comes out on top. I think that's solid. I can get with it.
In their Pearl than anything
Haven
else,
Ascent
especially
Pearl.
after taking on an upset loss last week on this map.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see a lot of the attacking when it comes to M80 in these 3, or possibly 3 maps, because their attacking side was a little so-so outside of their Icebox matchup. They had a lot of really good structures, but when it came to that spike going down, that was a great opportunity for a lot of these defensive teams to just run in and maybe find a lot of impact on the defuses. So as long as M80 doesn't go for any reheating this week, there might be a strong possibility, Gus, that we don't even get to see that third Pearl.
Pacific partner team.
Okay, all right, sure, right. If we do get to the Pearl,
or one of the Pacific
I am still questioning a lot of things about M80. Again, actually last week it was OR Esports that ended up picking that map instead, and the beginning of the map was really successful for the team. They had a defensive 9-3 half over OR Esports. They go on to the attack, and Keg, it was 1-10 on their attack. Again, because M80 were the ones to, were the ones to start up this ban, Pearl, they might start actually on that attacking side. And
yeah, I mean, especially because it's best of 1, right?
It's going to be interesting if we do go to that third map too, because I wouldn't say the onus of going 1-10 on the attack is entirely on M80. We saw in open quals and LCQ that and OR, they're
single elimination
fantastically on Pearl, and very few teams were able to get past that defensive line, especially on B site. So I think going up against a new opponent like TSM and seeing what that defensive prowess could look like might fare a little bit better for an M80, but that's assuming they haven't practiced that attacking side over the last few weeks, right?
Let me say this.
Oh no. Oh no.
The guard just demolished this team yesterday.
True.
But we didn't see the defensive side. That's the thing. We can still be confident in the fact that maybe things have changed from last week from M80, but we have seen OR Esports on this exact map that we're seeing. The map that won against M80 just not be efficient. They took 1-11 on their attacking side. Again, just a lot of questions going into this week, but M80, from what we remember, they are a stacked team of 5 players who can all pop off individually, but TSM, they low-key have been bringing up that exact same stature themselves.
Listen, we do actually have something to talk about with regards to TSM and this map pool. If you watch the Ludwig Tarek Invitational, they played the guard in the finals, and these 3 maps were in the pool.
Yep.
They actually pulled a win off on Pearl. It was a 14-12 victory. They lost on Ascent 11-13. They got bodied on Haven. It was a 113. Nobody talked about it. But looking at the other matches, it's like, okay, there's something to go off of, because, again, who are the number 1 and number 2 teams by most people's assumptions coming into the season? The Guard and M80. So ultimately, there is at least something to say, okay, there is a chance here that TSM could
Did I say
find
that
wins,
earlier? I think I was thinking it. I just don't remember if I said it.
Start on Haven, just based on what we've seen against them and other teams, and also the strength of M80 on this first map. Definitely going to prove to be somewhat difficult. But Ascent and Pearl, Gus, I got to be honest, that definitely plays to their strengths. I could actually see us going all 3 maps if they have the resolve to bounce back from a first map loss, which we already know they do.
Yeah, I think so. But again, we just don't know, period, about how M80 plays the majority of these maps. Again, Ascent, they haven't played yet. But I would like to assume with the playstyle that we've seen from these players, Nismo is going to be an incredible reactionary initiator. If he's playing KO, the util that comes out of him can slow down a take easily for all 5 players to be able to rotate from the other side of the map. Just
Upmind hosted the
and it's going to be the same thing that we see from Koala Noob on
Red
maps
Bull
like
series,
Breeze.
right?
He's going to be having so much fun on Ascent. He's going to be running it down mid. He's going to be getting that early B main, A main, and cat picks. So to me, at least, M80, these are still very much playgrounds for them in this best of 3.
Well, I've been told, unfortunately, one of the players deleted their System 32 folder in an effort to gain more frames per second. Don't try this at home. I'm only kidding. That's not exactly what happened. But we do have an issue that's going to delay us for a little bit, so we're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the agent select here for map number 1 between TSM and M80. You're watching the Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America Split 1, Week 2, Day 2. We'll be back.
Let's get to it. All right, let's go back and look at this. Boop. Nope. This. Boop. You're gonna hear a loud sound. I don't apologize. Saving these. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. What do you think? If I was to do a video for lock-in predictions, I don't need to do like every matchup, right? Maybe talk about some key matchups and what I think. Like, say if I was talking about the upper bracket on this one, talk about how the FPX and Loud brackets aren't the same from last year, so on and so forth. You don't think do like one predictions video and then just do like some smaller ones and like actually break down each matchup then maybe? Like that way there's one video that has... Or do you think since like the... Because... Yeah. Do you, boo-boo? Oh, you do you, boo-boo. You do you. Yo, chat, see, we picked up another sub while we were live. Not sure if that's someone who's in chat or on one of the videos, but if y'all are in chat, I appreciate you, fam. We're 9 away from 100 on our new esports channel. Let's fucking go. Appreciate y'all for fucking vibing with little random dweeb like your boy. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, actually, TSM, we ended up seeing against. Excuse me. Wait. Excuse me. Last week. What am I saying?
So
I haven't even played it yet.
It was one of the weeks.
It was one of the weeks. It was last month.
This year's gone by too fast already.
Yeah, right.
Your first video would be like all your
going into this
predictions,
tournament,
right?
we were already wondering about
like,
a lot of the agents' picks for TSM because from map to map in mid-tournament, they would be changing. And it looks like they have totally changed going into this one. Hayes currently playing the Omen on a map where they have only played
every
Astra.
video you can have like
Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting change, and I mean we can tell from Corey's jet, from
so
GMD's breach, that this composition from TSM is designed to be a lot faster than the past. And you mentioned that, Astra, less setups and less lurking potential that TSM has to work with on the attacking side, but also starting off on the defense, that means you really can't have anybody playing by themselves.
You're gonna get more
Usually, let's say an
as
Astra pick, you can have them maybe play
kinda do
lone
like I did
someone A
for
or C
the
side without
Challengers
much of a presence, and then they're there for that
like
late
for the other
work
videos,
work
like
for the
wrap
post
up
plan.
of
But with
games
Omen
that happen and
instead,
talk
you're
about the
limited
games
by
coming
range
up.
of a utility.
Yeah, and
so
so
you're not
these are
going
my
to be able to have
predictions
that
that I started off
immediately.
with
But let's wait and see what
initially,
Hayes'
so far,
adaptation
like,
is
I was
as
right on this
M80.
one.
Well, they're going fast in the B, guys.
Like the
Again,
initial,
so
like
many things
the
have changed.
preview of the
They've
video,
also
like
changed
the
out
first, like,
Sova for
10,
Sky, or excuse me,
15 seconds,
Sky
still,
4
like,
for
bring up, like,
Sova.
What's your predictions?
Over towards mid, we're going to see the
Then
change
you
from
can
the
go off with, like,
KJ to the
I was right on
Cypher.
these
It's going to be
predictions last week,
7
my
on the
next-
front lines,
or this week's
playing off of a
predictions,
different
right?
Sentinel.
Then you're on, like,
Not going to get
multiple
any
videos,
sort of
it's like more
contact.
content.
M80, almost with a pure fake, going out of that mid side. All 5
Bro,
players
didn't
going
this
back.
look so much
The
crisper
good
through
thing here
YouTube
for
than back when we were
TSM,
doing the watch
single
parties on
players
Twitch?
rotated, no shifting.
1080p, that's why.
Well, even when I was doing the
I like this call
1080
here.
on
Seven's
Twitch.
utility spread across the entire map as well. Hayes does have the dark cover down on B in case anyone lurks up, but the entirety of M80, they're all barreling down C long. It's only that single tripwire stopping everybody.
Yeah, it's got to be Nature. Hayes just walked through the smoke, and he goes all the way down. 3 players taking him down. But here comes Nature. Wide swing. Full flash, too. The re-exec is good. How many kills can Nature get here? Big headshot onto John QT, but there goes the clear of the back sides. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Nature whipped when he turned the corner, and those with 3 were blind.
For TSM, and all 3 go down to the back of sight in one fell swoop.
And we talked about it in the pre-show, how we're expecting to see a little bit more from Koala today. And let me tell you, that first round absolutely showed up. Had that initial contact there with the tripwire, was spotted out before anybody else, and yet through all of that and the confusion of the various fault lines and all the utility all over C, it was Koala who found the 3K to utterly eliminate TSM in the beginning. And I was about to sit here complimenting TSM's defense.
I think the long play, I
all
think
of their
doing the
lines
switch
covered.
to YouTube.
But now M&E's going to swap it up. They're playing still just as fast, but they're playing in a split push now. Nobody on TSM's holding C whatsoever. They're looking for contact outside
Chat,
of
he's
A.
not too loud, is he, by the way?
You can still compliment them while also losing. They did a good job of mitigating that pressure, just trying to play up as a group in the back of sight. But again, M80 just better in terms of the aim. And in this type of round, you want to see a one-off strat from TSM, or you want to see, again, an organized effort That's indeed what we see. 4 players pushing up out of
Too
long.
easy.
It's going to be EU
Too
taking
easy.
down Hazed. And then Bester Flawless for the second round here of our first map. And all right, we can get back
I think M80 is going to take this.
into our storylines because, again, TSM, M80. I mean, these two teams are relatively fresh. It's M80 who's playing only their second official here. And TSM, yeah, they have some decent tier 2 experience, but against some former tier 1 teams, not much whatsoever. This might be their tallest task yet as a team, outside of course, teams like the Guard.
I think you have your main
it's easier said than done, and of course Hayes has a long history with the core of M80 here, going as far back as 2022, but before we get back into that, a lot of initial sprays coming out from Corey's side. M80, they're picking and choosing wherever they want to go. They're leading into the counter strat where 7's utility has been placed every round, at least thus far, but there's 3 TSM stacked up on A and outside of sewers. They're just waiting for that push up again, Gus, but TSM, they're playing slow. Luckily though, this is great for a mini retake.
Third round, you'll have a full rifle buy.
Well, it is, because they have full control of short right now, but again, M80 is completely compensating for this. They've isolated, and now they're retaking it. Stingers start to emerge, and now they finally get the first frag, but again, long control is still taken up by the Jet. Corey runs away, trying to take on more pressure, but again, Spike hasn't been planted yet. Corey has come back to sight and has gotten yet another frag. How is Corey still alive?
Bro, Corey's chilling.
How is M80 not planting the spike?
Oh no. A little uncharacteristically non-verbose coming out from M80. They're usually good at barreling down a site, but this time they're hesitating. They had full A site control. Corey's there to strike back, and now it seems like
you have to push A. You don't have enough time to rotate.
There's double contact.
Unless you
held outside of A on both places to push in, but for M80, they only have 30 seconds left. They don't have time to rotate.
Corey. Don't want to get wall banged here. 7 around the corner. Gonna be able to get the first. Definitely a few more to go. Nismo out. And the spray through the smoke almost taking down Xander. Xander pretty much with no choice here other than to maybe walk on out. 9 seconds left in the round. His teammates go down in one fell swoop in front of him.
TSM.
He has no other option other than to run. TSM gonna be taking up their first round. But again, you can mark it as a bit of an M80 mistake. They put in so much pressure onto that short side to try to re-clear it, and it ended up opening up A again.
Yeah, I think that re-clear, like you said, is definitely where the crux of the mistake was for that round. We saw so much of a presence down there, but when TSM started fighting back, M80, they kind of tucked their tail and run back down towards the extremities, and by then, TSM was ready to go for a mini retake themselves. Now, for the most part, for TSM, there were rifles in their hands, but bodies had gone down. There is that reinvestment back into TSM, but not fully. GMD and Nature, well, they're stuck with Bulldogs. But M80, this is one of the first rounds we've seen full rifles in their hands.
Did you hear that?
Oh, Gus! Xander's already ready!
Dude, I thought Xander was about to get that dub.
Xander, yes, this is going to be the first one there. But what? What
just goes back
how from John QT. Dry through smoke like a magnet. Bullet straight to the forehead, but again, all of this pressure from M80 back over towards A long. This the entire time has been the intention to default.
Yeah, I really would be surprised
John
if it's
QT
3.
making all this noise, or was making noise. Not anymore though. He's just holding on to long and seeing if anyone clears. Indeed they do, and it's still 8 HP left for John QT. One person still on the other side, but it's only going to be the one. The trade comes in. It's going to be a 1v2 here for Haste.
Oh no. Has so much more of a distance to re-clear. Luckily though, Hayes does have most of his utility to work off of, but so does Nismo. Fault line, the recombo from EU as well.
Staying in the same corner.
Yeah, they're not even playing for long.
Yeah, there's
but
no way that they
misses.
expect this.
Oh. I mean, they know where he's at, though, obviously now.
Yeah,
Hayes is just never going to expect 2 players here. He's going to clear the first.
No?
He's going to clear the first. And okay, EU takes him out first. I was gonna say, Hayes gets that first kill, doesn't expect the second, just walks onto site, all good. 3-1 going back towards M80 though, and again, you could just contribute it all to this long play.
Yeah, I gotta say with M80, I love how aggressive their gunfights, especially in the early rounds, have been. They look clean, they look concise. Even the anti-flash play coming out from Xander in the beginning really had a lot of impact.
The shawty
TSM
on Koalas,
push up
you
and
got the
find a lot of
knives.
impact. So far, almost every single round, Gus, we've seen TSM attempt to do that, and very rarely has it found a positive result.
Right now.
Sure, it's only 2 rounds ahead. Not even a default this time. Coming out from M80. Oh my god, they're going fast.
Yeah, it's not that good for TSM.
It's the only thing that TSM can do. Again, pistols might as well combine the efforts. Might as well go into one choke point, but it just didn't happen. Only one player it's taken away from that, and it's a TSM player. EU is going to get the frag onto Hayes. The rotational frag almost coming in. It's just not going to happen. Plant is going to go down here for M80. Again, CSM.
They got, I mean, really full control here.
Haven't seen Haven from them in a while, and Haven hasn't always been a decent spot for them. It's really just going to have to come down to how they adjust. We know TSM's good at mid-rounding. We know that this
it's a nice
team
shock chart.
is good at adapting. How can they step up now for the rest of this game, especially now that you have such an aggressive M80 already heating up on the attack side?
Yeah, only 3 left alive for TSM. Fault line goes down. No chance to save these weapons either. TSM, they're working with pistols and stingers.
They should lose because it's Nico.
I would like them to die here, though. This is 2 ultis.
Yeah. I think they're just looking for exits at this point. They know it's just pistols.
Oh, it's gonna get EU.
Oh, that's an ace coming out from EU. Wow.
Oh my
Quick
goodness.
ace. That was like the stealthiest ace we've ever seen in Challengers. That's unbelievable. And I mean, the beginning of that round was just so aggressive too, right? You're seeing flash after flash after flash, and you would think.
Yo,
that's how the
Oxy, if
crux
I
of the
remember right, you
battle's
said
gonna
yesterday
be.
you
But
coached a
EU
team in
was just able to
LCQs,
find
yeah?
so many 1v1s throughout that entire round that, yeah, it was an ace,
Is it a
but it
team name
wasn't
that
like.
I might know?
It felt like such a normal play coming out from him.
Oh yeah.
You have a delay on your stream?
This is what we were saying
It's
last week
built
with
into
EU.
YouTube.
This guy is he's consistent, but he's just quiet. He has so many good lineups. He helps out his team in almost any situation that they need it. That's the 1v1 though that we were focusing up on before the game started. Corey versus Koala Noob in the 1v1. The ops come out, and it's Koala Noob instead that wins the
set a
battle.
little higher. Mine,
But again, EU.
I think the delay is just a small, tad bit longer.
A good, consistent threat on this team, especially when he's on a Sky, especially when he's on a
Berserkers.
further
Bet.
utiled agent other than Sova. With the Hunter's Fury, he can do so much. TSM, not a single person in the middle of B right now. They're just depending on the tripwire.
Yeah, this is a good reset. Good regroup from the M80. Owl drone's purposely going to go into the tripwire. That means now they can lurk anytime they want for the rest of the round. And look how spread apart TSM is. You can see Nature in the far back, pretty much to your spawn. You'd think he's AFK, but he's waiting to hear that spike go down on B.
Exactly.
Hunter's Fury is waiting.
Long tech.
And also, he needs to be close enough to actually Hunter's Fury A2. He might be too far away if he's all the way over on C.
Yeah, luckily though, the call's been made that C's could be having a lot more pressure, but now after taking out GMD, the call's been made to re-rotate back over to A. Now he's certainly in range for the Hunter's Fury. All that's matter now is getting that spike into the ground.
I think he might just shock dart instead, but he's going back towards spawn. He might use it if they're even trying to retake. It's 3 players left here for TSM. Their economy is all the way down in the dumps.
Yeah, they're just gonna save. That's the only thing they have.
There's no way that they're gonna reattempt this.
Yeah.
Well, this is good though. Save up.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there's plenty of rounds defensively to use the Hunter's Fury, and given that, you know, Nature was already hiding in the back of spawn, waiting for that B-side plant, we haven't seen
I like
B
this
exec
guy. I
from
can't remember
M80
his
just
name.
yet.
The new one in
But
for this.
all it takes... Oh?
Matchup.
I was just gonna say that was a
best.
hot spot last week too. M80 they started last week with a I think it was dash B exec into a knife immediately from Koala Noob. So yeah,
dude, that's tough.
realistically
Yeah,
this
that's
entire map has been targeted by M80 and TSM. It kind of looks like they've been playing around that, playing off-site B, only playing with one piece of util in the middle there, and instead playing players in link. You can kind of see the respect there from TSM.
It's like that's a tough part about those first couple rounds. Is like
has had a lot of troubles.
You get caught or you get a bad draw. That's it.
Can kind of buy up this round. Someone like Corey is going to be suffering. We are going to be going to a timeout though. The first of TSM. They're down by 4 rounds, and I like the respect that we're seeing TSM give M80. The issue is that there's a lot of these aggressive initial gunfights coming out at the beginning of these rounds that TSM has not been able to win. One thing we can highlight is we saw the initial outfight from that last or 2 rounds ago did not go in TSM's favor. M80 are just hunting. They're praying for all of these initial gunfights, and there hasn't been a situation where they've lost one in like the first 30 seconds.
Timeouts during eco rounds.
Yeah, again.
Because
we
they're
saw
talking about a strat that they're going to do after
from
the eco
the
round.
core of
They'll get
M80.
hard countered.
Koala Noob would be on that front side. Nismo right behind him for the trade, and right behind him is John QT to anchor on in. But more importantly, I mean, again,
someone
this
posted a
M80 squad, we're not seeing anything
Dextero posted
all
a video
too
of someone
complicated
opening
from
a
them in terms of their
$15,000
overall
Pokemon
approach.
box
They
with a
really
knife.
are
It's
just
really
waiting
making me cringe.
for any sort of individual approach from TSM to come in, waiting out their time, and then scaling up together. I mean, if you're M80
No.
and with
I'm
the
putting it up on
utility that
stream
you
now.
have
You don't
here, there's
understand.
not
Like,
much that you can really do step by step.
it hurts me to
or
watch.
overall, excuse me, to
It's
be
like an
able
original-
to one-shot exec. You might as well scale and take things slower.
Oh, but look at Hayes. Look at this now
This hurts to
adaptation
watch.
off of the timeout. Hayes and Seven playing a lot more dominant towards speed. They're expecting M80 to go for
Like
a
a
different
knife
approach
to open
after
up
the
the
timeout. And
Saran
we're kind
wrap.
of seeing that. A little bit more sort of defaulty from M80, but TSM again, even if it's a double contact, Gus right outside of A lobby.
Oh, he has, like,
still
acting
looking for that
experience.
first gunfight.
Yeah, they know it. Yeah, they know they just completely lost a main here, and nobody's watching mid. M80 is slowly losing every part of this map.
Bro, I don't know.
except
That's
for
why I
C.
like watching the
you
video.
do have
Like,
the
it
up
hurts my soul.
held up by Koala That might be the most important part of this, especially
Yeah,
if someone from TSM ends up peeking.
Exacto knife.
M80 opting to re-clear a main. Don't think they saw the breach. They didn't.
Oh, no.
They absolutely didn't. They would have kept someone there to try to fight instead. They spot the jet. They might have even spotted him. They might have seen the numbers too. You never know, actually. Here we go. It's going to be a couple players in the back of spawn, essentially, here for TSM. Not a single person here on site. It is going to be the retake set up for TSM.
I like this. This is smart.
Oh, look at Eu's positioning. Just waiting to see if that flank comes through, and EU would be right. But GMD and company, they're not going to risk going towards C-Long.
Oh,
Hayes
good read
waits
by
for it,
Hayes.
and he gets it. Well done from Hayes, but Nismo holds down Garage. 3 players still coming from TSM spawn. There finally goes Garage. Fault line going in, rolling Thunder into Garage. TSM has been slowed down even further, and Xander just walks out of smoke.
Yo, I thought he was about to spray out the
While
smoke.
Cam darted. 2v2 though. Koala Noob gets a big shot, and now it's a 1v2. John QT, where's the util? Where's the shot? Where's the angle?
Koala
Hayes
diff.
has no
There it
chance.
is.
Koala Noob takes up a big round once again. 6-1. TSM. How do they get themselves back into this game? They need this next round.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the economy again. If they don't win this next
This
round
is
either,
rough,
Gus,
man.
it's not going to be looking good for them for the rest of the half. But I got to really compliment the patience of M80 in the early rounds here. They saw the dark cover going down lobby. They were expecting someone to push up, and that would have been GMD and company. But instead, they play to see where the least path of resistance will be, going for that execute. And that last round with C, really the only thing stopping them was that eventual Omen smoke and the tripwire. But even then, that wasn't enough. Now, a bit more of a default again. Xander's going to overextend, and Corey, top of box, has the right read, but just needs to play this timing correct. But Xander, he doesn't need the push-up. He's just waiting to see if anyone overextends again from TSM.
Xander is a very pivotal agent for the rest of this round, though. They would need that smoke in his hands.
How did
I don't know how that missed. Yeah, I don't know how that missed.
No, you would think.
Did he get damage there onto nature?
He did. A lot of damage, but somehow that looked like a direct shot. I don't know.
That's, yeah.
But regardless,
Such a
though,
sick
I have
shot.
questions.
3 players on A here, though.
Yeah.
The ulti's down the line. I mean, this could just be the lockdown round for TSM.
This was the one round they did win against M80 when there was a 3-stack on site, but a lot of that was overheating from M80. They've played a lot more dialed back since then. 40
GM
seconds
sees the
left.
first contact. And he has a rolling thunder too. He needs to stay alive. There goes
You don't think so?
Koala Noob. Gonna be able to get the first frag. 2 players in the back outside. And finally the rolling thunder comes in. Here comes the cleanup. Hayes gonna be able to get the kill on the Koala Noob. But the 2 players have been stuck all the way over towards long. Xander needs to clear sight on his own, and he's only able to clear 1. 2v2 though. Still possible, but Nismo gets exposed.
I think you
is
meant
about
just
to
as
get
far as
exposed
during
too,
roster
but
swaps, like who would be swapping
huge
rosters.
headshot, but misses out on 7.
Is that,
Once again, the A-hold works out for TSM.
Yeah, really impressive A-holes, holding 3 on site. This time, not even playing into the fact that M80 overextended the first time TSM had won. It was just a straight defensive hold, relying on utility, a lot of anti-spacing off of the Hunter's Fury, and just playing for trades worked out so well for TSM that if I'm M80, I'm not looking towards going A
More
again for a
consistent
long
than
time. There's
yay.
not too many more rounds for the first half. C has worked
That's a big
100% of the
statement.
time. And keep in mind too, we have not seen M80 approach B site yet. They've been using it for a little
That's a
bit
big
of time,
statement.
somewhat. But again, Koala Noob is just
It is
setting the
very-
tempo
I mean,
here, going so
I'm open to hear it. Oh my goodness, 7 just
Are you kidding me? M80, how do they win this round? 2v2, make it a 2v1. They will not win this round. TSM.
Good turnaround by TSM.
5 players on the C side of the map, completely calling out M80. I mean, if they go B, you have 3 players in Link.
I definitely think Crowdcell is different.
You have 2 players on site.
He's different.
I mean, again, that was just a momentum shift.
No, yeah,
round.
I definitely see why you
that's
say
what
it, though,
TSM
for sure.
wanted,
I
but
think if
there's
you
still
think
more
that
work to
highly
do.
of them, definitely understand.
Absolutely. And keep in mind, both these teams have struggled in the past with those first maps of each series. And so TSM, it looks like to me, they're warming up so much more now. They're able to go for these reads against M80. They're prepared for C and B side takes. And now look at this. There's that other 3 stack outside of A again, but there's no presence of M80 at all. A deep tripwire from 7. The spy cam is there for inside of Garage. 7's ready.
Oh, 7 in the middle of the cage, gonna be able to get one, make it a second.
Bro, 7 snaps. Oh, 7! Oh, dude.
Sucker in front of him. 4 kills for 7. As now it's a 1v3. John QT has nanoswarms to use, has some space now, but by the time he plants, the players in Garage are gonna swing him. John's gonna get all 3 pixels on his screen very soon, but a minute left in the round. He could realistically be anywhere. Waiting for him in Garage. Corey has the angle. John's looking for the head. Had the headshot angle, but had to flick back to Corey. 4 to 6. Another big round for TSM. And that one is a momentum shift for sure. 7 proving himself finally.
Man, and look at the way 7 completely shuts down C site. If you have 8 shut down by just raw manpower, and 7 tripwires down, spy cam is up, all of the smoke and anti-visual utilities that you can use, M80 are almost left at a loss. There's a reason why they're going for that timeout before approaching B site. They're using that as their ace in the hole, and maybe even like their very, very last resort. But I like the idea of the timeout here. There's a good chance to go for the reset. Like you said, TSM going for this big momentum shift. What's a better way of destroying that momentum rather than a timeout?
You're going to be
Slow them
watching
down.
the
Let them cool
Knights
down.
starting this weekend, Oxy?
And now M80, if they go for that defaulty reapproach again, they can just mid-round back to C site and probably find more success for the half. They're already good for the
Normally
half
I would,
itself.
but right. I said my birthday week, I'm taking off.
But absolutely
chilling.
want more. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Especially against that attack side.
Yeah, that and
TSM,
getting ready for
I
Sao
feel
Paulo.
like with this group,
Because that shit, like,
so unpredictable.
Yeah, it's gonna be
the
it's gonna be long days.
Seeing M80
like,
all
these
over
games
this
are
map,
gonna
and
be
they
intense.
still haven't hit B yet.
No.
B, which was again a
you
hot
gotta
spot in the last game, still hasn't been hit by this team. And TSM, you can see them continuously setting up for it. 3 players in the middle of B. I'm sure M80 doesn't know it, but if they were to make a fast take really anywhere here, they could be able to get something done.
Yeah, I said I was gonna
It's not
send
gonna
out
happen.
interview requests today. And
I
I
love
didn't.
these
I really need to do
reapproaches
that
from
tomorrow.
TSM. They're expecting B after every single timeout. But M80,
Apex.
they're
I
playing
think
this
right
big
now
brain game
I'm
of making
still,
sure they
like,
just
at least do
never
some
approach
Apex
B.
ones
It's
to try
all
to
that
keep
conditioning.
pumping some sort of
But
Apex
John
content
QT
me out
is
all
one
season.
full point away from that lockdown.
With, like,
Baiting it out, waiting, ready, just looking for that opportunity to use it, probably on B into the next round. But instead,
Yo,
that
Oxy,
slow
what you
work
bring?
up
You
to
bringing
B
me
doesn't
something?
find much.
I'm
The
hungry.
aftershock goes down. No one's behind bricks.
Yo, what up, Boogie?
But what they don't realize, though, Gus, is that 7 has A site lockdown, a first for the series.
Absolutely, he does. The trip is so deep, though. Surely they're going to assume something. Assume that there is, of course, control of some point. At some point.
Oh,
You're in
it's
short.
spotted.
Yeah, but 7.
Gaming.
Once he sees that tripwire go
OBG
down,
right
he
there.
has the breach ready to react with utility. But there's only one person here on A.
I love
This
this
is going to
map.
be a retake setup from TSM, if anything, and it's going to be the same game of chicken that we saw in the very first round, with Corey instead running back over towards mid. But he's actually exposed himself. He's exposed himself entirely. 7 gets spotted. The site is theirs. It's going to be a 4v5.
And through all of that, not a single piece of 7's utility had popped off. No ultimates for TSM to work with here. There is some heaven control from at least 2 of TSM, but they have to time this
red
perfectly and
sauce.
play together.
Pasta.
There's that lockdown.
Bro, I'm a sucker
Very good
for
rotation
carbs.
back, but Xander might have just been a bit too impatient. He is going to re-clear it, though. Hazed hasn't come up yet.
Oh, I think
But
Hayes
the
is looking
time
for
has
exits.
passed. Yeah, time has passed. They are going to be playing for exits, but not even... I mean, these positions for TSM back up towards spawn. is a lot safer than you would expect, but it is going to be the exits. You see the cash at TSM. I honestly think that they could have scrapped together a buy going into the next round, but keyword is scrap.
Yeah.
They really wanted something confident going into the next. Vandals are going to be in their hands. Full utility. One last big chance.
Yeah, and I could see the mindset of TSM2 being like, look, at the very worst, we go 8-4. It's not the end of the world, but if we make sure our economy is decent and we could really force buy the maximum we can for this final round, then we're almost guaranteed that 5-7. But we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. 7 has Neural Theft. That's the only ultimate that we could see on the board this round from TSM's side. EU does have that Hunter's Fury. If they go for orb farming here, they have a great post-plant potential, but Xander dodging, weaving through the fault line. Oh, Corey! Oh, that's good. Through the dark cover, Xander goes down.
Yeah. GMD! It was actually GMD that ended up getting it, so okay. Long gets taken down. M80 going back over towards mid, but again, you remember the setup
7-5
of
isn't bad if you
TSM
can
back
pull it
over
here.
forward. It was strong, but it's because they had 3 players here. Now instead,
Koala
it's
just
the rotating
gets in your
players
back
up from Link.
like that, gets double.
Unexpectedly needed to do something. And as always, it's Koala blasting through the door. Going in, taking out 2 for the back line.
Okay.
Still more work to be done here from M80. Lots of damage already being done to GMD, and he finally goes down.
8-4
One more
those
player remaining, and they're
7-5.
gone. M80 turn a 4v3 to a 3v none. A dominant ending to the first half. But TSM, again, we saw them heating up at the beginning of this half. Really throughout this half entirely. Getting some sort of counterplay against M80, but it had to come down to the patience. Now M80, they're the ones that control pace.
Yeah, let's talk about that counterplay for a second. Every single round, that first half from M80 either ended on A or C site. It was that final round where there could be no post-round adaptations afterwards. Did we finally see M80 go and plant that spike on B site?
Ridiculous.
I know, right? And that just goes to show the conditioning factor that M80 really relies on for their attack. But now that TSM swapped sides, remember the only core change for agents is 7 on that cipher compared to at least M80 Okay, EU. But they're not letting go of that tempo at all.
I mean, I think they're not as important with the meta. I would agree, but
Tragedy. Xander had so
I would
many
say that they're
players
still
stunned
big.
in front of him, but it's a 3v3 still for his team. But, oh my goodness, a massive opportunity to give them essentially the pistol, but a lot of damage has been done. Corey, 7 down to half. Koala does get the first pick, might need to back up. And doesn't make it. What a shot from GMD! Tracking him through the wall, a headshot midair. John QT now. A 1v2 with Corey right in front of him. 30 HP. The info is not there. Finally spots him, but no!
That's what you need, though. This thing started.
Really good tempo setting from TSM again. M80, they took what TSM did for the defense, played aggressive in the first 30 or so seconds of the round, but I gotta say, TSM, they were prepared for a lot more. They were good for the counter adaptation. M80 played for 1v1s. They found something a little bit more than 1v1s against them. It was usually like 1v3s going up against the entirety of the core, but when that doesn't work out, it's a quick, swift round for TSM. They need 3 more to catch up and even things out with M80. And I think the big question I have going into my mind in this second half
10 potentially.
is just, when are we going to see TSM go for a B-side play? Because it was the last round for M80. And TSM, surely, they've been setting up for it so much on their defense, they must go for it a lot sooner. But they're not.
I'm sure.
They're going C instead.
I don't know if that'll be the mind game later.
It might be.
But I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Do unto others what they do to you.
For real though, like what are you doing,
This
my
is a really
guy?
good post play here. TSM, they have full coverage of C. 2 groups of M80 attempting to push through. The dark covers are down, blocking off C long for Hayes and the rest though. I'm sorry, for the rest of M80. Xander and company though going for it. Recomp bolt was down. Oh no.
GMD's gonna get exposed. He's gone, but it's still an even 3v3
Yeah, they say
here
it's only
for
classics left,
TSM.
though.
The SMGs combine to take down the back of sight. Good stuff from TSM, keeping again possession of the middle of sight, not giving that up and playing the post plant.
What they would do is they can get more rifles.
Now going into the next rifles, down the hands of M80. TSM have been losing out on a lot of guns in the last 2 rounds, or in the last round. Had 2 players die there, and they are indeed only reinvesting a slight bit. Only 1 player able to rebuy a rifle, but he's not even gonna do so.
Oh, smart play from TSM. They know the economy game.
Util.
Yeah.
Util mid.
A lot of util mid. A good setup here. A big test for M80. They have their first rifles here. No one's quite close to the ultimates yet. But again, this. Look at M80's placements though of their players. All spread out. Very little contact trades.
3 players here for M80 though.
For B side too. That spike. It's geared its way towards B. A lot of utils down.
Spike is ready. Qualinoob gets exposed. Here comes Nismo. Nismo can't get anything done. Corey just running on through the smoke, going through the deep waters, and taking whoever he can get 6 feet under. Hayes doing the same though. What a shot. What an angle. John QT and Xander. A combined credit account of 200 credits between the two.
Bro, okay, I don't know, man.
And surely they have to save.
Oh! Got one.
They're not even going to do so. They're not going to save for the next round. They're going to go for the ult points.
There it is. TSM, 1 round away from tying things up,
good
baby.
choice to stack up towards B. Even if the contact angles were there from M80, it wasn't enough. That was a conscious decision at the beginning of the round to purposely not buy rifles from TSM. They understood that the Cloudburst, the Cyber Cages, any piece of utility that makes sure M80 can't see a dang thing approaching the site would work out well in such a claustrophobic environment. And because of that, 3 rifles across the board for TSM now into this next round. And they only need 1 more to tie things up. And again, big brain picture scenario, TSM, they had their first full rifles up against a very broken buy of M80.
Oh, wait. Over in mid, you had such a good opportunity for Qualinoob. Ends up going away by Corey. Now the rest of M80, I mean, this is uncharted territory, or at least you might be feeling some of the same jitters that you got last week when OR ended up getting closer and closer, ended up closing up that gap. I mean, there was a point where M80, I think they lost 10 out of 11 rounds. And it was just attacking dominance. They couldn't get anything going.
Anything else?
On that defensive side. And listen to this stat line. Even though they took that loss, and a great kill from Nature, by the way.
That was the rifle, too.
But it was 27 and 5 in terms of defensive rounds for M80 in the last week. 27 and 5. So if there's ever a side that M80 can succeed, it has to be on this defensive side. Here we go. It's going to be all 5 for TSM going out and all 3 for M80 here.
What?
The Stingers work. 2v2 now. Hayes, what a kill through the flash. 47 HP left on Xander. There is no way that Hayes does that.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a classic.
A lot of economy damage right there. But again, TSM, despite going up against the broken buy, they still inch their way barely out on top, evening things up against M80. But going back to your original point, Gus, you're completely right. 86% of those rounds so far that we've seen in Haven on challengers from M80 have been a success for their defense. But the issue...
listen to this. 27 of 5 on defensive rounds, period.
Yeah,
period.
Across the board, you're completely right. But when M80 have not been able to balance themselves out,
you're at least able to get quite a few rifles out of
hands. It's
comparatively
easier said than done.
The buy.
And oftentimes we're seeing TSM, the core, going up against individual members of the team. Only with the small amount of rounds that we have. But Corey does it again.
But if you can at least start chipping away at it, even when you're losing rounds.
Sander does eventually get him. TSM do have a gap.
Especially because now you're in the meat and potato rounds since we're 8-8.
To try to fight Garage. Good stuff from TSM. Another split approach gets them.
Oh, now what are you going to do here? No ultimates really to work with besides Xander's. Information's good, but they're all grouped up together.
Oh, they're all out.
They're just all...
They're all isolated by the smoke. GMD is going to be the first contact here, and hopefully he calls for a swing. Going to be able to... Oh, no, he doesn't get any damage onto Xander. Instead, here comes Hayes. Hayes picks up the big kill. Same thing with Nature. And they don't know about 7. 7 in the murky waters.
Bro, this is M80's map, and TSM is now up 9-8.
We are seeing the first lead for TSM on this map, and at a pivotal time. We just saw the rifles from M80 get broken.
Yeah, we got to give a lot of credit there to Corey. I'm glad we have this replay. Pushing in, finding the exploit. No Cypher from M80 means a lot less presence.
Yeah, I
for
guess
these
maybe I
working
took the
angles,
wash
such
a little
as
too
Garage.
serious, but
Able
I
to
think
push
Guard's
up,
gonna wash
find
most
so
people
much
in.
distance, and Corey, for the most part, has been able to find the opening pick, completely disenfranchising M80 in the process of it. We gotta keep an eye on Corey here.
Still shit.
Getting each of these rounds, just barreling in. But look at Koala Noob doing the same exact thing towards Garage. I'm sorry, B main, but
right over towards mid. Here comes Koala Noob. Here comes Nature and GMD.
Good shutdown.
I have the angle in mid, but they just needed something desperate. They needed the knives to come up with something. Xander has a stinger. Long range with Hazed. Hazed has been so safe this entire map. Almost every single angle I see this guy peek. It's always a slow pixel peek. He's securing himself those single interactions. Here comes two players here from Medi in the middle of sight. They don't know about Nismo. They don't know about Nismo. They don't know about Nismo. Nismo is unknown.
He's still hiding. No shot. Nismo.
Oh, Nismo.
Corey.
It happens.
Nismo
The
whiffed.
stinger is just that way. But
That was the
Corey's
right
just
play.
better. The flick back gets him. And
True though. Yeah, I don't know why Radius
used the Hunter's Fury at the beginning of the round. I mean, it's almost a perfect time, really, or at least a perfect time in the game to be able to use it. Because EU, you want to see him charge it up again by the end of this game. TSM, I don't think they're really going to lose out on much momentum. If M80 start to make their comeback, their cash is about to reach max. Reset potential is in the dumps.
Damn it. EU at this point just looking for a cursory takedown here. And a crumb of anything here with just pistols.
I thought that was a shock dart, not a recon bolt, I'm not gonna lie.
Unlike Rapunzel, forced us back down eventually.
Yeah.
And everyone from TSM, they can run away. A great, flawless round from them, though, and EU forced to kind of go down with the spike as well. I gotta say again, this entry potential from Corey, despite these distracting, aggressive push-ups from M80 at the beginning of the round, Corey does not care about any of that. They find a singular path, they run it down, and they slow at a certain point. They find the crux of where, say, John QT's utility is going to be. That in that last round, it was the alarm bot on top of bricks. They stop at that point and let the rest of TSM catch up, and that's when Corey re-aggresses forwards and was able to catch up people like Nismo, just hiding away in the back of A. And now it's double digits.
It's almost a completely different look from the TSMs of old. It's a lot more disciplined, folks. Koala Noob, though. Here comes the off specialist. Pulls up one kill onto Corey once again with the Rolling Thunder, overwhelming the entire site. They need to run away.
Good shutdown, but still TSM, they make their way on the A side. The Owl Drone's gonna spot exactly where GMD is going to plant. Is there anything gonna stop it?
Oh, no, nothing connects. Koala Noob looking for 7 potentially, and this lockdown. Such an important lockdown here for M80. They're not finding any gaps into the site. They have the lockdown. Surely, yes, they do. GMD is going to be able to take it down. 2 players for M80, both stuck in heaven, but they're actually going to drop down right with a Rolling Thunder, and it might just work. Nismo looking for the spike, but it's not covered by the smoke. He's going to try to fight this 1v2, and he only has 13 HP. It's planted for them. He has no chance. 11 to 8. M80 are gonna go down potentially to pistols. I don't know if they're gonna force up or not, but this is a red carpet to 12 to 8.
Yeah, and you would think that could go in M80's favor. Koala Noob shut down Corey at the beginning of the round, but even then, TSM, they were not deterred. Wow. No hesitation whatsoever. Continue to push and aggress in the Koala even after they lose their entry. And I gotta say, GMD, great trade there. Nismo really saved the day. That Owl Drone never even spotted Nismo.
Timeout, trying to figure out.
But I like this call here,
what they're gonna do. Probably not this round, but next round. They might try to figure out their buy this round, but it's probably more so balanced in the next two.
They lost more than 3 rounds.
We've been fans of TAC FPS. I mean, you know them, you love them.
So it goes up so the first round they lose
tenured career.
19, and then it's like 20. It goes up at like 500.
And IGLing and just being a part
so they might have
top TAC FPS squads. And I mean, this is his first task in Valorant.
Or they might just have
to take a team who are subverting their own expectations in terms of success. I mean, this team needs a boost right now, and it's absolutely the time to do it. But 11 to 8, is it maybe a bit too late? They started this half at 8-4.
Hero rifles.
And again, I say deja vu from last week. ORE, they pretty much went perfect in their second half to beat M80. And we're seeing it again this week, this time on their defensive side of Haven. Again, the defensive side, that overall, they've only dropped
they've
5
really let TSM
rounds
run this
so far.
Yeah,
and they've dropped,
TSM's offense,
if I'm not mistaken, 4 already on this D side.
Let's wait and see what the adaptation will be this time. TSM pretty geared towards C site this time around. It's B7 playing all their lonesome, looking to see if anyone pushes up aggressively towards C or just barreling it down.
That's a brilliant dart.
More.
Yeah,
Here we go. Corey's going to be on the front side. There's going to be 2 players in the back. The knives come out. John QT isolated, but no frag. And Xander hasn't been spotted. It could be all on Xander, but GMD goes out with the flash and is still able to get the frag. M80, we're already setting up from the beginning, just trying to see what Xander could do in the middle of sight, but they're going to play for retake now.
To win this round, right?
They're going to wait for their teammate.
You understand the force.
Either you win this.
Great double contact, top of logs. Tripwires down. You can hear it, but can they spot it? Oh, I think Nismo's aware. But jumping is going to be so incredibly difficult to do.
Here we go!
Oh!
It's gonna be the push out. Double kill
Wow.
from Noob. 1v3 now, and Hazed is going to start it off with a big kill onto EU. Wide swing from John QT.
Big for M80.
Keeping M80 in the game. M80 put everything into that last round, Keg, and it paid off.
That's right. If they had not won that round, we were looking at pistols for match point for TSM's favor. But now TSM, they have competition again. We have not seen M80 win a defense round up until this point, and it's been such a difficult journey to get there. But again, holding down C, playing a solid retake, playing off of each other a lot more than we've seen with less utility reliance that last round. And TSM, they hadn't done anything different. It was still the Corey show, even completely bypassing the alarm bot. It was too delayed for even the Blade Storm. TSM thought for sure that was going to be their match point. But now, things have gotten heated up once again. TSM are aiming towards main and mid again.
I mean, you see the switcher from M80.
This is a really good match.
Me? 4 players on the A side. 1 player in the back of B, though. They haven't exposed any of these players on A. They're desperately looking for John QT. The Owl Drone getting closer. Corey finally going down in the dark cover.
And they back out.
What?
TSM are not going to go towards B. They're playing into the alarm bot.
The alarm bot is going to be there, but again, because of the beginning of the round, there's no one even on C. They're going to use a lot of util to get their way out of here. I would like to hope, but actually Hayes has no smoke, so okay, they do use a lot. They use the ulti.
Yeah.
They could have used it for a post plant. They didn't have the information. They could have used a recon bolt too that had just recharged.
And
but now they can use the recon bolt for post plant.
Yeah, they can. It's a lot of potential though. 5v3. They're looking to shut it down early though. What is that peak?
Oh, GMD, good for 2. Can he make it 3?
Oh!
But he can't. 3 headshots.
No, this is it though. Wow. Nature trying to hold down the line. I mean, that was the battle. M80 decided after the first 2 kills go down, they just have to take on all of those contacts
Yo, Moon,
at
are we
once,
gonna
and Nature
go
was
to a
forced to
2K
get into
event?
that 10th round going back to M80.
You know it's in DC,
and
right?
The situation that I mentioned before for TSM in terms of economy, or excuse me, for M80 in terms of economy, might be TSM soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a back and forth ping pong economy coming out right now, but I want to mention M80, their 4-stack on A. Really big gamble, relying essentially on John solely to cover the leftmost side of the map. That alarm bot spelled wonders, but luckily that flank was able to be disrupted. The tripwire was there and slowed down M80 slightly. But let's see again. Another gamble stack. This time John situating themselves out inside of C, no longer on B. And now it's going to be a gigantic group battle. Gus, I hope your lungs are ready.
There. Can he dash? Yes, he can. Koala Noob is there. Corey now getting dark covered, or excuse me, getting paranoid. Koala Noob needing to back up once again. Xander still gets a frag.
Oh my goodness.
From Xander. I was surprised when he got 1. I was shocked, frankly, when he got 1. How does he get 3? Spike is fully in the hands of M80 and TSM.
11-10.
Left with 2, and you look at the credits down the line.
Oh, look at Hazed. Far back in the trenches of defense spawn.
You can't do anything with this, though. M80 have isolated this. They're compensating for this. They're
Let me
giving
know if that
them
cleans feed for you.
They gave them mid.
And really, only Koala Noob is watching A long. Yeah, there's also EU too, but keep in mind, there's no fact of tradability. Shrouded Step was already brought down. Hayes trying to be as silent as possible. Seven's there to help out too. You can't even go for trades. It's a 2-to-1 ratio. 30 seconds left on the clock. They're looking for the anti-flank there, but no one's going to be around. Everybody on M80. -1 stacked up outside this spike.
I just wasn't sure if it'd be choppy in Discord or not because it's going to prioritize stream.
Such a difficult
word
to contemplate economic scenario. Realistically, actually for not really for both teams. M80, they're going to get this win. I'm seeing like the hundreds down the line here, but they're going to get almost 3,000 credits here for winning this round. They're going to have more than enough if they end up losing the next round. If TSM
overtime
pushes
now
it
if you're M80.
to the 12-11. But more importantly here, how is TSM in this round going to redistribute their economy? How much are they going to have into the next round if they lose? M80, they themselves had a huge comeback put against them last week. They could be doing it themselves.
Timeout for TSM, good call.
Good chance for a timeout here. TSM are going to opt to do that. Nature and GMD fairly close to their ultimates. And keep in mind, John QT already has that lockdown in play. John is playing by themselves, holding down both B and C for at least the last 2 rounds, and those have been successful for M80. But now they can easily do that because they can just
shift right into Link and use the lockdown, right?
Exactly. But here's the thing,
Chaz, you know the sub came in. I don't know if it was on the stream or not. Appreciate y'all, fam. We're 8 away from 100.
To maybe even bring it out early to make sure either Nature maybe uses that Hunter's Fury, or GMD in the process of trying to help out Nature might try to go for the Rolling Thunder too. That would make things a lot easier for M80 to hold down a site. And so far, for their successful rounds, Gus, that's what they've been opting to do in order to take the victory.
If I wouldn't have gotten out the oven
they're not
2 hours and 20 minutes ago.
How both these teams in these last few weeks need to clean up their act and play a little bit more patient and more cleaned up for the micro game. And now that M80's had their own timeout, they have worked wonders of not overextending and playing much more of a disciplined game.
Yeah, a little more, right? Because M80 have been getting picked out of long, but again, they're just playing it in a little bit more of a controlled fashion. Instead of playing just the 1 long, they're playing it 2 instead. Over towards short, they play up the breach now instead too. They're actually backing him out, and they have actually left Xander over in short, even though we've seen Xander multiple times go for potentially a C hold, but here comes the play already over in C. It's only Koala Noob in the middle of sight to hold it down. He has to back on out. This is what we were waiting for, though. 11-11, 5v5 retake, and John QT starts it with the lockdown. Is anyone going to go to the back of sight? Is anyone going to stick around for this crossfire? You do have the Omen waiting in the middle of sight, waiting to see if anyone's coming in, and Hayes is going to TP on out, back over towards spawn, but oh my goodness, what an idea from Hayes.
That's brilliant.
Misses out on the lockdown, but here comes potentially the defuse. John QT has to watch the cross. He's stunned, and he still gets the kill onto GMD. 3 players left. Corey in a 1v5, and he has no chance. M80, all 5, overwhelm C.
Oh, think about where we've come from up until this point. TSM, a flawless attack up until the last round, and now M80.
7-11, right?
They've been able to gain round after round after round, just playing a teeny tiny bit slower. And I mean, of course, we gotta mention John's lockdown, right? John QT's lockdown there. 5v5 retake, like you said, worked out so well to displace TSM that even though they had ultimates themselves, Hayes couldn't find the information off of Into the Shadows, was forced to dial back. Koala finding that pick too made sure that again TSM were losing pivotal utility in the post plan that they really needed. But now here's the big test. 1 round left for M80 to break these into the next map, but EU's good for the opening pick. 7 goes down, and now M80, Gus, they can flank all they want.
Okay.
Keeps going. Another one. TSM. They've lost Hazed.
Dude, this is gotta be so deflating on the side of TSM, bro.
It's EU using the Hunter's Fury.
It was like in your grasp,
almost
bro.
Every single time. It's almost a meme at this point. How much usage he gets out of his Hunter's Fury. Almost every single time he's able to either get damage, double kill, triple kill even.
He's gonna go burn.
This time, of course, gets the first frag, needs more. 2 players are going to be the ones
I say don't on
crossing
ADS.
over that B side. It's the Odin, but GMD exposes John QT, and it's going to do the exact same thing to EU. What a play from GMD.
It's a 3v3 though. little bit of a lull, 45 left, but B-side looks like it's in TSM's favor.
They have Rolling Thunder still, too.
Happy diff, actually.
This is such a good scenario here for TSM. And the Hunter's Fury is going to be in the hands of Nature off of this plant.
TSM want overtime. It's up to Corey.
TSM has 2 ults, bro.
Yeah.
They have so many scenarios where they can take it into overtime.
Yeah.
So many conditions. And it's all working out. Rolling Thunder going in. Shots from Koala Noob.
Yeah, you still
They
have
miss out.
Hunter's Fury
Can't combine now.
too.
Xander looking to run away from GMD. GMD doesn't get the kill, but Koala Noob needs to walk out on his lonesome. TSM, a 5v3 turned into a non-v3 to push it to overtime.
All right, I gotta ask you guys, do you think we're gonna see a solid overtime from one of these teams, or are we gonna go back and forth, double, triple, quintuple OT?
Look, all I know is that I'm here for the goddamn ride. 12 to 12. Overtime has been reached, and yet another gigabanger. We were looking for the 2 teams earlier today. The two teams who were unsigned going into the season. We thought that they would put up a more even battle. N80, however, they've established themselves as a top 2 team going into this season. They have been pushed into overtime by TSM, who is hot on their flank. This is so fun.
All comes down to this, though. M80, they found so much success on their attack. And right away, already stifled in their tracks. Recon Bolt spots out Xander. A reset back over to B. Keep in mind, M80 only went for 1 B take. And that was the very last round of regulation on their side. And there it is. Flashpoints are out. They were saving it for overtime. Hayes is by themselves. Him versus the world.
Much damage off of that first spray. There's so much damage being done.
It's a lot of damage to the smoke there.
EU. He has the pick over in mid, but he could go down with fresh HP. That is now 4 players lit up now for M80, but TSM opting to leave the anchor on C7 with all the util that he would like in front of him.
So much damage.
And it might only be him. No one from TSM has reacted to the camera going down. And it's going to be all 5 for M80. It might be yet another one of those big retakes.
Oh! It might have been, but 7 goes down.
Yeah, you needed
all
7
that
to at
utility now
least have a
lost.
little bit of
4v5
resistance.
potential for the retake here. Look at half of TSM. They're over on A. They have to go around the entire world, but the spike is going to keep ticking away. It's up to these two, Corey and Hayes, by themselves to hold out for just a few seconds, Gus. But they have to push into the
low
group.
HP. Look at this 3-man crossfire in the back. Nismo's ready! Right next to him. Nismo is the one that gets the kill. John QT
Yeah, it was
there
all
too.
from that
And
spray
now there's
from
only
the
2 players
smoke.
remaining for TSM. But look at the frags from
come back to
Nature.
hurt
Nature
them.
is taking this all the way back from a 2v5 to a 2v3. Koala Noob over and long. There's still a lot more pressure to take on. Nature, he gets another kill.
Oh, watch
And he
your
could get a
toes,
Hunter's
boy.
Fury, but it just won't happen. GMD 1v2, nowhere to go. 70 HP, but Koala Noob will never peak this, and the time is already gone. M80 open up overtime with a dub.
Oh, a strong dub at that. I mean, taking out 7, not a clean start for TSM in their defense. They did their best to hold down the fort. They played together in a retake, but even then, that 4v5, it just snowballed. And there's so much C-long potential here. Look at Koala Noob. A great shot. The reaction time. I mean, we had to slow it down because it looked like in frames getting that flick down. And even with GMD getting so much done at the very end, it just wasn't enough. But now, again, big litmus test. Are we going to see M80 close out here 14-12? Or is this going to be a super attack-sided Haven yet again?
Oh my goodness. It might just be TSM. They're at least taking control here, and they're not giving away too much information. Xander, we've seen him in this position before, but Xander, it was a tragedy the last time it happened. Are they going to hard clear him? Is Nismo going to take away the attention? Nobody is over towards long. It's 3 players holding down short.
Oh, Xander gets both?
Able to get both. 3 players remaining for TSM.
Wow.
GMD needs to be a hero. He just
pulls it
lost out with Spike. No.
Oh, no. And there's only 2 left.
Not like this. Not like this. A 2v5 and they need to recollect Spike?
And that's
good
deep
map,
into A.
but
by
off to
themselves
Ascent we
too.
go.
We do see Corey reapproaching with Nature. That dark cover separating themselves in the entirety of M80.
Might as well. Just be the ultimate crossfire.
Just
shut this down.
Blind shot this.
They're using everything.
30 seconds left.
Every piece of utility trying to gain space, but Corey's the only one left. Good for one, sure, but it might be in vain, Gus.
It might just be. Corey.
Because they don't know where you're shooting from.
Again, no chance. This was 8-4 going into the second half. TSM takes that 8-4 and flips it 8-11.
Yeah.
Since then, M80 win 5 rounds out of 6. It's an incredible finish to the first half, for the first map, excuse me. And M80, they looked on it.
I mean, hey, you're not wrong either, though. That first half was so impressive coming out from M80's side. Both these teams look exceptional on their attack, but we're talking about how great M80's defense has been so far, at least in Challengers. We didn't really get to see a lot of that until that very final timeout. And I think that was such a pivotal one. Both these teams have struggled with that first map jitters in the beginning of each series. And to me, it felt like, especially M80 on the second half, we're feeling a little bit of that for their defense. But once they got that timeout and they were able to play much more concise together, we had ourselves, like you said, a very big banger on our hands.
I feel like a lot of the rounds where M80 would usually rely on QualiNoob to clear out space, they were trying to play a little bit more structured. They were trying to play a little bit more scale up, and that actually ended up affecting them a little bit. M80 might not have been so accustomed to the playstyle that they were playing this time, where again, they just don't let one go wild, or they try to just support the one and trying to take space. And then in the rounds where we did end up seeing QualiNoob take space like that, it was pretty damn dominant. It would be an opening 2K from the man just from a dash into B or something like that.
Fantastic pro.
Dude, I love Up9's pro, bro.
Again, what a comeback from them. It was, again, from 4-8 to 11-8. That is
has to be wireless.
5 rounds. Excuse me, what am I saying? That is 7 rounds in a row from TSM over M80. M80 had this happen last week, and they immediately flipped it to like a 13-1
He hosted
third map.
the Red Bull
Let's see if that's the same
college,
response. TSM need to
month and a half
continue
ago.
this momentum. They need to remind themselves how they really put M80 in their place. Map number 2
I don't remember the
coming
guy
up
on the
soon.
right, but I remember him. I think it was him and that young that college kid. I forget his name.
Probably.
Okay, yeah. While we do that, let me say so. Koi has so like if you go back to like the bracket, right? Koi has shade.
His afro isn't wireless. No. His headset has to be wireless.
Taxi.
I mean, he can have a wireless afro too.
A wireless afro. I don't know about that one.
Whatever. So Cold Demente is pretty nice. Shados was from the previous. This is for Koi. Shados was from the previous. Like the first matchup, Koi versus NRG.
Oh, okay.
So Shados is from the previous Gambit group, which turned to Mac. They won Berlin.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the rest of the team, but I still think NRG takes that. They just have they have the FNS, Crashies, Victor. Then they also have Chet. Then they have 2 new players, but they kind of mesh together. For Dead Nation, Seldom, I kind of know him, but I don't really know how he plays. But I think Dead Nation will take this one.
I'm gonna change my bracket. Yep.
Nookie is nasty. That kid's nasty. For Loud, the only reason I picked Loud over Genji is because they're the what do you call it? The defending champ.
But you said it's not the same roster. It's part of the same roster, just not the full roster.
They have 2 players that are the same. So Les and Aspas. The rest of them. What's Sadak? No. Yeah, Les and Aspas are.
You see the picture of Aspas and Yay?
Yeah, he tweeted it out.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure Les and Aspas are from Loud, and the other 3 are not. Or maybe it's Aspas and not Les. Sorry, Sadak. Sadak was their IGO. Fun FPX. This is a whole new team. This is the Chinese team.
Yep.
It's one of the 2 Chinese teams that are coming in.
They look nice though.
I don't know anything about these guys.
I can't remember what video I was watching that was showing me.
I know about Scream, I know about Nevera, I know about XMS. So that's why I'm saying Carmen Corp over FPX. Then DRX versus BBL. BBL and DRX are both in the league. I mean, I'm going
You
for
picked
DRX.
Paper Rex over Cloud9?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I did too.
Uh-oh.
I'll give you my reasoning, but DRX, they're going to be playing with they have a 6-man, so they're going to give him some experience. That's the word. I don't know if that's going to be true or not, but that's the word. But DRX. Then Cloud9. The reason why I say Paper Rex is because Paper Rex is their wild card. They do different shit. So like Cloud9 can't. They don't know what to expect from.
I think that game's gonna be a
Paper
fucking
Rex.
banger, by the way.
Yeah, definitely. Like I love EA. I fucking love EA. But like
Yay is different, man.
at the same time, you have a Paper Rex who love to push. They love to do like unconventional shit. They love unconventional
Is Ye
team
back
comp.
on Jet now, or?
Yeah, he is.
That right there could stop a push in itself. It's
I
Ye
understand.
taking an off angle and just...
Yeah, but like you have Jing and you have Forsaken on Paper X. They're gonna double push everything, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Like this is like
Well, that's
unknown.
what I'm saying. If he's gonna play an off angle to get a pick, and then he's gonna jet away.
Bro,
It's not
Paper
gonna
X
be
just,
easy. It's not gonna be easy trade.
this is gonna be a good match, but I'm saying like Paper X is just too unpredictable. And that unpredictability might be good for them. It might be bad for them.
I do think the winner of that matchup qualifies. Like it's crazy that you have a first round matchup that does that, but
I do think if DRX sticks with like their young gun and they have like their sub playing in or whatever for like experience, then Paper X will take it because they just have more experience together as a team. But if they have like their core, it's gonna be a good ass.
So do you agree that if Cloud9 beats Paper X, you think Cloud9 has the upper hand on DRX?
I think it'll be a good game. Like the same conditions apply. So if they have like their
full roster,
their full roster, it'll be a good ass game, and I think DRX will pull through because they've been together longer. They have like practice together longer.
Who else is he playing Jet on every map?
He's
basically?
so you have like your agent role, but you have like a specific role that's like he's the opper. He's the main opper basically.
Right. So
So,
who would he
like-
play besides Jet? Like if it's not a
He would most likely play Jet on like
quintessential Jet map.
yeah, I mean, it probably still, I would imagine.
maybe
Jet,
like
right?
okay, so like for Icebox, you see like Jet players play Sage, and like they'll op on Sage.
I could see that.
You know,
I
so,
could
like,
definitely see him playing Sage because
He'll
Sage
play,
gives
like,
you so
Sage.
much on the Icebox that
Then I think for raise maps, you'll probably see either like what's his name? One of the two. Either
Yeah,
Zeppa
because-
running raise or like the other. I forget the other guy's name.
Zelsis isn't running any. He's gonna run the initiator probably.
I think no, I think Zeppa is gonna run the initiator.
You think they put Zelsis on smokes?
No, Smokes is gonna be I think Vanity.
I'm gonna go grab water real quick before they come back for next round.
I think Vanity runs Smokes. You'll see like Duelist will kind of swap up here and there because you'll see like it all depends on like who's gonna be like if EA is the main opper, then he'll usually run a Duelist. Unless like someone runs a Duelist better than him. Like maybe for Fracture, if they have like if they pull out Neon, he'll have like Zelsis on Neon or something.
Yeah.
I think like Heretics and Evil Genius. Evil Genius has like a 10-man roster, right? So like we don't know. I mean, it says Boostio, Com, BCJ, Jagamo, and Ethan, but I don't know if this 5-man squad is gonna play or not. You know.
Yeah.
Then we have Heretics with Mixwell. The Kellogg's kid is actually disgusting, but you have they've been practicing a lot. They've been like doing a lot of practice together. Also, they've been into like a few lands together. So like the more like practice you have, the more lands that you play in, you kind of understand like how your teammates play. You know, you kind of like play off your teammates as well. That's why they have a little bit more experience compared to EG, I would assume. So that's what I'm saying. Heretics
That's
over.
part of the reason why I think C9 came out a little slow.
Yeah.
was because like Ye is that player that you need to let be Ye.
Yeah, you need him.
And you need your other 4 players to know what the fuck they're doing around Ye.
Yeah, you're basically playing around here.
You know what I mean? Like you're letting Ye be Ye.
But also like it was the first LAN that they played together, so like that plays a part.
No.
You know?
That's what I'm saying. Like I think that's why you know they get that a little bit together now.
Then like compared to
how much have they been playing?
Yeah, compared to 100 Thieves though, they only swapped 1 player for a cryo. Everything else is the same except for like they had their assistant coach.
I think you need Box mustache Q.
What?
Oh, he's not there. I'm gonna have to tell him when he gets back.
EG will have 9 at San Paulo. Okay. Yeah,
I
don't know.
Q, I can see Q with Box mustache.
I don't know who, like, it's saying when I'm like clicking on it, Oxy, that it's gonna be Bustio, Com, BCJ, Jagamo, and Ethan, but I don't know if those 5 are gonna like play every game or
right.
They're gonna swap out for like giving like younger talent like some LAN experience, because LAN experience is huge. LAN angles are different. Like the whole environment is completely different than online. I think
But they should be trying to qualify it, correct?
I mean, everyone's trying to win, right? Everyone's trying to
Right.
win, but like, it's one series and it's a one and done, right? March Madness, basically, right? So if you want to give like your young gun, it's also like the way they like word it is it's a showcase to show like all the teams.
I mean, it's basically also a preseason showcase, essentially, right?
Yeah, so you're showcasing like your young gun, right? Like this is my young gun, and like he's not only getting experience, he's also getting like they're showing him
map
off,
has been probably one of the more
from
even
MBR,
ones in terms of
MIBR,
round for
I
a
think
set,
MIBR
or
can take
excuse
that.
me, for TSM.
Sushi
But in
Boys
terms
is
of the
actually
win count,
nasty on
they
the
are
other team.
7-1 going into this map with
Talent.
wins
Sushi
over
Boys
teams that
nasty,
you don't
Fox
quite
is
know.
nasty,
Shopify
Cruise is
Rebellion,
nasty.
EG will have
T1, Mad
9
Lions.
at SP.
This map has a lot of tenure.
So you
very
think a lot of
early
the
on
teams that
for
have
this
the
young
bigger
TSM
amount
lineup.
of players will
And
play
again,
more of their
if
newer
there's ever
players?
a map
You'd
that we
imagine
could
that,
push
or
into
what?
a map 3, it's gonna be this one. And
No, I
TSM
think
are
like
very
if you have
thankful
your
that they kept
main
it in
5,
the.
then like if you want to give
Well,
experience,
you know,
will, but
I
with
do
EG,
have high
it's like,
expectations
if
here
you could
for a
ban
third
people,
map,
then
but
I guess it's good for scrims, but at the same time, like who's your
Actually,
starter?
Actually said Demon 1. He doesn't think Demon 1 got a visa, but Screw did.
For who? Which team is that?
That's EG, right?
EG.
For EG? Okay. Screw did. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. They're kind of like it's up in the air for me. We have to like see him play to see like how well.
Q, can you grow that mustache, Q?
I can't, bro. I can't even. I can't even grow a regular mustache. I have a fucking weird ass split in the middle.
I actually don't. I think he's from.
Trust me, if I could get me a mustache and I could fucking curl in like that, I would 100% do it.
Arriba, sir. M80 TSM. We're going on to a
That
set.
mustache is fucking hot. It looks really. He rocks it. He
but
does.
Again, M80 going into this from their time on Ghost. This is the map where
no, he has it curled up, dog.
Yeah, we talked about how Corey and Qualu are such important figures for their team. Going as far back as the pre-show, and we certainly saw a lot of that on Haven. I'm expecting to see whatever we had on Haven amped up at least 2 or 3 times here. I want to see that rivalry continue. And again, Corey, the aggressive push that we had seen on their attack was not like anything else I've seen from the Jets in a very long time. If that can continue on what can be at times a very hard map to entry, I could see this being a very clean win from TSM, and we go straight to Pearl in no
chat,
time.
do we have anybody in here that's hanging out? Ox, if you want to come and hang out in the Discord, feel free.
Corey
Anyone in here?
specifically,
Come hang
the
out.
majority of these rounds on the
Best place to come
defense,
kick it with your boy off
it's
stream.
another tough battle.
It's also where I post whenever I'm going to be like shoutcasting and stuff like
we
tomorrow.
don't have too many agent differences. Again, we do have we do have some initiator differences here. 7 still on the Killjoy, but there is no Sentinel from M80. They're relying on flashes,
Bro, I can't wait for tomorrow.
And of course a little bit of Koala noob action to bring it home.
One day, bro.
For a sense, sure, I go for it. I guess I'm
It's gonna be a
honestly
bloodbath.
quite curious on how they're going to be able to do this. Again, there's no possibility for a one-man anchor unless you're really depending on Astra to do so. But here we go. It's going to be four-player pinch back over
Sao Paulo
Nate.
starts,
If this is the way the M80 are going to play for the rest of the game, we're going to have a real fun time. Fast pinch going into the mid side. Two players go down. But it's the one lurker back over in A, gets a random frag. TSM.
Really?
Cut it down to a one-man
So
disadvantage.
Smoggy did like crazy good.
Yeah, look at the cut
The
tempo
first
now from
matchup in,
TSM. A minute
Champs.
left on the clock.
So we got
Assessing their
TSM's
options,
map
even
here,
on a
right?
pistol round. What they don't know is that B site's completely clear, but they're going to choose the regress towards A on the extremities of tree and also A main itself.
Yesterday's game,
Nismo.
Pro was
Looking
pro.
around, just had the
Like,
contact in the back.
their whole
Nismo's
focus
there,
was on
flash
A,
drive
but
is
B
out,
is,
but
like,
no one's
crazy.
on the other side. He's just barely surviving after the aftershock and GMD falls.
Ooh, okay,
Still
Nature.
going to be that kill coming back from Nature. Still a 2v3.
I don't even like.
But Xander gets the frag over onto Hazed.
But I like
Spike
the
will
new
go.
comp,
We
though.
were anticipating the 2v3. The Haze frag is so important. 1v3. No one is close. Nature doesn't have any shock darts, however.
Hazard's like 1 health.
Okay. Recon bolt is down. It's going to tell Nature, hey, no one's in the immediate
How
back
the-
of defense spawn yet.
Oh my goodness. Oh, they're all going together in on stairs. They could be the isolated battle. On to join QT. What a shot from Nature. Both players
Live
are down
feeds
low.
in Discord
40
if you
HP,
want.
74 HP. Diffuse coming in for
I have it
Gualanu.
up.
He's still holding
Oh, okay.
it. It's not
Yeah, I
even
have it up
planted
with-
for him.
with your stream over here.
Oh, a good attempt from Nature, recognizing, hey, there's nothing on B side. A hasn't worked out very well, at least in the small little scenario at the end of the first round. But M80, that's a really good showing of probably what we're going to expect to see in the late round for
Xander
at
gonna
least
try
most
and
of their
play that
defense.
smoke with the
Everyone's
judge.
grouped up together in this little squad, caravanning from one site to all the way to the other. This is going to be a big rotate-heavy map, Gus, and I'm super excited to see what TSM can play maybe for those entry
Ooh,
points.
you know
but
what would be
again,
fun?
I'm expecting
I
to see
should
a
do an
lot more
interview
mid-play, and
with
from
Northwood Esports
M80's
coach.
end, we're going to see a lot of contact plays going every round.
They were like the two-time
Again,
college
we
Valorant
have to go back
champions.
to the no sentinel point then. With so many rotations, you can't rely on just one player having the hold. But John QT, you can absolutely trust on him to be a human turret.
I'll say, I think
Two
we're
kills
mutuals
going
on
his
Twitter,
way.
hold on a second.
EU around
Wow.
the corner, sharp with a couple of headshots.
Normal, like this one,
There you go,
or
M80.
round, so.
Yeah.
Keep at least their economy clean going into the next TSM. Like you said, Keg, I really
So
do want to
clean.
see like how proactive are these guys going to be on the early contact? How proactive are they going to be
Stinger's getting
on the
nerfed,
default?
bro.
Because again, surely
it's just by
M80
one damage.
One
can't
damage.
be comfortable right now.
But
The
it's,
way that
but
TSM
it's
ended up
getting
with
also
Hayden
more
as we
expensive.
get
1100.
positive.
Yeah.
The way that we saw them play Hayden, I mean, it was a little more aggressive than we would expect, and that actually ended up giving
I
away
think it's healthy.
a lot of maps or a lot of rounds that we didn't expect.
Because honestly, at that
Absolutely.
point, you might
And I'm
just
glad you
save
mentioned the
with
word
a,
proactivity because we're probably not going to see a lot of
Like a frenzy.
reactivity from M80 here. Usually a lot of that reactivity comes out from
Either, like,
having
full save it
sentinels
by,
in
like,
play,
light shield.
especially on B site.
Like,
You can
by, like,
bring
a-
down a KJ and it locks everything
Well,
down,
the
makes the
frenzy
site
can
almost
get you.
uninhabitable for these attackers. But when you don't have a
I guess
sentinel,
they go
you
for
pretty much
Deeks.
have to rely
Yeah, they go
on
for
gunfights to
Deeks
win the majority of
it
these rounds.
depends on,
Now,
like,
we've only
offense
had
and
2
defense, like,
rounds
what
to
you
judge it so far, and both those
You
have been
like,
heavy
Deagle, you
gunfight
have,
rounds
the
coming from
long-range
M80.
ability.
So
Oh,
for
absolutely.
TSM, even through this pause, it's a good time for at least you and I to kind of think about, okay, what can TSM do in this very precarious situation where you don't have to rely on
who's
something like a
loading up the cheats,
Killjoy
though?
or a Cypher against you?
Why are you?
But instead,
what do you think the
you have to
technical
play for
pause
the
is here for,
gunfights.
though? If you're already like you
Right,
have
I'm
your
just-
full
I'm
weapons,
just
right?
thinking
You
real
think there's
quick
just
here
more
of the,
strategy,
of
right?
the util potential
No.
because it seems like they've
It's a
taken
tech pause.
instead of the
sorry,
Killjoy,
not
they've
tech pause. I'm an
opted
idiot.
for
Attack pause is,
the breach
tactical
instead,
pause.
and they've
Right.
opted
I'm an idiot.
for pretty much
Tech pause
triple
means somebody's
initiator.
headset's not
in
working.
terms of
Right,
Nismo,
right.
John, and
Some
EU.
I just,
I mean,
I
it
just,
is
it-
it's such
like,
a
I'm an idiot.
deadly
So many.
combo on that
You see my message
attacking
in
side,
Discord?
but
Q?
I mean, on the defensive side, I'm
shotgun
still
meta?
trying to
I
think
didn't
here.
wanna
bring it
Are
up.
we just going to have M80 not be as fluid?
I wouldn't
Are we
be
going
surprised.
to see them pretty much just hold on to these
Oh,
sites
with the
with
gold
men
shotgun bolt
pretty
coming
much
in.
the entire
Yeah.
round? Is that going to affect TSM on their rotations? Are they going to be more scared now to
I still
take up
think
the
it's gonna be
entire
so
map
better.
because they think a
You'll
contact
have like
is in a certain
shotguns on
place
maybe
hidden?
like
But keep in mind, too, without
imagine
a Killjoy, a
APAC
Sentinel
North.
of any kind, mid
Gold
is a
shotgun
lot more
bolts.
open, and we
I
can see
think
that
they're
already
gonna
from
be-
GMD and company, but
Maybe,
AU is
like-
prepared for it. They're not even ready for B main at all, while Nude's
I
on the
don't-
other
I don't think
side.
you'll see
Dude,
Cal.
M80 is
Kills
just.
coming in for Koala and Nismo, the combo. of the flash.
You're dead.
Swing. Same thing with Nismo. It works out at least for the 2 kills. 3 kills over towards the mid side, but Nature's still looking to fight it back. Koala Noob down to 21 HP. His teammate Hayes got into a 1v1. Xander was very close with a cheeky
Bang a
shotgun.
flash off that wall, bro. You
Wasn't
can do
able to
it.
get anything out of it.
See?
The 2 players though, they have oh no, they're re-exec back into mid. There goes the smoke, there goes Prowlers. So much utility here from M80 to try to hold off the spike, and they still very much have it, even though of course they don't know yet.
Crazy.
Oh, what?
Is that Nebula protecting everyone from each
Oh,
other right now?
They see it now, they're coming back. Another Nebula.
Nature's gonna try to go for it. Nismo blind shots through the Nebula. Does acquire the spike. It's a mad dash back over to A, but Hayes is already. Oh no.
Bada bing.
Oh no. QT. Almost with the easy frag. It could have been Hayes though to open up this entire round.
Try and get to
Instead, 1v4 now for Nature. Oh my goodness. Actually,
also, like,
he gets this plan here. He gets 2 out of the 4
It also
frags.
depends on
He
if you
has
plant
a
the spike or
Hunter's
not.
Fury.
Like, it changes up with your buys.
So it is a
Deja vu.
little
You're
bit
on attack.
weird, actually, if Nature could actually win this or not. It is low. Here on the
Yeah, I mean, you get
1v4.
300 for the team, so like that changes like your buy or your eco round. If you want to force or not.
Nice shot, Nismo.
Oh, no way! Over before it even started. I mean, there was that tension in the air. Yeah, it's a 1v4.
So,
but,
TSM bounced back like we saw last
had
map?
there been a reality where M80 gave Nature a bunch of 1v1s, like you said, that was entirely doable. But at the end of the day, M80 with their comp, they cannot play those 1v1s whatsoever.
That's fair.
And we haven't seen an instance where they've been in that situation. Even the communication that we had seen, the micro play of Hayes pushing up in the tree, the communication where Nismo was able to go for that trade was so pivotal. Because it didn't open up the round like you said, Gus. 3 rounds now for M80. And it brings into the question, again, a team without a Sentinel, setting themselves up essentially with these 3-2 splits every single round. They're prepared for these gunfights. And again, double flashes coming out for both Nismo and John QT. Makes these entries almost impossible, but
Koala just actually fucking built different.
Everything down before the round even starts.
They knew they were going to do an aggressive push.
51 HP. Looking for the ace.
That was a fake dash.
He's trying to peek on out, but
This
okay.
one way is disgusting.
This is the M80 that we expected on this map. Again, it's a playground for Koala Noob. These are the type of picks, these are the type of pushes that Koala Noob, again, it's his bread and butter. A lot of the clips we see is just him holding W. It's not going to be an ace,
Not gonna be
but
enough,
it is going to be the round for M80.
Man, M80's just rolling.
I want to see that more. Koala Noob hasn't even pulled out the op yet.
I call it bad.
And an important factor too is that M80 is not allowing TSM to breathe at all these matches. Every single round, albeit 4 rounds in, have just been immediately pushing up. Look for as many kills as you humanly can, and if you need to, back off. But the only time TSM have been able to have a bit of a pause was whenever the spike was lost or they're already at a supreme disadvantage. And M80 themselves, they're swapping up their plays every single round to keep TSM on their toes. There's no sense of conditioning at all here for TSM to work off of. They're starting from scratch every single round. But they are defaulting here. Looking to see if they can find a pattern, anything at all, a crumb of a strategy against M80. And mid seems to be the best option. They've been able to make a lot of space thus far in the last few rounds.
Looking to go tree though off it.
Nismo was there a few rounds ago to open up the round off of mid, but this time attacking both the extremities of mid and tree itself. There might be a prime opportunity for TSM to find the opening pick.
They did scale up into Cat, but they're doing the exact same over towards mid. EU gets the pixel. Koala Noob has walked all the way out of B main. They have all the information in the world. They know that they're still stuck up in mid. They re-clear Cat.
I'm Uggy. Watch this.
Now TSM isolated, but
Don't do it.
M80, this isn't exactly the strongest hold. There's still only 2 players back over in B, but 40
Gus,
seconds left.
look
Keg,
at that
is there
spike.
enough space for them to do this?
I don't know. Look at this. Everyone's holding different angles. John QT well
This
aware
is
now the flashes are still out. Everyone from M80's alive, and now the spike is stuck.
Intriguing.
What is their plan? How do they pull this off? 25 seconds left.
There's 3 on A.
Yeah, 3. They have the crossfire, but it's I mean, they still might anticipate people coming in from A main, but it's going to be Heaven alongside
yeah,
Cat.
let's say, I'm so confused at this push here
Jets one
by
back.
TSM.
Corey's there for the trade back in Cats.
Maybe
But
they know
M80,
those four there.
not a lot of issues whatsoever. They just had to play the trade game in terms of having 3 on site, but
like you have to after that, right?
Find an alternative gap, and it didn't work out for them to say the least.
Quick timeout.
I kind of get what TSM is going for though, because with mid open with no utility there, there's a lot of information that can be found from M80's side, but there was no info-based util against TSM in that very particular angle near the defense spawn. So if you rotate around, you might be able to just barely squeak out the over-rotation from M80. But the thing is, we haven't seen M80 over-rotate. They're just sticky on site. They know they have the advantage. And so TSM, they realize mid and tree aren't going to work. They're going to try a straight-up A-shot. But Nismo has null command. That can shut down all of this utility at once.
Yeah, but this is the round where Nismo would use it. And indeed he does. 2 players come out. Nismo gets another one for his troubles. The Stingers have no chance.
There's just no chance.
6 rounds in a row here over TSM. But again, let me remind you guys, in the first map, 6 out of the first 7 rounds went to M80.
And I'm going to open up the wizard curtain a little bit and talk about how you and I were thinking, okay, you know what, on the slower rounds, we can discuss the storylines, discuss, you know, how TSM was around, but there hasn't been a dull moment yet.
I guess like during tech pauses, it's also considered like a timeout where you can
is
talk.
mowing down TSM like blades of grass. But there is a chance to breathe now. TSM go for the first time out. They're down 6 rounds.
Yeah, I know, right? You've already let them get to fucking 6. Like,
sheesh. There hasn't been anything yet for them to work off of. And so M80,
they're already more than likely going into half up. I mean,
I was gonna mention this earlier with TSM. I mean, the bigger issue, and you were mentioning it too, just as an expectation.
As long as they have like,
I think Corey would be able to pop off on this map. But specifically on Ascent, on the attacking side, I mean, overall on the map, we ended up getting a 15 and 15 scoreline from Corey. Not bad.
Man, 7-5 would be tough.
Where they had already taken
True.
6 rounds. Corey had only contributed 6 kills. The very important part, though, is that it was 5 first kills, all in the hands of Corey. The thing is TSM even putting Corey in these spots for success? Is M80 even giving them these opportunities to take on that first contact?
Yeah.
We're not seeing it. The dissipation of pressure from M80 has been stellar.
You'd like 3, 4 makes you feel good, 5 makes you feel great.
A lot of this is coming down from the mid-rounding of GMT, but there's no time to talk for that. 7's there for the opening pick. But now there's a chance to breathe. Everything goes to a standstill. M80 are not pushing up. They're giving TSM space. The majority of them almost stuck up outside
I thought that was
A.
going to be a clan.
Xander the Opper. Of course. You expected those words to come out of my mouth.
Huge.
Yeah, the Astra Op, of course.
Yeah, of course. The 4 players over to Words Heaven with no Sentinel. It makes sense. Nismo, however, going for the spray, but the Cosmic Divide, it covers up the spike entirely. This could just be it. M80 are trying to fight for all of this. The lockdown is closing them down. The lockdown trying to detain everyone, and they were forced to push.
Get some points.
There's one, baby.
Counter. It's why KJ is so important on this map. The lockdown for retakes on both the attacking and defensive side is pivotal.
You're right. You're completely right, but here's the thing. You can bring out KJ and use the lockdown and pretty much secure yourself around, but you can't rely on the lockdown every single round. And I'm glad they found success on TSM's side, getting their 1 round with it, but that's not a win condition you can rely on all the time. There is a Hunter's Fury coming out from Nature, and that's also a good starter. But now Koala Noob also has the Operator. We've seen the shutdown potential from M80, and it's strong. Nebula's up blocking Koala Noob's line of sight, but hazed. They make that false step and jump into it. Oh, no.
Ooh. But Koala Noob's just going to get overwhelmed in general from this right angle. Oh, this is perfect. It was. The smoke dissipates. They might expect it. The shotgun up.
Oh my goodness.
Now Koala Noob has his knives.
Bro.
He has a mid full of attacking players looking for knives to their heads. And EU, he looks to have some fun too. The fall line comes in. Takes away 1 GMD is completely flashed. This is starting to look fun for M80 out of nowhere. 7 is lonesome though. Could have firing range. He does. 3 kills for 7. He's pulled back the round entirely.
We talked about Corey's
Theory left
setups.
for post.
A big distraction. 25 HP for 7 to work off of. Nature still has Hunter's Fury.
They let the jet go by. Nature might go down.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Nature's gonna go down.
Nature!
And 7 is done. A huge opportunity to see TSM slip away around from M80.
Yeah. Without any
Instead, M80 they
Any
do
resistance.
complete
Right now,
the
just say
dominant
player
round that
one.
they started in mid.
without any information. Like you gotta at least let
I
the
mean,
Sova know.
where
that
do we
the
begin
Jets are
breaking
safe.
down that round? Is it Koalanu fighting the shotgun up, or did that slow crawl to the side at the very
Sova's
end?
literally sitting there with a
M80,
dart
they're
while Jets
relying
right
on a
next to
lot of map presence. They're relying on somewhat solo plays. I won't call them hero plays because oftentimes it's TSM kind of giving that to them. But 7 there, a really good attempt to bring this back. But when you're just able to swerve around the site, bypass the default spots that
Corey's
Killjoy
going out
utility
here.
normally goes down
Bro,
into.
TSM is
TSM, they don't have much
needing
of
to
a
make something
response.
happen
they
here,
have
man.
to have that awareness. And now it's a 6-round difference again. The setup is right where it started last round. Koalanu much more aggressive, but misses the shot.
And Corey with his own
Oh!
starting to go
Okay,
wild.
well,
double for
that works.
Corey.
I'm telling you,
Exactly
Corey
what they needed.
That kid's nasty.
Now the last 3 members of M80 all stuck on the A side of the map. They don't know that B is open though. And they might actually opt to give 7 potentially an ult orb here. And try to take this with the ult.
He tried it.
What a dirty.
It connected!
It actually.
Are you kidding me?
No way, this kitten's no joke, Gus. And it's Nismo, all by
Wait, Nismo.
themselves.
What an aid.
They know only
It stalls
one's here.
everybody. But Nismo's by themselves again. Cosmic Divide is out.
They didn't go for the
Last game, see that.
ult orb? Okay, interesting. They're giving Corey knives instead. Here we go, 7. Gonna be on the front side of the push. Here comes Nismo. Gonna be able to get the first. There's still 3 in short. And Nismo is taking down 2. The kills do come back for TSM. But M80 have given themselves a chance. 1v2. Hunter's Fury
36
alongside the
HP.
knives to face on. But Koalanu with an op can isolate just the 1 contact. Just a 1-1v1. And he can't do it. What a shot
Alright.
from Nature.
Pre-holding the angle.
Corey
TSM,
still got your arm.
through the skin of their teeth for the 2 rounds so far, have been able to take over B site. But again, it hasn't been an easy journey. Nismo nearly
Quick scope
clutched it
in
up
there.
themselves, solo holding on B after rotating through. All the utility they had in their arsenal, and even that wasn't enough. But when you end 2-1 at the very end, TSM have only found a single lifeline on their attack to reliably use to take rounds away. And now look at this. A little bit more of a stack of presence outside of B, but still A is the way to go. I'm looking at the ultimates now. A lockdown again from 7 could be good for B, but there's a lot of mind games that come out here. Not including Koalanu with it op. That's 2 rounds in a row with the shots miss.
Rare is all I can say about that. You do not expect that from Koalanu and Xander. Canning overwhelmed. Whoa, what is this lockdown?
Okay.
That's such a deep lockdown to try to take Cat, maybe? But this lockdown is gonna go down in an instant, and it's not a fake for A either.
Was that
Nismo's still trying to hold down Cat.
Yeah, he
It's
was
gonna be 2
blind.
players here on A. Does this work? John QT
doesn't show it.
doesn't
It
want it
doesn't
to
show
work.
it,
That's for
but he
damn
was blind
sure.
like a motherfucker.
Double kill coming out of Cat.
See, like,
And
the eye
Koalanu
icon
still
on,
has a
like,
pick
on
over
your
towards A
screen.
main.
It tells
The
you, like,
Rolling
they're
Thunder
blind.
that they were thinking
So, like,
of using
even like if you
is
go into a
still
Viper
being
ult, it'll
saved.
be like clear, but it's actually like
All that's left now is Nature. The mad dash back over to
He can
B.
do
I've
it.
s- Look,
For,
I've
like,
said
the
this
viewers.
before.
He
I'll
has
say it for a
luck.
third time. It's deja vu.
Well, listen. We've had the Hunter's
Does he
Fury
back
in this
up and
man's hands in a
actually play
post
his
plant
ult?
3 rounds in a row now. This is the 3rd.
I mean, I don't think he can.
This time, he has shock
think
darts.
that's what he's
He
doing.
has his recon
Or
already
util.
charged. He has the Hunter's Fury.
I mean, he can get.
This is a round where
two
Nature
very weak.
absolutely needs to come up
Definitely
big
backing
and
up,
show
yep.
off why he's on this agent.
He's holding for the flank right now. He has that recon bolt. Now,
Reach
keep
is
in
only
mind, the big
30.
X factor here is John
If he gets
QT's
one
Rolling
pick, I think
Thunder.
he's good.
Oh no. I think he's already been spotted. Wallenoob getting in. Nature down to 72 HP. Still
They're definitely gonna
put up quite the fight. But TSM, or excuse me, M80.
Oh.
They have the op. Nature.
Just enough of the
no
shoulder.
chance in L.
Yeah, I think right there, like
8-2 going back to M80. They saved the Rolling Thunder
You
too.
can play back further though. I wouldn't.
This
even
half
give
can
him
only
a
get worse
pick.
here
I
for
wouldn't even
TSM.
give him a chance to beat.
This has been a poor showing so
Like,
far. But again,
if
Nature
anything, you're
does
gonna
have
to
the
come to
Hunter's
me,
Fury. We had
because when I have
seen 7
Hunter's
go
Fury, I
for.
can just
an interesting lockdown.
So tell me how,
to say the very least, that last round.
Tell me how TSM looked so good on M80's map, and then we're on TSM's map, and they just looked very disorganized.
I'm thinking maybe the Hunter's Fury won't be any different. We might see that on A again, disrupt the placements of M80 for A site, and maybe it's a distraction over to B. But no, we're not seeing that just yet. Actually, Nature does have the spike outside of Catwalk. It's a possibility, but Koala Noob's on the other side just in case.
What? What is this position? What is this
Okay.
position?
Also might be getting counter strat, like counter call.
Double
other IGL.
gelato. TSM, you almost had the Silva checking it real quick, but it's going to be the mid take instead. The rotation is coming back for John QT. John QT might get spotted, and the classic takes him down. Here we go. 2 players only on B. One of them even got spotted over towards B main. Does Koala Noob expect the pistol around the corner? 7 might get the frag. Nice shotgun frag. TSM have instead opted to go through spawn. And M80, the 2 players who were playing up on A, or excuse me, in Gelato, they stay in A main.
Yeah. Nismo and Xander, the X factor for this round. Hayes, 2 classic kills this round. And now they have to go B. They don't know where the last 2 are. The one area that checked is A main, and Nature spots them.
No way. 40 seconds left. They're still going for it. Xander is able to get the first frag. There's another one trying to re-exec over in heaven. They have no idea where Nismo is. Nismo, please. He's cooking. Let the chef cook. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but now he's gonna rotate to B. He's got time.
No. Look at this. 2 are rotating back over to B, and it looks like GMT might stay. Nismo's going around the entire world, going back to B main. They could save. They could save their rifle. They could make their way over. But look at where Hazed is.
He gets his first pick onto Hazed. And we could see the null command retake.
Yeah, you saw him head right over there before the plan even came in.
Hunter's Fury, maybe.
I mean, he saw the
but Hayes picks up the op instead. I mean, he's a classic
mid,
secondary opper at that.
Because he can't come through CT.
TSM though. Crux of it is that they have 3 rounds back in their hands. Worst case scenario was about a 9-3, and they've pretty much pulled it back.
This has been such a topsy-turvy half.
TSM watching.
TSM have been pulling whatever stops they can to take mid control, and it's been working successfully if no one's playing in market from M80 side. And now we have a double push up from M80 inside of that same marketplace. I don't think the 0 point spots anybody out. Koala's there for that opening shot, yet again misses.
4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, but it forces TSM to back over into A side where there's not much of an M80 presence. John QT does have Rolling Thunder, no command. Cosmic Divide, everything you could possibly hope for this retake on M80s in their arsenal. EU's 1 away from getting Nightfall. So much information potential here for the post plan that they don't even need to hold A.
Absolutely.
See, like,
of course, if we were looking at a KJ, it might just be a little easier. The lockdown would shut everyone back automatically into A main.
All up there.
But we're gonna get the Rolling Thunder instead. No command coming in. They just deny the plan. Actually, they don't want
it. Oh my goodness! Shut up! Oh,
double kill going his way. So much damage onto the man in pit. And Nature's the last one remaining in 1v4.
Okay, 9-3.
Overwhelming TSM is M80.
Wow.
And Nature, sir, you've had that Hunter's Fury for what, 5 rounds now? Surely.
Pretty much the whole half.
Well, surely you just pull an EU here and you just start X-raying people through the wall, right?
See, none of them are peeking. They're gonna once one of them, like, he peeks someone.
I don't think he's doing that.
Yep.
Yeah, everyone wants to.
Oh, a single false step was there.
Well, 9-3 curse maybe.
On A site. And I gotta say, I was expecting to see that Hunter's Fury come out at some point. There were a lot of prime opportunities where Nature could have found impact in those post plans, especially on B site, where the Hunter's Fury might not have been a win condition for TSM, but at least they could have added a few more, stats for the KD line at the very least. But I gotta say, you mentioned it perfectly the very final round. Overwhelming was the name of the game for M80. I love the way they played their contact angles. And one point I've been meaning to ask you here, Gus, is that there was no Sentinel, again, for M80's defense. Does that make their comp more attacker-sided than what TSM has for their defense?
Yes, simply put.
It's a hard yes, yeah.
Hard yes. Hard yes, because now they got the power. In a comp where you would usually only have the KO, you also now have the breach. It's so overwhelming here potentially for M80 if they just keep going for group takes. but they're actually going
The 2-1-2
very
set
early
up
on,
defense.
or a bit of a mid split, or potentially a B fake.
Looks like a B-pop.
Good timing.
Oh.
With that recon bolt.
Hit him through the wall.
Bit intentionally late to take out that recon bolt.
It did spot at least one. So there was a presence outside of B. No one over-rotates just yet from TSM, though.
Say
And
they're
this
really
has been a common
like, just
factor for both these teams. They don't
hold firm.
over-rotate when
Yeah,
they
they're staying
find presence
still.
on the other side. In fact, nobody on TSM's moved.
Yeah, with the
All this
suck
utility
with
is
the
set up
fucking-
right outside A main, though.
Alarm.
Possible gravity well.
smoke
Maybe even the
with
nebula.
Swarm, yeah.
All this comes down to the contact plays of A site. And really, GMD has to watch two very different angles all by themselves for that to go through.
Yeah, this is so tough for Hayes. How does Hayes take this? GMD does get the first frag, and so does Hayes. Trades going back and forth. Corey now with the sheriff. He mentioned that he wants to step up on this map. Will we see it? A couple of headshots should help. Body shot onto John QT. Nismo getting absolutely
He also shot the
destroyed by
deputy.
Corey.
Oh my goodness.
There he is. The sharpshooter,
he did.
Corey. Pops off for 3. All 3 are gone by his gun.
And again, M80, information was spotted
No,
for
I
them at
don't
the
think they-
beginning of the
I
round
don't
on
think
the
they did that.
opposite side, but nobody on
5 round lead, I don't
TSMD
think
turret. They had a game plan in mind. They stuck to the game plan. And again, we talked about how at TSM, we were looking to see a lot of strats cleaned up from
Yeah,
the
so we
last
got
time they played in
Ares, two
Challengers to now.
Spectres.
And this is a
Corey's
really good
probably
start
gonna
for the
keep-
defense.
No, he went
They were
bulldog, okay.
able to play so devoutly into what they were planning
Well,
on
see,
doing.
M80 though,
that they
looks like
didn't
going
move
straight
away.
classics.
So again, if we can keep
Yeah, two
expecting those
bulldogs, that's
expectations
good.
to happen,
Yeah,
I
two
suppose,
bulldogs and an Ares.
it really comes down to
might know
M80
their
to
voice
disrupt the
around
mid-round plays for TSM. We haven't seen that yet. It's also only been one
Yeah, but this
round.
could,
But
like,
now M80 are looking to
backfire.
pressure A main so much, and TSM,
they're still playing on
switching up the
the
script.
two
They're
patches
playing
back.
mostly offside of A, looking for contact mid.
So the Stinger's
Yeah,
still
looking to
nasty.
retake. I mean, they know
No,
how
I'm not
aggressive these
saying
M80
that.
players
I'm
can
just saying it
be.
could backfire.
They could easily get shut down. But TSM maintaining the trades back over towards that mid side. They know that GMD is also here on Cat. But come on. Come the heck on. TSM, you have the guns. You have the players. There's no way that all 3 of you who are watching A watch Cat instead and go down to Cat. They were playing the retake, but they played just a bit too much. Now they're facing an even retake against M80.
GMD
Here we
should be
go.
blowing his
Front
rifle
line over into
somehow.
heaven. It's gonna be the push of
Alright, then get home, I
Xander.
guess not.
Xander! Double kill
That's
for
one thing,
make
like,
it a
if you're
triple.
weak and you have a rifle, you should be passing a rifle to your
I mean,
teammate
what's
who's,
there
like,
to
more
say
healthy.
for that round?
You take whatever gun
TSM,
they
they
have.
played a very dangerous game. They were looking for those gunfights
They'll have a
mid.
better chance of
M80
winning.
did not care.
Compared to
They
you
were
dying
looking
and
for
you, like,
A site. They
now your
had
team
a
doesn't have a
target in
rifle.
mind. They focused on it. They were able to succeed into the round, and now it's double digits for their
So
side.
10-4.
A 6-round differential.
really
again.
want that to be
Usually by this
9-5,
point
but-
is where we start seeing the tack timeouts come by. TSM, not so much
They were
yet.
too
In
aggressive.
fact, they're
They
going
should've known
for
they were
what
gonna
seems
force.
like a full
Yep.
eco thrifty round
And
in
not
their
even that,
presence.
just-
Only a single sheriff
You gotta
litters
hit a
that
headshot
arsenal, and it's
there.
going to be going to Hazed.
It's gonna be that retake setup again.
It has to be. But at least this time, we do get to see GMD and Hayes playing a little bit closer into A, especially Hayes, the most powerful weapon in their arsenal being a single sheriff to work with. But actually,
Hit 11.
despite all of that, M80 are choosing to back out of A. They're looking to find presence in mid, and even so far, we see EU in the far back of B.
I think even weirder here is EU. He's getting so close into B, he hears a turret. He knows that util could be here completely for KJ, but again,
Another thing is if you do have
it's around
rifles,
right
if you
after
don't have,
TSM
like,
lost.
full rifles,
Surely
you
they
can
don't
close
have
to
the
your
eco to
teammate,
actually
so you
buy
pick
up the
the
util
rifle
they
after
want.
die.
EU
Or you let your
walking
rifle
right
do the
by the
work.
turret. Nature is the only one here, and they done it right. EU, very good call.
Especially against the eco. You
Yeah,
don't want
great
them having
call
the
there.
rifle.
7 had no utility besides that turret, and now it's full site control. No nano swarms, no alarm bots to worry about. Just raw gunfights and single classics.
Could be a very fun round here for someone like Koala Noob. But Koala actually just goes right
Did you
into
see
their
Raven's
crosshairs.
tweet about
Reminder, there's still 5
Wraith's
players
portal, by the
remaining
way,
here for
OD? I
TSM.
saw
Make it
your
4, make
comment
it 3. John QT
on
going
YouTube.
insane, and the Rolling Thunder is
I did
certainly
not.
gonna help him out. Hazed in the smoke. Getting
What'd he
stunned.
say?
GMD no longer stunned. He's coming out with a
TSM gets another round with most classics. Nice. He said, yeah, because
Gus, that round from TSM,
Wraith's portal distance
they
was
had
her
a sheriff
problem.
as their best weapon. A sheriff. And now they get to pick up a litany of free Vandals and Phantoms from M80. Sure, there's a big lead for M80, right? But when you lose a whole round when the best weapons are sheriff, a singular one at that, for the retake, that's still a very telling sign of what to expect. Luckily though, M80 have plenty of time to clean up their act. They're gonna go and find some big rifles again, but again, now that's been stuck in the back of my mind that TSM don't necessarily need better weapons to take back a retake.
Looking at you.
No, certainly not.
I
mean, M80 though, I mean, they got confident. They did the thing that Koala Noob said. Koala Noob heated up and he went into the back, went into spawn, and he in an even retake, mind you, in a 5v5.
Same with the Wraith having like
Still
a 75-meter portal didn't make it.
Actually gonna
they've already got the jet up in heaven.
To M80. Not a single person in the middle of A. And Koala Noob already up in
looked
heaven.
away.
Gonna pick up one kill. 2 players rotating in. There's a chance here for M80. Out goes the swing from 7 alongside the Owl Drone. GMD looking to shut it down. And John QT just getting a sneaky little frag from the Stinger. And there goes the flank too. EU is here to take down EU. No, whoa. Okay, never mind.
Sorry.
Not both. 30 HP though on GMD. Has to run away. I mean, that's a great response round from M80.
He's got a couple rifles, but again, you gotta save.
Round after round, they've gone B. They've seen that KJ util on B. It could have easily been on A, but they evaded it, and not a single person was here.
Yeah, so
I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing, though. Like, I know it's gonna be annoying to play against, but I don't think it's a bad thing on the competitive level.
7 start stacking up utility on A site. That's gonna mean there's less utility inside of mid. It puts these Sentinels in a really weird spot because it's like, KJ's so good at locking down B, like ridiculously good. And then when you have the mid presence right nearby, you can play off of it, but you sacrifice A site. And when you swap mirror mode match onto A site, you don't really get that same mid presence anymore. And GMD does eventually fall. But if we do see 7 make that adaptation, that's gonna allow M80 to recognize that mid might be
going
a
the
lot
direction
more
they're
open.
going.
And we saw TSM on their own attack,
wanting to full buy or have a full squad of Stingers, you know, you take a risk at a couple.
Maybe, but again,
the Stinger is just
TSM,
like you're not getting
pretty early in the defensive half, and we just haven't seen any opportunity for that adjustment to happen.
That's true.
That KJ change to happen. So that's, I mean, there's really no worry for M80 right now. In terms of where util could be at this point, they just like the early contacts and just finding out.
I think the 1100 should do enough for that, right?
They're going to walk into A. They're going to get this contact. They're going to see Astra, KO. Simple as that. They're going to have a free route in.
But like, for doing
no
bad
fear
shit,
at all. Koala pushes in. FaZe is the only one defending on A site, and both those defenders fall.
So light for M80.
M80 sure making offense a little simple on this map, aren't they?
Alongside the Stinger. Here we go.
Oh,
EU
I see that.
on the outside of the smoke.
There we go.
Wow! How does he do that? A 1v2 for Corey. Flick to the other side of the site. 2 bodies were here 1 second. They're gone in another. Corey, you beast!
What the fuck are you for? Why are you wasting smoke?
Everything we just talked about for M80's favor, just throw it out the window that last round. The reliance for TSM to use their Sentinel play to hold down B site, all of that.
Please tell me we have an angle on Corey, by the way. Production, please.
Oh, that'd be so nice.
You can't even buy those.
Oh, we don't. That's okay. That's
You know what
okay.
I mean?
We can just imagine it in our
Smoke's
heads.
on Jets.
I mean, knowing Corey, we're probably gonna see that again. Because I don't think it's the end of TSM.
He'll probably tweet it later if they win.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But this isn't the end of TSM. If they can get that fire in their bellies again, they did a full 2-person down retake, and now they're playing much more aggressive than we had seen before.
The Corey op.
Pushing through.
Ready for the first pick, Koala Noob alongside Nismo. They might go for a flash peek, but instead, they go for the smoke exec instead, and GMD got a bit aggressive. 2 players from TSM have gone down early. Very important. Agents at that too. KO.
Yeah.
Less retake now. 7. Less defense now.
Got your own.
Nature might go down too. What's this?
Oh, but keep in mind 7's gone, so it's Nature to hold MB almost by themselves. The recon bolt goes down, but no information's gonna be seen.
Cool. They might peek right into him. Nature. Oh, and he makes a lot of noise walking away. The fadeaway. It works for Nature. A 3v3 now. Is he going to stay alive? He's still holding for the headshot angle onto Nismo. And Nismo goes all the way down to 46 HP. Shot in from Corey. And we have an even 2v2. Reminder again, a 5v3 into a 2v2.
Cosmic Divide goes down. Nismo essentially by themselves. Gets that spike into the ground.
Enemy remaining.
Gets the first. The pick has to come back from the op. It's very possible, though. Gets it. Corey dashes away. Nismo couldn't get the angle onto Corey. The crossfire almost works.
I love you, man.
Corey now, 46 HP. Doesn't know where Nismo is. Oh, my goodness. Peeks the angle where he was at. Leaves Nismo at 46.
Looks like it's all over.
Fortunately, the chef cooks up a good one again.
Delicious plays coming out from Nismo. And now, and what could very well be the series finale of M80 versus TSM.
Now, they
have two very pivotal ultimates to work with here, and TSM's going to go for
good
a
time to call a timeout, for sure.
Who the fuck is
we were
their
talking
coach?
about how Corey, we weren't seeing a lot of those aggressive plays in the beginning on their attack. But I gotta say,
hey, gotta come out with a great strat for last round, man.
His op plays going into the defense.
Warming up. He's there.
He's been on. Okay, I was underestimating. He was on fire those last few rounds, but you can't rely solely on Corey. Yes, 17 and 13, fabulous.
You know,
to
M80's
see,
over there
but
sitting
the
like, you
rest
fucking
of
for real, dog.
TSM, there are times where even in these grouped up,
You're gonna
plays,
come up with
you
a
would
game
expect
plan
them
to win
out the
7 fucking
gunfights,
or
but
6 straight rounds,
M80,
dog.
They're just playing so overwhelmingly aggressive against the gunfights that more often than not they do come out on top. But there is a silver lining, Gus. Lockdown, double null command, a lot of very. Almost at this point, series-defining ultimates that can come out from either one of these teams that could change how things go.
Let me just re-emphasize this. Nismo, I haven't really said this. Nismo is one of the
let's
best
do that after
defensive
I
players
log off those so I can
in
turn off
Valorant.
lights.
I'll just stand on that. I stand on it. If
These
you
are like
don't know
five
his play with KO, if you don't know how instantly he can react with null command, and just with that one piece of utility alone, be able to control the entire flow of a round. With this ultimate now, he gets a contact on A. The M80 push here could just be shut down. Or excuse me, the TSM push, excuse me.
I mean, at this point, there are times where it feels like both these teams can be the same.
Oxy's like TSM's coaches.
With how
is
the
it data?
gunfights go, the early round plays, even the mid round, but the post plays.
I was gonna say that.
Comes from
Excuse me.
R6.
Yeah, they
GMD
feel
has
the same at times.
exact role, and he plays the exact same.
Why
role.
would you call a timeout on 12 to 6 though? Like real talk.
He called a timeout 6.
Gets that null command up.
But
he did
this
the
is where the
same thing when
changes
he
are.
used to play
But
Breach.
yeah, then when they're down
But
6-0,
over in
I
mid,
feel like both of
this
those
is
are
such
just
a
really,
cheeky
really late.
setup.
Face your fear.
Alarm bot here, same thing. With the nanoswarm, but they get shut down. It was 2 players here. Nature, no chance. The lockdown is gone. GMD is rotated, and M80
they got sight.
have the
It's
flares
over.
they need to go into B.
Keep in mind, two stingers to work with here.
What?
Okay. Interesting. Sorry, Nismo.
Oh, where it shows him standing?
He was ascending to a
it's just
higher
like
plane.
an
but
orange glow.
all that's left now, it's a 1 body difference, but look at the rifles. It's Vandals versus, well, now a rifle and Stingers.
And with the peak,
Oh,
too.
wow.
That was almost so
It's down to
smart
Hayes.
from Corey. He almost dashed right back in, but now it's all hazed. A 1v3. And M80 get
Guards way
themselves
up
a
than
big
M80.
win in week 2.
I mean, if he loses for a
Challengers.
round, it's over anyways. I guess that's true.
M80 just looked fantastic through and through.
Just
And
feels like
that
it's delaying the
very final
inevitable.
Round,
You know?
where we
coulda-
had
you
seen
coulda,
the
like,
alarm
called
bot
a
stack
timeout
up.
to, like,
The little
change up,
gumdrop
like,
nano
the-
swarm was there, right? That was the core
I don't know,
difference
like, if
between
they have momentum
M80
going,
and
kinda, like,
TSM
slow
throughout
down
the
their
entire
momentum
series.
and, like,
It was how the end round
like, a little
plays.
pep talk
How the
instead
end
of
round plays for each time,
earlier
Gus.
on,
I was
maybe you
so
would've
impressed with
changed
M80, and I
instead,
can't wait
like,
to
you're
see what they
calling
do
a timeout, like,
continuing forwards and challengers.
last round
I
where,
mean,
like,
again,
they're like,
M80,
fuck it, you know,
they
whatever
started to
happens,
look
you know?
a bit exposed at times
True.
by
Last round, fuck
TSM
it.
on that first map.
Instead, he could have called it
But
like a little bit
again,
earlier. And maybe
here
would've
on the
helped
Sense,
change
we were
the
expecting
outcome.
a little bit more of that defensive
At that
prowess,
point, they're like,
and
fuck it.
indeed we got it, even though, again, we didn't see that Sentinel. Bach talked.
All right, chat. I think we're going to go ahead and wrap it up on that note, man. Appreciate everyone coming in, hanging out with your boy Oxy, hanging out with your boy 2 straight days from beginning to end. Really appreciate you, fam. Oogie, Moon. Appreciate y'all. King, if you still here. Appreciate you, big dog. What? Oh.
I just said yo.
Yeah, gotcha. Like I said, I don't think we're going to be doing a watch party tomorrow. We'll see how I'm feeling after RLCS. Maybe if the boys get through group stage in 3 straight games, maybe I'll be feeling good enough to do a watch party tonight. I'm not 100% sure. Otherwise, we will be live for Sao Paulo starting on Monday. Gonna be busy. It's gonna be popping. I think it's 12 p.m. start days every day that we're live as far as Eastern time. Yeah, don't forget to check out some of the videos that are obviously currently live, and we're gonna try and put up our predictions video at some point this weekend. All right. But until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man, don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q, signing out.